Wagwan. You look saying, man. We're in the Ross Club building. I'm gonna stay away from saying one phrase. Yeah. The key phrase today, is anything to do with it being hot outside. Yeah. It should be a forfeit for anybody that comes on saying, fucking hell, it's hot. Yeah. Big up yourselves, though. Fucking hell, it's hot. Mate. Yes, Western Goddess. Well, go on, sis. Hope you're good. Hope the family's good and that. Be nice if you could come on, say hi. I ain't heard your voice in months and months and months. Big up Wee Man. Wee Man's World. CA, big up yourself. Alex, long time. Yeah, that's nice, man. I know enough of you out there tanning and shit. Stay hydrated, folks, yeah? Stay hydrated, man. I thought I'd just come on and do a quick live stream. You know, warm up the day, chat to a few people, catch a joke here, there, if it's available, and then keep it stepping, because there's no way I'm advising anyone to stay by their computer today. If you're working in the office, you're at a computer and that, my God, I feel it for you. I truly do. Where's the rest of this? Right. Yeah, man, like I was saying, yeah, man, I feel it for you, look, man, I feel it. Let me see, let me just check this out, see what's hot. So what's you lot's plans today? What's going on? What's the movements today? Doing anything special? Big up young Ryu. Even my poor dog, she's baking proper. So yeah, man. What's been the latest, really? What has been the latest? What have I been up to? A couple meetings. Linked up with Mills yesterday. Did a few bits. Couple business plans. I got studio later. It's one of my boys' birthdays as well. You're gonna go on and explore, yeah? Where? The countryside, in the woods? Where are you exploring? Concrete jungle? NYC is 22 degrees. The story in London right now is we're looking at 34 to about 38 is the max that I'm hearing. So in between 34 and 38. So yeah, it looks like we're out doing NYC today. Yeah, it's crazy right now. Crazy. It's 10 minutes to 11 in the morning, and it's already hotter than any day this year already, I would say. You're going to explore the MOD building. How the fuck do you do that? Seems that you got, like, tell us about it, Wee Man. What is that? Yeah, CA, it's crazy. Crazy right now. and London. I don't know about New York, but I'm assuming New York is the same. Got that heat that just sits there. Like there's no. Well, over here we ain't really got breeze, no cool breeze. It's just still and hot. Nowhere to really hide. Our beaches are pretty much shit, and they're all gonna be completely full with people. So the siren said, "Yeah, you feeling a bit cold? Yeah, stick a jumper on the siren." Stick a jumper on, you know. Don't want you catching a cold and that. Hit the like button, family tree, as you walk in. Definitely do that. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine. Big up Jungle Jesus, man. Big up Bunga Bunga. YB. Ha. All right, YB. Fucking hell. Yeah, me. Let us live a little bit, man. Let us live, bro. But yeah, the link is in the description. Anyone that wants to come on the panel, come say hi, have a chat. The link is here, and it's a pass through. God, this ain't gonna be a super long show. We're 9 minutes in. Hit the like button. Just warming up, should I say? Waiting for the family to come in. Smash up the like. What's I gonna say? Yeah, let me check this out. Let me check out what's trending on this thing. Let me just trending. Let me see this. Stop doing drugs. Free COVID news about why the dogs fight. Yeah, man. Anyone heard anything more about that fire? That so-called fire in Beirut? I'm saying so-called. I don't know why. It's just a habit. But anyone know anything about it? Any new shit? Just looking through a couple websites, see what's been going on the internet. See, my YouTube's not sending people notifications. Like it's sending like a few people notifications, and then that's it. So I don't know how to combat this. It's literally fucking with me. I will be going back to streaming on TRILLSUPPORT Live from Monday. So from Monday, my live streams will be on TRILLSUPPORT Live again. I'll be building that channel back up, and this channel will just be dedicated to other content that I create. So live streaming and live gaming and shit like that's gonna be on TRILLSUPPORT Live. That's what I'm gonna stick on there. That's all my live shit. So hopefully you are all subscribed to TRILLSUPPORT Live. If you're not, type that into the search bar or hit the link in the description. Scroll down, you'll find it, one of them, and go over there, innit? Or it's a feature channel on this channel here. So if you go into my actual channel on the side, you'll see featured channels. And yeah, subscribe to both of them, REDPILLTRILL and TRILLSUPPORT Live. It'd be good to see you over there, man. So yeah, from Monday, I ain't live streaming from here no more. Jet skis on the water, loads of people about already. Jeez, 29 at what? Hunt Stanton, Norfolk Coast. Big up the people of Hunt Stanton. Big up Carl Walker. And big up the Norfolk Coast, man. You lot enjoying jet skis, yeah? You lot living the fucking life. Wouldn't mind some jet skis. Wouldn't mind some like water. some beach action, a little beach party or something. You know what I mean? Would love that. Oh, hey. Well, go on, Weston.
Yeah, you know I never jump on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. You know you're always forcing me to jump on. So I just said, you know what, let me jump on today.
Come on.
You get me?
What's
And
going
say
on, bro?
Happy New Day, family.
Yeah, Happy New Day, man. Happy New Day.
Yeah.
What's today got in store for you? What's the weekend got in store for you?
Same old, man. I'm just all up in my yard, you know, feeding my kids. They eat like 4 or 5 times a day, you know what I mean,
What?
since March and all of that, you know what I mean? I'm just tired, man. But yo, you have to give thanks, you know what I mean? They're fit and well, you know what I mean? And they're going back to school next month, to be fair.
Is it?
So yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I was thinking about the homeschooling thing, but that's hard, you know what I mean? That's proper fucking hard. I'm telling you the truth, you know what I mean? I don't know about anyone else, but when it comes to kids, they like to be in a group when they're learning, you know what I mean? And we all know for sure that kids learn through play as well. You know what I mean? So it's like when they're just stuck at home and then they got their mum in their face talking about why don't you read this and then answer this question, it's just boring, isn't it? It's just it's just like, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense to them. So I'm looking forward to next month like a bit.
Yeah, send them, pack them off.
Yeah, man, pack them off and that. But to be fair, I really want my son to go into school because he's starting secondary school, innit? He's going to be in a new school from next month. So I'm really excited for him. But my daughter's just like, yeah, you know, I just want to see my friends again.
And will this school just be open like normal? Are they doing social distancing at school?
Yeah, they're like, apparently they're going to have no more than 3 bubbles. You know, they use that term now. So they got bubbles of kids and there's about 10 in total kids in each bubble, in each group, and so they're gonna have like little spaced out times of coming in the morning as well. So my son's group will come in at about 10 to 9, and then the next group will come in about maybe 10 past, 9, maybe 9:30 or something like that, you know what I mean? So yeah, they're doing all of that, keep a distance away, and then when they're lining up outside, you're gonna have like these little stickers on the floor, so only one, you know what I mean, child can come in, say bye to their parents, and then go about, you know what I mean, go around about their day. Yeah.
Swear down, so, I don't really want my kids learning all this shit, man.
I know, it's just like, it's a hard decision, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's fuckeries, but at the same time, I just kind of need them to be out the house apart from when they're with me. You know what I mean? They can come out with me, you know what I mean? But I kind of, sometimes you need that, I don't know, that space, man. You need that balance. You get me? It's like, just go away for a bit.
People want to know, are your kids going to get tested? Do they have to test the kids?
Oh, hell no, fuck no. Yeah, my sister was talking about this the other day because she lives like in a different borough to me, and she was saying and she's got kids like a similar age to me as well, and she was saying how the NHS are in conjunction with some of the schools and contacting the parents. So the school is obviously contacting the parents, talking about you need to take your child for immunization. They're not calling it the coronavirus vaccine. They're talking about you must take your child for immunization to restart school in September, and we want them all to be done by November of this year. Now, I ain't had one of those messages yet, but fuck no, my kids ain't getting no vaccine. You get me? They're not getting it. I'm sorry. There must be a choice for me to say no. And if there isn't a choice, fuck it, I'll keep them at home.
When they say immunization, when they say immunization, it's definitely the COVID-19 thing, yeah?
Exactly right. I believe so. It's the COVID-19 thing, but they're not actually coming out and saying it like upright. You know what I mean? They're trying to hide behind the vaccine talk, like, you know what I mean, like when your child's born and that, and they give them that vitamin K or whatever. Yeah, they're trying to hide behind that, trying to say,
honestly, like real talk. Obviously, we're online and we're just chatting, innit? Yeah.
Yeah.
Answer how you want, innit? Yeah. Bro,
Say
fuck
again.
off.
You kind of broke up a bit.
Beat to the beat. Oh, get out, get out. Get out, get out, get out. Pussy. Pussy, not mine. Pussy.
You're talking to your dog? Fucking hell.
Oh my god. Yo! You are die hard, fam. Now I rate you. I'm gonna save you. I'll fucking rate you. Get out though. Ah! Fuck off! Nah. Hold on. Are you actually trying to beat me, fam? 1 second, Weston.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna end up stinging me, bro. Fuck off. Yeah. All right. Cool. We good. I clapped it. It fell into the sink. I hit it with the water, and it was literally like fighting against the current and fighting the water.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like,
Hey, what was it? A wasp or a fly or what?
Yeah. So I'm like, you know what?
Okay.
You're a make you live. So I tried to like go out with a dishcloth, and it's like crawling up the dishcloth.
It's like the go with the bats that you're trying to bat them with. So it's like the air that comes from the, you know what I mean? And then they're like floating against it. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, they're annoying.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I was saying, they're trying to hide behind the vaccine talk and trying to pull in these kids. And I'm not having it. Nah. If they don't give me a choice, I'm basically saying, yeah, all right, I'll keep my kids at home. Although I wouldn't be happy with that choice in the beginning. Till I say I wouldn't be happy in the beginning, but you know, with anything else, I'll just have to get used to it, innit? You know what I mean? Because they're not my kids full of coronavirus.
I don't want to be a fearmonger or whatever, a fearmonger, because I don't know exactly where I'm going. But I'm just thinking,
I don't. That's the thing.
I'm just thinking hypothetically though, if they start saying that, and then we say, "Oh no, we're not doing it," then they start saying, "Oh well, we feel like it's a safeguarding. We feel it's a safeguarding risk, innit?
Yeah.
Or we might have to get social services, or since
you know, might
like,
try that one. Yeah.
I
mean, it's like it's kind of one of them ones where you have to know what you're fighting before you get to it. I'm kind of saying that wrong, innit? So it's like you have to choose your battles carefully. Yeah, if that makes sense. Yeah. So it's like I wouldn't want to go in there with all guns blazing and saying, yo, you're not vaccinating my kids and all them kind of thing there. But I would want a choice at the same time. So if I say no, they shouldn't be then trying to threaten me with
some kind of action.
With fucking social services and all that kind of thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know what I mean? I'm kind of looking forward to what they're saying, because like I say, my son's going into this new school, and then my little girl is kind of just staying in the school that she's, you know, been in for 2 years now. So yeah, you know what I mean? We just have to see what I go on. Yeah, and hopefully they'll be good.
Because I know they're even doing it to certain adults, saying, boom, before you come back to work, you got to take a test and boom, 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 and
all of that. Yeah, so that one doesn't really matter to me because I've been unemployed, to be fair, for about 3 years now. Yeah, I've been one of them stay-at-home mums and that in it. So it's just one of them, really. They can't really push that one on me just yet. You know what I mean? Yeah. So where's everyone today? I'm just like freestyling.
Where's everyone today? I don't know, man.
It's like that notification thing, innit? I heard you saying it. Yeah.
Did you get a notification?
I got one, but you know what you have to do sometimes? You have to play around with the subscription thing. So sometimes I have to unsubscribe, then subscribe again, then click that bell again, then it will start to come. You know what I mean? Don't know what's wrong with YouTube. Yeah.
They need to fix that still.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, and I can imagine like a lot of people out there baking already, or just.
Oh, trust me. I was just saying. You know what I mean? We're gonna probably go to the park a bit later, but not now. It's like it's too hot. I think we have to wait till about 3 or something, when it's like more breeze about and that.
Yeah, maybe.
And then it'll be nice or something. Yeah.
Because right about now, like I mean, the leaves on the trees outside my yard are not moving.
I just feel, yeah. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like soon they're going to be just like burnt and brown and stuff, you know, like when it's autumn and shit. Yeah, you know what I mean? They're just going to be getting fun up.
Thing,
Yeah,
man.
man. It's
That's
one
the
of
thing.
them. Yeah.
We don't get that nice, cool wind that comes through, man. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. But I love it. Can't complain. Let's not complain. Now it's going to be winter soon. Then we're going to be crying about fucking gas and
Yeah.
central
Until you just
heating.
get to the decision that you're never happy in England, you just have to admit that.
Yeah, we're never
England,
happy in it. It's either too
England
cold
isn't
or
gonna
too
make me
fucking hot.
happy.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes all the time. But
Yeah.
it's like all we need is that coastal breeze. That's why I kind of sometimes
Yeah.
envy those people that live on like the coast, like
Right.
Cornwall and that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because when they got like weather like this, it must be absolutely beautiful. You can just
Yeah. Amazing
get
out there.
outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like come outside this time in the morning, you know what I mean, and just chill. You know what I mean? You got some nice air, nice sunshine, all of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
All of
man.
that.
Like this is the weather that makes you want to go outside, and then when you go outside, you just feel drained out. You're like, yo,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just feel like sleeping. You know what I mean? It's like,
you're
nah.
like, yo, this is too hot. But yeah, I can't
Yeah,
wait to get out
exactly.
there. I can't wait to get out there. So
Exactly.
you lot plugged in, you lot listening in, 29 of you lot, hit that like button and let me know what you're doing with your weekend. It's gonna be good weather for about a week, they're saying. Straight
Yeah.
hot weather.
For the
I
whole
think it
week,
might be.
yeah.
Yeah. So let me
Okay.
know your plans. Let me know about any important link ups that I need to get to or whatever, man. Just holler. Put my clothes on the line and it was dry in 10 minutes. Whoa, result.
Yeah. Yeah, you get me. That's funny. You get me.
Big
No
up all the
need for
people in the
tumble
house.
dryer.
Yeah. Big up everyone doing the housework. You might get to save some money and that. Do you know what I mean? This is the time where I want like a shower on my roof. So I can just shower
Oh
outside.
yeah.
Lovely.
That would be wicked,
Banging, isn't it?
Yeah, you know what I mean? But then again, saying that, you know what I mean, for the ladies like myself, you kind of don't want to be all up out there with your breasts on you. You know what I mean? Your thing showing. You know what I mean? You'd have to come out in your bikini, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
All shaved up and looking nice. You know what I mean? And then, yeah, that would be good.
If you have it on your like basically on your roof or something like that, or in your garden, somewhere where you're not necessarily visible, you create a little.
Okay, yeah, he would have to be like cornered off or something.
Yeah. Be nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Big up Sham. Don't know where you went, but yeah, come back. Baking out. Take out your frozen meat. Watch it defrost in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
About bare housework and that. Do you know what I mean? Early 22, you go from washing up to taking out meat. Yeah, man.
Yeah, just kind of need to think about that myself.
Yeah, you got to think about what's for dinner, what's for lunch.
Because what the kids are eating, you know what I mean? They just about had breakfast, but I know in about an hour and a half they're going to be wanting something else. It's crazy, I'm telling you, you know what I mean? That's why, when you're asking for donations, I really want to, Jeds, trust me, I want to hit up that donation, but then I'm always thinking about the next food that's going in there now.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's always one of them ones, you know what I mean? Always one of them ones.
Big up the mums out there, big up the dads out there.
Yeah, trust me,
you know
man.
what I mean? Trying to make the ends meet.
We've been through a lot these last couple of months, man, but like I said, we have to give thanks,
Give thanks, man. I mean, life is still the gift.
Life is tough, but we get through it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Big up K, Ellie 22. Who else is in the building? Who else is in the building? Give me a sign. Carl Walker's there. Siren's there. Alex is there. And Jungle Jesus as well. Man. You been watching any of my reaction videos?
Me, yeah. The funniest one is that we ain't Muslim no more. Fuck's sake, man. Yeah. Them girls. They were so dumb. It was just like funny dumb. It's like that, you know what I mean? Like you're gonna make a whole song about not being Muslim and fucking skinning out in front of the camera. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Like, okay.
Like strange times, man. Strange fucking times. I'm telling you.
The world is mad.
It's crazy. But yeah, the most recent one about what was it? I watched it even this morning.
Oh, the obsession.
Remind me.
People,
Yeah, the obsession one. Yeah, the obsession one. That black lady, fucking hell, man. She let down the team. She let down the fucking team. You know what I mean? Drinking fucking air freshener. She's gonna poison her damn self. You know. You know.
what is that?
That's only gonna burn your insides, isn't it?
Like, I didn't even know. I just don't get it. I really don't get
Yeah.
it.
I just don't understand. You know what I mean? Like, what does her when she goes to the toilet? Yeah, what does that feel like? Kind of thing. You know what I mean? That's all I want to know. You know what I mean? What does the fuck that feel like? Because that must be some hot shit.
Yeah, when she does it, when they check her organs or her insides, I
Yeah,
think they find that she's damaging herself because that's
definitely, man.
chemicals, isn't it?
Exactly, right. I mean, how is that good for our organs, like your kidneys and your liver and that? How is that? You know what I mean? How does that work? But yeah, that was crazy. You know, nothing surprises me with these Americans, man. I'm telling you, nothing fucking surprises me.
Big
Look
up,
at the president.
Yeah, look at their president. I know.
Exactly.
Their
Shit,
president.
man.
Our prime minister, though.
I know, yeah. I mean, yeah, he's not better, but at the same time, I wouldn't expect him to come on TV and be talking about. Remember when Donald Trump was there talking about to combat this coronavirus, he should drink some bleach. Is it bleach or disinfectant?
Yeah.
One of them.
Something.
One of them, yeah, had like a funny name or something. Yeah, you know what I mean. I wouldn't really expect Boris to come on TV and say that, but then again, you know what I mean. He is kind of dumb like that too.
Mr. Lee, big up Trill Twin, FG, big up man like Flame. Flame said he don't get notifications no more. Flame,
Yeah, man. Like I said,
try unsubscribe and resubscribe and hit the notification bell. That's to anybody that's not getting any notifications. That might be a fix.
Yeah, it might be.
It might be a fix, man, but I don't know. I really don't know what it is they're doing. You know,
they're just fucking around with everyone's channel, innit? And to be fair, it's like I'll make comments sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
And depending on what I put in that, what I write or what emoji I use, it just straight gets deleted. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? You know what I mean?
What man messaging me like, you pussy, yo.
Yeah. What's going on?
I got my message like, pussy, yo. What happened to free speech? Yeah, I thought you was about free speech, but you're just like rare. I'm like, yo, it's not that deep.
And that one stays, exactly. That one's all bright and highlighted to see. You get me? What the fuck?
It's really not that deep, yeah. Like, this is YouTube. YouTube, yeah?
Exactly.
It's a bit like, that guy's a prick, and they're not letting you put the comment in, or you put the comment in, no one else can see it. Yeah,
it's like you'll press enter or press submit, and then it's like it's gone, just whatever, disappeared.
Yeah. YouTube censorship is out of control. I've literally got my thing set to allow all comments, so you can say suck your mum, Jedi. You get me? Blah, 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 and comment will come up. So if your comment don't come up when you're typing, like even in this in the chat room, there's certain things you try to type it won't go through. Like simple things like what I tried to call, like obviously you can't write cunt in here. You can't. Let me write it. Is it? No, you can't write cunt. Try it now. Yeah. Nah. YouTube rejected your comment, which usually means they think it's spam. The other day, it wasn't letting me send the link to join the panel. It was saying that they consider it might be spam, so you can't send it. Rah, imagine. Yeah, man, they're going on crazy ways. Big up Mark Carter. Catch all that free. You're right, Sham. Yeah. He's in the... Go on, Sham. What are you saying? You might be having difficulties because I can't hear you. Yeah. No, you know Sham can't shut up, so he's definitely watching. Yeah, I'm not gonna cuss Sham because Sham's one of those fiery guys. You get me? Yeah, come and tell me about myself. Ooh. Yeah, it's like be like, it's people like you, yeah. You get me? No, but big up Sham. You know what I mean? Yeah, CA says reactions have been very cool. Short film reaction was also fire. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, man, they've been good. Yeah, it's like properly get me laughing and you know what I mean, giggling, thinking what the hell people get up to, man. It's nice to switch up the tempo a little bit, switch up the pace. And also, you know, like I'm a heavy thinker. I like to think I'm a heavy thinker, and I think sometimes some of the content I put out can be a bit heavy for some of the people that fuck with me because they know me in person as being like a funny guy, a joker, or whatever.
Yeah, you like that light-hearted.
Yeah, you know, like, and like I feel like I just like to balance whatever's going on. So if everyone's having a great time and everything's jokes and blah blah blah, then I'm probably gonna remind you of the deeper side of shit and to be more thoughtful and mindful. And if everyone's being all thoughtful and mindful and all saintly and all righteous, I'm gonna remind you about ratchetness and jokes and dirty laughing and you know, like you know, like the other side of shit, so that you have that balance. Because
I see what you're saying, but I think it depends on the person, innit? I think like nowadays, a lot of us are like. Not in a bad way, yeah, but a lot of us are in our feelings and that, innit?
Right,
so sometimes we'll, you know what I mean, we'll see something online, for example, George Floyd's fucking murder, and then we'll get on a live with you or something, and you'll be talking about all this gang violence in London or Birmingham or whatever, and it just kind of triggers, you know what I mean? You just get triggered. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's heavy, more or less. Yeah.
Yo, Sham, you got no microphone. Yeah. Well, Sham, I don't know if it's your location or what.
Yeah. I don't know. Have you been calling me? I don't know. I was talking, then I realized it cut off. Man. I think it's my reception.
All right.
It sounds like your reception. Yeah.
I think it's. But yeah. I think. Jeds, you know, when you sort of like you add another side, I know that you obviously got your view, but you just like to throw a little something in there. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think it's a good thing because it does obviously give a balance. It's even with some of the, you know, like some of the, you know, Kate Hopkins and all that. I know you're not rating what they're saying, but you want to just give an angle. Sometimes, if you can't defend that angle, then maybe she is right. So it's actually
right. You know, maybe she's
quite exactly.
Are you prepared?
So
Are you prepared for the people you don't necessarily rate or like, or that don't rate or like you? Are you prepared to stand up and say this person's right? Are you? Can you do that? Are you for truth or are you for you?
Feelings.
You know, and that's a good thought exercise for us all to do. Like that, I found myself agreeing with Katie Hopkins on a number of her points. Points. Do you know what I mean?
Do you remember that you put that video about what's that redhead racist woman called?
Jada.
About her. I mean, as I was watching what you put up, I thought, okay, so she's obviously telling us a story now of she's been arrested, and you've clearly got people doing the same thing, not being arrested. To her, that's a clear injustice. Obviously, there's aggravating factors like she's going into a community with threatening behavior, being under attack. She's kind of on the attack. Whereas what was happening, BLM, they are defending themselves. Difference, but still, I can see where.
At the same time, like the guy she's complaining about went to an organized event where they were welcome, invited, and taking part in. So it's not like they just went to a random street or into a random small village and were marching through the village and antagonizing people that would obviously have opposing.
You know what I mean? That was my point. Yeah, exactly.
It's clever language, but like I feel like even using the word like paramilitary and that, I mean they definitely used a military style framework, but so did the cadets, so did like even the scouts and shit, and you know they salute and do little drills, and it's about discipline and formation and synchronization. It ain't about do you know what I mean? We're now a militia, right? So obviously when it's black people, it does look more menacing, it does look more scary, it does have more impact, it has more potency, and we need to explore why. We as society need to talk about why is the imagery of organized black people a threatening sight? Why is it something you need to speak out against? Like, break that down.
But it's always like that, though. You know, I don't think that's gonna change.
No, I don't want to change
it.
it. I don't want to change it. I want us to
Yeah.
discuss why.
Are you saying it in a positive way or in a negative way when you say why?
I'm just saying it in a way that it is. I just want to know, why is it that when you see a group of organized black people, namely men, but they clearly was women and whatever there as well,
Yeah.
In fact, it don't even matter. One of the women looked about 4 foot.
Yeah.
Literally, in the clip, one of the women is about 4 foot, and you still see it as something being threatening. So what is that? They didn't do anything.
To be honest,
you saw them. Yeah.
I think it's more the movement that's threatening, and it comes back to they said many times. It's about, if black people do power, all the same done, do white people that they done to us? This is the question that is on. I feel it's somehow, you know, it don't need to be asked, but it's felt by white people. I think they know there's a lot of history and a lot has gone on, so they kind of view it as, you know, what would they do if you know, they just
get power or whatever,
basically
up. Yeah. Okay, so you empathize with them then, yeah? Big up Raw Beats, man. Big up family. Raw Beats, link up today, you know. We got studio, we got something else. Yeah, let me message you. Yeah, carry on, Sham. Sham, did you cut out? Probably.
Hear me?
Yeah, go again.
You can hear me, yeah? All right. Yeah, basically, empathy itself is understanding. If you look at what empathy is, it's understanding. It's like people understand it as if you feel sorry for the person. That's not the way I look at empathy, but you understand that they probably think, because, you know, most sensible white people know that there's a lot of things that go on that are not. So do they feel like it could be hard for them? It could become difficult for them? I think they feel like they're losing their country. And this is the fear that obviously Jada and all these Tommy, that's what they're building off. They're building off fear, you know? And as long as they're going to keep selling, they're just going to keep growing. You know what I mean? But I think black people in general, some of the most accommodating, they go anywhere in the world, they get on with anyone. You know, I think it's almost to the detriment, you know, to be so open, so giving, you know, but it is what it is. It's culture clash.
I mean,
yeah, I mean, that could be one of the reasons. Another one of the reasons could be, if you look at most racist people, or they've usually been tramps. If I'm honest, that's how most of these people that got marches look like trash, you know, like rednecks. Most sort of like white people that you've seen and have experienced things, they have a different view. And I don't think most of the general people who come out on these marches and you know, hold all of these flags and what, I don't think a lot of them are in a good place to begin with. A lot of them are probably broke, you know, they've had a hard life, you know.
Yeah, Sham, honestly, we definitely need to get you, get your microphone or your reception sorted out. It's definitely a reception problem, I think. But yeah, we need to get that sorted out for you, man. Car, you always got good.
Listen, I'm gonna try come.
Is there?
I don't even know if you can hear me. I'm gonna try and come back. see if it does something. Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right. Once.
Yeah, man. You got good points, and it just keeps cutting out. CA says it's Western fear, Jedionline. The same mindset that's currently worried about an increasingly powerful China also worries about any sign of power in our community. It's Western fear. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the West are definitely shook. Most people seem a bit shook, like they come from a place of fear. They worry about their land first, and you know their culture and you know their ways being eradicated. Obviously, Europe has got a big history of that, and so has Africa. Got a big history of cultures being attacked and eradicated and whatever. Maybe that is the nature of humankind. Maybe, do you know what I mean? Maybe that's just what it is. This might is right. If you're strong enough and you're bad enough, take what you want, innit? Maybe that's the rule. And we're being convinced that's not the rule while we look at history and see that that's how everybody achieved their status. No one achieved their status through loving it up and kumbayaing and, you know what I mean? Let's all hold hands. It was get down or lay down. Until, not even until, but on a large scale, that's been going on for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, if not thousands. Do you know what I mean? Modern times now tell us that, oh, well, you know, that's not the way to go about shit. But then our governments still run around and bomb everyone up and, you know, they still want to get down or lay down. They just be calling it sanctions or, oh, we're going to liberate the people of this land and rare, but they still shoving their fucking pipes into people's soil and mashing up their crops and manipulating weather and, you know, instigating like false revolutions and putting in their puppet governments and, you know, like doing all sorts of shit. So I don't know. Why is nobody talking about this? Pentagon UFO unit to publicly release some findings after ex-official says off-world vehicle found. Bro, like, anyway, like I said, fam, like, Aria, if you could, where would I find this article? UFO unit will make some, man. This is where the propaganda starts. This is where they start. This is where you start meeting the demons. This is where you start meeting demons, man. What's it? UFO. What do you call it? Unit will make findings. Man, this better be in a very reputable source. Oh, I'm not in it. Independent.co.uk. Oh, shit. Let me see this. Let me share my screen. Thank you, Aria, sorry. Let's go. Hit the like button, family tree. You know what I mean? It's a small gesture that goes a long way. And support up the thing. Hit up the PayPal. I know you motherfuckers got paid today. You know what I mean? Drop a nugget in there, man. Drop a little change for your boy Jedi for all the content. And I promise I'm gonna keep coming up with fly shit every day. Keep coming up with funky ass shit like every day. May I kick a little something for the G's and something as I breeze through.
Yeah, how am I sounding nice? It's better.
Yeah, you sound like you got some bitches in the living room getting it on.
You know how it is. Yes. Bitches everywhere. No, but yeah, I don't wanna I don't know if you guys moved on or what you're talking about now, but yeah, I think my phone's acting a bit better now. I was kind of in between. I was standing close to where the Wi-Fi was. Yeah. But I think I was I was close but not close. They kept going on to data to Wi-Fi, and that's what I think was doing it. So yeah. It's on data now. But what are you talking about now then?
We're talking about Arla said she sent something or told us something that
whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
So basically, let me scroll down. Pentagon UFO unit to publicly release some findings after ex-official says off-world vehicle is found. It is something from outside this planet that might actually be better than the Chinese or the Russians. A Pentagon UFO unit, hold on. Will make some investigations public as ex-advisors suggest that vehicles not made on this earth were placed in U.S. government storage. The team will update the U.S. Senator's Intelligence Committee on its unidentified flying object UFO research every 6 months. Publicly named in 2019 as the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force, the Pentagon unit succeeded an investigative UFO program that was said to have disbanded prior to 2017. One former official, Eric Davis, told the Times that he briefed the U.S. Department of Defense in March about the retrieval of off-world vehicles not made on this earth. The Pentagon consulted, and subcontractor said objects he believed we couldn't make ourselves were discovered during his time on the unit, where he worked since 2007. Whilst no crash artifacts have been documented in public, Harry Reid, the former Democratic Senate Majority Leader, said told the Times that he came to the conclusion that UFO materials were in the government's possession. After looking into this, I came to the conclusion that they were reports, some were substantive, some not so substantive, that they were actual materials that the government and the private sector had in their possession, said the former senator for Nevada. It is not known what details the Pentagon unit will provide to the Senate, whilst acting Intelligence Committee Chairman Marco Rubio said last week that his priority was to uncover who was behind unidentified flying vehicles seen over American military bases. I'm going to read some more. Let me just let someone in. Oh, someone left. Oh, everyone left. Oh, it's just me. It's just me. Yeah, the link is in the description. Anyone that wants to jump on, join me, feel free. We have things flying over our military bases. Oh, 1 second. Who's just come in now? Sham. If you come in, you're staying in.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, this thing. You know what it is? I'm kind of in like a bit of a woodland area.
Right.
I'm driving through, and I think that's kind of what it is.
Nah, I hear you.
So what? Obviously, this conspiracy kind of, even though I don't like using that word, but I've been hearing from about 2 years ago that the next sort of thing that's gonna hit us is they're gonna start unifying everyone, bringing everyone under one sort of scaremongering umbrella, and it's gonna be aliens. I've heard it from time ago.
Yeah.
That this is what they're gonna start doing, and obviously when you've played out, viruses and all the rest of it, the next thing is going to be aliens. And it's kind of ironic because I always kind of believed that there was species on other planets. I think that's a sensible way of thinking, considering how big, and how vast space is, So I definitely believe that there's other living organisms. They could be totally different to us. They could be similar to us. So for me, I don't really understand. It's a weird angle now. If they're coming off an angle of there's aliens and it's a whole big lie and they're doing it just to scare us, I'd find that pretty strange, because I think it's more likely that there are aliens out there. But then if they are intelligent enough to reach us, I think you got to look at intelligence. What do humans do with intelligence? You don't necessarily, unless you got like a mental health issue, you don't necessarily go and see a cat and just stab it just because you can, do you? So if aliens are more intelligent than us, I don't see why they would come and just destroy us. I don't see how that would be productive. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about this aliens thing, and I'm definitely not sure about space and planets. I'm not sure about.
Okay.
It. Yeah, so it's hard.
So what are you saying then? Are you saying you're saying flat Earth? We're on a pillar, and all we can do is go down the pillar?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay.
I'm just saying I'm not convinced that there are planets there that are physical things that you can land on and that creatures can live on. I'm not convinced of that.
Okay, but most planets already were inhabitable. They've proven that. So you got Venus, for instance, that was habitable at one stage.
I've never been to Venus.
I know, but
I've never seen Venus. I've never seen any imagery of Venus to prove that Venus is like terra firma. You get me? And if I can't prove it's terra firma from the image, from looking through a telescope, I don't believe that you're going to be convinced that it's a spherical ball where life can inhabit the surface. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know what they tell us. I'm not convinced in what the details they give us about space are correct. I do believe, however, that there are other places. However we can unpack that, I'm down to. But like, I believe there's other places than where we are. But that's just maybe it's just a thing of distance or dimension. But I don't believe in space. Like, as in, we're floating through space and there's other planets floating through space. I think maybe one of my theories is, I think the theory that feels the best to me is that we are standing on the universe, right? We are part of the universe. We're standing on the universe. And all we need to do is acquire the freedom to explore it. That means traveling in any direction for any length of time that you want and fully being able to explore your home. Because we don't have the ability or we don't have the liberty to do that, that makes me question, first of all, where do I live? I don't want to spend my time looking up when I could be looking north, east, south, west, or I could be traveling north, east, south, west to my heart's content. Because I'm sure, left alone to explore, in a lifetime, you would not run out of new places to discover.
But yeah. Jed, I can kind of destroy that. I can't really say anything but that. I gotta be honest. You can circumnavigate the Earth.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, you could go and travel, and you could make a complete circle.
No, you can't.
Explain. How can you not?
Because you said circumnavigate.
Yeah.
You know what that is, right?
Yeah. So you could travel. Let me put it this way: you could travel from one location to another, and you could come back on yourself.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
Okay, I've done this before. I've done this before when this whole flat Earth was like a bigger thing. But
you've gone around the world. Let me show you.
I haven't gone around the world, but I can show you by boat tickets, and I can show you real tickets which you can purchase and buy. You know, you can go and book them online yourself, and I can show you how you can get around the world. Huh?
To go where?
To go around the world.
No,
you could either go Russia to Canada, and you could go that way, or you could go down to, what's that place? Is it Peru? Or what is it? That long at the bottom of South America. You can circumnavigate. You can go around the Earth and make a complete circle, and you can come back at the top of Antarctica, or at the bottom, however you wanna call it, Canada, and you can do it again.
Circumnavigation, right?
Huh?
You know this is circumnavigation, right? See these routes? Yeah. You know this is what you call circumnavigation, right?
Okay.
You know there's massive land masses that you can't cross. You're not gonna travel. Like, for instance, you talking about you can get one from where? Peru to where?
Don't quote me on Peru. I'm talking about the bottom of South America, Antarctica, and then back around.
So you can go from the bottom of South America,
Canada, yes,
down to Antarctica.
Yeah, and basically,
So will you be crossing Antarctica?
yeah, you will.
You will cross Antarctica. So how are you going to
Yes.
manage to do that then?
Look,
You talking about the Antarctic?
let me put it to you like this.
Or the Antarctic, the continent Antarctica. What are we talking about?
I'm talking about you going around in a full circle around the
You're
globe.
going to go across the lip of Antarctica, but you're not going to go across Antarctica.
No, you're going to go across.
You're going to go. You're not going to go across Africa. You're not going to go across any landmass. You're actually just going to go around the islands. Yeah, you're going to go around some islands, and you're going to end up in a circle. But that doesn't mean that you're on a ball because you're going around the islands that you've been navigated to go through. We got international water, and we've got waters that you ain't going to be able to travel through. Now, a lot of these yachtsmen and that do their around the world and blah blah blah, they follow set routes that are set for them. Yeah, and
I know this,
and it's strict for them,
yeah.
isn't it? Right? So, like, as soon as they come off that,
saying that is complicating it though. I'm not saying that. I'm saying unrestricted. If you look at location by location, so you're telling me you can't get from Ethiopia to Gambia, for instance? Of course you can.
Yeah, but
what direction you can't get from Tunisia to South Africa?
Listen. No one's making an argument that you can't cross Africa.
Yeah.
No one's making an argument. So
I don't get what you're saying. Why you can't travel? I'm trying to say to you that you can come. Yeah, I'm not talking about what's restricted and what's not restricted. I'm trying to say you can go from Canada to Russia. Can you not?
It's possible.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So where is the problem there?
If you can go from Canada to Russia, that's great.
Yeah.
Like, how is that going around the world? I don't get what you're talking about, going from location to location. That's great, but how is that traveling around the world and being able to confirm the map projection that you're given of what landmass is available? How is that? Like, if you're following set routes, flight routes, those flight routes are earmarked, not even earmarked, they're set out by the aviation industry that tells people what international airspace is and where they're allowed to travel and what routes they can travel. And they dictate that through air traffic control and other means. So I don't know, like, it's still not your freedom to go around the world.
Yeah, but that's what I'm not talking about freedom. I'm talking about, look, all right, let me just put it to you like this. It was about 1 or 2 years ago.
Yeah, hold on. Can I just say,
yeah.
I think what you're doing is you're looking at a map and you're saying, yeah, you can go to all these places.
No, I've taken it deeper than that. I'm trying to say, when this whole flat earth thing was a big thing, I said to myself, let me see if, for instance, you can get from the bottom of South America, just for instance now, yeah? Is it possible to book a boat that will take you to Antarctica? Guess what? There is. If you was on the other side of Antarctica, could you, for instance, get to Canada or Iceland or you know?
Yeah, I think you got a problem though. I think you got a problem. Like I keep saying, you're looking at landmasses and saying, can you travel on these landmasses? And when you do that, let me pull something up. When you do that, it's like saying, oh, can you travel from Brixton to Peckham? Of course you can. Like during COVID lockdown, could you travel from here to Scotland? Of course you could. But is there a likelihood that you're going to be stopped? Yeah. Is it illegal? Yeah. Have you got permission? No. Can there be consequences? Yeah. Can a big military gunship come and blow you out the fucking water because you ain't got permission to be in water that's got treaties over it from the 1930s? Yeah. So I'm saying, yeah, you could travel from Peru to Canada or whatever it is you're saying. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that your way of looking at what I'm saying is incorrect. I'm not telling you can't.
I'm gonna just get you to explain it again. Then just explain exactly what your stance is.
Right, look, here's Antarctica, right? Here's Antarctica. This is a part of Antarctica, shall I say? Yeah. So this is not even the whole of Antarctica. Now the ridges, yeah, Palmer, US, all these little places, these little ridges. Yeah, let me get a better Antarctica actually. Right. So this is another falsehood. So all these little ridges, these are places where you can maybe dock. These are places where you can even maybe do small scale expeditions and that. You see this Antarctica, the actual landmass of Antarctica. You can't go there. You're not allowed. You're not allowed. But you're going to use Antarctica as your basis to say that, okay, put it this way. Who flies over Antarctica? Round it. Oh, yeah. Oh, look. If you look to the left, you can see Antarctica. From South America, like from South America is here, right? That's what they're saying. It's the tip of South America. From South America to Antarctica is actually not that much of a big deal. From you get to this tip of Antarctica. But to get to this part of Antarctica, yeah, you're going to need to be part of the team. So from your perspective, you can see a little bit of some ice and rare, and you're like, yeah, this is Antarctica. But you ain't seeing the entirety of what Antarctica is, how big it is, what the borders of it are, what the boundaries are of it, what's at the center of it. You're not getting all that information. So I'm saying, like, don't be fooled just because they're going to fly you near somewhere. You get me? I could fly you through, I don't know. I could fly you through,
But look, I understand where you're going. I get what you're saying with Antarctica, but I feel Antarctica is a separate issue.
Hold on. It's not a separate issue though.
It's a separate issue.
It ain't. The reason why it's not a separate issue is because you're talking about being able to book a flight or a boat from Peru to Antarctica.
Okay, but first tell me your position.
Slow down. Is that correct?
Yeah, but the thing is, what you're saying I can't go because of restrictions. I'm talking about the Earth. I'm talking about the Earth specifically being a sphere, being a ball, being round. Yeah, if you're talking about the shape being different, then I can understand why you would say. Because let me tell you something now. Yeah, about 2 years ago, yeah, we spoke about this. Yeah, brother, you would not take a position.
How big is the Earth? I'm still not taking a.
Yeah.
Remember, listen. Okay. Remember, listen. Yeah, you're the only one that's mentioned flat Earth. Let me
qualify it. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Yeah,
we were speaking. Do you remember the conversation?
Wait.
Yeah.
You're the only one that's mentioned flat Earth, and you're
because that's where you're coming from.
Fam, let me finish a point. You're the only one that's mentioned flat Earth, and you're the only person talking about what the shape of the Earth is. I'm saying I can't confirm the bullshit. My main thing that I was talking to you about was
exactly you can't confirm the bullshit.
I can't confirm it because what's that got to do with anything? My whole point was landmass and how much landmass there is and how much landmass we are aware of. That was my point.
Can I just make my point because I got cut off before? Let me just make my point because basically after all this reception, my phone is now saying overheating, can't use device. So I've got it next to the fan. I'm trying to say to you that the reason I'm saying Antarctica is a separate issue is because if you look at Antarctica, what is so special about that place? Things have been frozen for maybe thousands of years. Okay? Thousands of years. Imagine what you could find in that place. Imagine what you could find. If there's like, I don't know, alien spacecraft or anything, it's gonna be there. Anything, artifacts, animals, you could take DNA or some crazy animal you didn't even know existed. It's gonna be there. It's golden. This is why there's so much emphasis on Antarctica. Yeah. But if you're talking about traveling and actually
who told you that though? Where have you got that information from?
Well, the things have been frozen there for a long time.
Yeah. And that's why it's so special there, right? Who told you that?
Okay, well, first of all, there's a lot of strange like there's a treaty that's there at the moment, and it seems like no matter what war, no matter what dispute, this treaty is solid. So every country, the UK's got its little piece.
And what is the treaty? And how does the treaty affect Antarctica?
Well, to us, it's sold as sort of like a scientific thing, isn't it? To monitor global warming and all the rest of it. But I think there's more to the story. Okay? So that's why I think it's special. But had it not been special, I think you'd be able to go there, holiday there, and do whatever you wanted.
So like I said, when we're talking about, even if you're talking about, the world is a ball, you need Antarctica to prove your sphere, right?
No, but okay, but you need to show me more of Antarctica to prove your side in that case,
bro. No,
you know.
What do you mean? You need to see Antarctica before you can even have an argument here. I'm telling you that it's in protected international waters. It's part of a treaty. You're not allowed there. I'm not allowed there. We can't fly over it. If we go anywhere near it, we're going to get blown out the fucking water. This is what I'm telling you. You're telling me some next thing about boats to Antarctica. So I just tried to explain to you. You can hold on.
Yeah.
I just tried to explain to you. You can go to the edge of Antarctica. You can go to a small bit of islands, but it's not the actual shelf. That big bit of landmass that you're looking at right now, that you're not allowed on that. So you have no idea what that is. We can't verify the shape of this landmass. We can't verify the size of it or the extent of it. So this is why I'm trying to say to you, yeah, when it comes to talking about landmass on Earth, unless we are allowed the liberty to explore to our heart's content, I can't confirm or deny what is where and what is what, and how much landmass there is available.
Why do you think it's so restricted? I think you got a view that it's just mad restricted, and like you can't. Huh?
We've both got the same view. What's wrong with you, bro? You just gone and tried to break down.
I'm trying to.
Listen. Yeah. You just tried to break down. And
hold on.
No, bro. You just tried to break down the Antarctic Treaty to me, even though I was saying this to you 10 minutes ago. So I'm just like, I let you get on with it. Now we're in agreement that Antarctica ain't just some free land to just roam and explore. Yeah, we're both in agreement. Now you're coming at me with, you think this mad restricted. You just said it's restricted. You just agreed. So why is it's not a bone of contention, is it? Antarctica is restricted.
I'm not talking about Antarctica. I'm not talking.
The Earth is restricted.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about just Antarctica. Like, for instance, I've heard that, you know, they say the same argument about Africa, that it's unexplored and it's all the rest of it, and you know, but as far as, you know, where we have things geographically, you can buy your own GPS and travel as you please. I was flying in Welland Garden City flying school. You know, I've logged a few hours and I was on my way to getting my PPL, and some of the guys there, they would just turn up, you know, and they'll be like, oh, what did you do on the weekend? Oh, we just flew to Spain or whatever. They'll stop at a private, you know, just like a little field in the middle of nowhere, pay them a little £45, and people would come to Welland Garden City from nowhere, no checks, no nothing. They would just land their aeroplane there and you know, would pay their little duty, wherever it would be. That was it. Fuel and go where they wanted to go. So what I'm trying to say is things are not as restricted as you think. You're allowed to explore.
Bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you. See, there's some people that look like normal people to you, yeah, and maybe even rub shoulders at the same establishments of you. Yeah, I wouldn't advise none of them to think they're gonna get a light aircraft. I think they can fly it anywhere and go and explore.
Anyone can get a PPL, Jeds. Anyone can get it. There's 17-year-old girls that have it.
Stop interrupting me, bro. Stop interrupting me. Let me make my points. You don't know what my punctuation is. When you interrupt me, you're fucking up my mojo of how I deliver my information. I'm very, very deliberate. Like I keep telling people, bro, like I'm very deliberate in my delivery of what I'm saying. I'm never reckless or careless. I know what I'm saying. I know why I'm saying it. Yeah, so I'm saying everyone in the world can get a pilot's license. Yeah, a PPL. Anyone can get a pilot's license. What I'm telling the man them is, please don't think that you can get your pilot license. I think that you can be popping in and out of any country anytime you want. Yeah, you will get detained. You will end up Eliad. You will be Kobe Bryanted out of the fucking sky. Yeah, if you go to the wrong places and you don't have the right permissions. Don't fuck around with these men. Some of these men that are private pilots and they're flying around, them men that got rings that mean that they can get stopped anywhere and they're good. Yeah, one of the very most important things that has offered to me to join quote unquote secret society was the ability to fly and sail anywhere. So we know that yachts and planes are part of their thing. Why? Because there's more land, there's more places to go than we are aware of. But you have to have, your face has to fit. You have to have the right badges. You have to have the right markers on your shit that allow you to go anywhere. Let's not be ignorant and think you can just fly anywhere when planes can't fly from Poland to fucking Chechnya without getting licked out the sky by Russians. So let's be real, innit? Especially in a light aircraft. This ain't blow. Yeah, you ain't just going to Guatemala and picking up a few ounces of cocaine and sliding through fucking some little farmyard over in Gloucestershire. It ain't happening. Please don't think that it's like that. You get me? So even this man that went Spain and that, he's telling you, yeah, I just went Spain and yeah, there's no checks and rare. And enough of them, man, they can get away with 1 or 2 bits. Get me? But that has nothing to do with going to uncharted lands. You in that air, you're detected. You're not undetected. You're not an unidentified flying object. You are a plane and whatever it is, a Lear, whatever you are, and they know you're there. And if you go somewhere that you're not supposed to, you will end up in trouble. Get me? It ain't nothing to say that your plane just came into some trouble and like bro, they be licking out jumbo jets full of scientists, bro, and having the whole world search for that shit for months. Yeah, so don't think that your little light aircraft is gonna make you Indiana Jones. You ain't raiding no tombs. Like, please, please. Yeah.
No,
international
okay.
For real. Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. And obviously the way you broke it down in that context, I agree with you. Okay. But I'm just saying that basically, what is the problem with a spare shape and traveling around it? Okay, we have time zones. Can you explain to me time zones in that case and how they work if it weren't for the fact that
time zones are man-made? Time zones are man-made, and the sun doesn't shine on the whole earth at the same time. It's not big enough. You get me? It's not far enough. The sun's closer than they say, and it doesn't shine everywhere at the same time. Take a torch, stand on your sofa, turn off your lights, and shine your torch down onto your carpet. Shine your torch down on your carpet. Wherever the beam is and it's concentrated, it's daytime there. The rest of your carpet, bro, don't stop. Okay, and hear me. The rest of your carpet is in darkness. That's all I know. It doesn't. No matter what the shape of the earth is, it doesn't all have to be illuminated at the same time. So yeah, you can have night here and day there. As long as the sun is moving, then you like different places are gonna get their portion of light and dark. It's not
yeah,
even...
but you see how complicated it gets. That means you must be saying that the sun clearly can't be as big. No, but it clearly can't be as big as what we say, sort of mainstream.
Who's we?
Says the size of the sun is.
Well,
I'm just saying that if it's that shape.
Why would I believe if the mainstream scientists can't tell me the truth about a face mask being detrimental to my health and actually having close to zero impact on my ability to attract to be infected by a virus, why would I believe them about the essential workings of our cosmos? I wouldn't take anything that they say for granted. They can't tell you the truth about seatbelts. They can't tell you the truth about weed. They can't tell you the truth about your phone. Like, why are they going to tell me the truth about how shit works? Every bit of information I've been given to by these mainstream media that we, or not even the mainstream that we look at as being the voice of God somehow. It's been taught to us, and now it's part of our reality. Like, we see the world in the way that they've taught us, and it's a process to try and break away from that and try and unsee what they taught and use your eyes and use your senses and use your critical thought. It's a whole process to even unbrainwash yourself, to even realize, hold on, why do I believe this? What proof have I ever fucking had that what I believe to be true is true? Why would I bet money on this, or why would I bet my life on this when the same person that told me this, a few years before that, told me that I wasn't even really human, and the same people that told me this telling me that I came from a monkey, and the people that told me this telling me this, like, no, I ain't got time for it. I don't have time to follow them. So I'm trying to wipe what my process is trying to get back to where I was when I came here. Yeah, which was filled with wisdom, filled with knowledge, filled with information, filled with spirit. And this process of attaining the awards and the stripes and the accolades in the fucking curriculum have actually stripped me of my common sense, stripped me of reality and deeper truths, and it's actually made it harder for me to navigate in nature. Because as a child, as a baby, you are one with nature. You know where your food's coming from. You know how to shit. You know how to breathe. You're not dying for clothes. You don't have unnecessary, distracting desires and shit of material stuff that you just want for no reason. You're just at one. You're closer to the source. You literally came from somewhere that the oldest man on the planet can't remember. Like, you are so deep as a child, as a baby. You come through that fucking portal. No one even knows when your consciousness hit that fucking embryo. Nothing. You're just a divine mystery. Magic, the closest to magic. And then as we get older, we get to our 30s, 40s, 50s, we filled up with all this shit that Professor Rare said and stuff. And we're wondering why we're so detached from, we don't see the stuff we're supposed to see. You don't see the shit that the baby sees in the corner of the fucking room. You don't see that shit. You know what I mean? You don't sense someone coming up the stairs and start barking like when the dog barks, because you're not in tune with that. Because you got a phone, you're more in tune with a vibration in your pocket coming from a radioactive device. So even when the radioactive device isn't in your pocket, you're still feeling a vibration. That's how fucked you are. You're still right. Is that my phone? You know?
You know, all right. You're obviously, you're winning me over. Like, I'm agreeing with you. You get what I'm saying? But then also, you know, nothing is, in my opinion, is black and white. Didn't the NHS tell you cigarettes were bad? You get what I'm saying? It's like there's pros and cons to information, and you've got to learn.
But wait, before they did that though, King, before they did that, your doctor was smoking while you was telling him about your chest hurting. He offered you a cigarette. You want to see?
Yeah.
Even before that, your doctor was offering you cigarettes because you was overweight, and he was like, "Yeah, start smoking. You lose weight."
Yeah. No, there's pros and cons, but I think with anything, you need to learn to obviously divide up what is useful information, what is complete rubbish, and what is somewhere in between. So when you're looking at this information being brand new,
Prime MVM, listen, you see you and your capital letters telling me what to compare nothing to. Don't compare the sun to a torch. Why not? Why? Why can I not compare the sun to a torch? Like, break that down to me. Is it not a source of light? Is it not a source of light? Like, what the fuck? Is light not heat? Like, what the fuck? Can you not cook something with a torch? Can you not burn something with a torch? Nah? Can you not get an intense bulb that can burn, cook, do whatever? Like, the fuck are we talking about? Do we not grow shit under fucking lights? Are you not probably smoking some weed that was grown under some torch lights? Yeah, a torch is a light, right? So did the torch not replicate the sun and grow half the fucking food that you fucking eat? What are we talking about? Man, stop trying to be too clever for themselves, man. Just keep it simple. It's not facts.
No, you're right. You're right. It, you know, a normal light can give energy. All right.
Come on, man. Telling me don't compare a torch to the sun. What are you talking about?
It can.
Another man telling me the sun don't move. Are you dumb? How? Not even your greatest astrophysicist or quantum physicist or whatever believes that the sun does not move. V, man, you sucked in. You've been battling. You've been doing too much flat Earth battles with people. Do you know what I mean? So you just jump into any argument. I want to tell people the sun don't fucking move. If the sun don't move, how is us and the sun hurtling through the fucking solar system? How are we? How are we supposed to be hurtling through space if our sun don't fucking move? What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about, man.
Look, if they want to talk, they go to someone like I did and say what they need to say. You know what I mean? Everyone's invited. But when you're saying all this information is new, like, not going to quote you, but you're kind of going on like this information is new and it's our scientists of today's age. And obviously we can track, you know, the progression of the so-called scientists that we know. But how do you explain sort of Kemetic, constellations and how they map that stars and how they map that?
I got no issues, brother. I got no issues with constellations, bro. I got no issues with
So,
luminary.
so what about
Hold on. I got no issue with celestial lights. I got no issue with stars. Jimmy, I got no issue with that. I got no issue. I don't know what a star is. I don't think no one knows what a star is. I got
the
no
burned
issue
out
with
sun? That's what they say, isn't it?
That's what they say. I don't like
Yeah.
the fuck. Why am I gonna have to keep putting what they say in front of what I know? I'm not doing that anymore. That's the exercise. Yeah, they say it's a burnt out sun. So what? What fucking evidence do I have that a star?
Okay. So this is the thing. Sometimes this is where sometimes it can go. I'm not saying with you, I'm not saying it with you, but some people like take Earth. This is an invasion into a community where obviously you have people who are woke and who are trying to achieve a state of consciousness. You said, how does the dog know? Like, I've seen dogs do crazy things. Like, how do they do these things? No one knows, but they do. And I do believe with baby, we've definitely lost something major.
Yeah, pure vegetation, but you never said shit. You actually never said shit. You were saying don't compare a torch to the sun to a torch. I said, what do you mean? Of course I can. And I explained why I can, and you ain't said nothing. So you sound like you're cracking up. I can see lots of laughing emojis, like you're obviously like ha 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 ha, big LOLs, but you ain't like just come back with something intelligent. Come back with an actual counter argument to why I shouldn't compare the sun to a torch for ways of what do you call it? Ways of metaphor. I don't get it. You get me? Yeah, big up, man. Everyone wants to be the smart one. I'm just giving my standpoint in it. Like, I'm not even telling you how to think, but you just told me don't ever do this. Man, shut up, man. Anyway, man, shut up. You're never gonna jump on and use your voice.
But do you sort of agree to a certain extent that you have to divide up where the information is? You can't. You have to take some information and got some information to get the proper.
You have to take some information, and like, I mean, information is out there. Whatever you do with it, you do with it. The information is still going to be out there. Whether you shape your reality on it or you choose to discard it all. I think personally, the safest thing to do is discard as much as you can. Like, just like honestly, because even if something is a fact or a truth, it doesn't make it the ultimate truth. There may be other options. Do you know what I mean? You may be onto something that no one's considered. You know what I mean? The facts are not necessarily synonymous with the truth. Facts are just a presentation of information. Do you know what I mean? So we can give you the facts. I can give you the facts. Don't you think
it comes down to sort of?
I can give you the facts about something. Do you know what I mean? Like, these are the facts of the case, right? But I can't give you the truth, innit? Because the truth is probably between two people that were there to know what happened, innit? Do you know what I mean? The facts are Jedi and Sham were seen walking into that room. You get me? The facts are Jedi and Sham an hour later were seen leaving the room. The facts are
all the money.
The facts are when we entered the room, there was a dead body there. Those are the facts. Now, what's the truth? What's the truth?
No, I hear you.
Go there and find the dead body. Did I kill the person? Did you kill the person? Did the person kill themselves after we left? Do you know what I mean? Like so, yeah.
But don't you think sometimes you have, so if you go to
you're breaking up, King.
Life. The meaning of life is surely survival, right? Can you hear me now? It's better.
Yeah, we say the meaning of life.
Is it better? Yeah. So I'm saying, if you look at the meaning of life, even though I think that's a very big term, but if you look at just basic survival, our survival right now is having this phone, because it might allow you to, know where you're going, or just things that, it can help you navigate. You're not navigating by stars. You're using this tool that's here. So it's kind of like, if you weigh up where we're at now, where people were at many years ago, their everyday challenges might be totally different to what ours are now. So this could make sense now. It's a very conscious place that we're at, even though we like to put ourselves down and think that we're not really conscious, because we believe conscious.
We're breaking up,
almost be. Can you? What can? I don't know what can you hear me? Can you hear me at all, or what's going
I hear
on?
you now. I hear you now. Whatever you've just done, just this second.
I'm trying. Look, let me just go back and rewind. I'm trying to say to you that
Yeah.
consciousness could be measured according to where we're at. Okay, so right now, our consciousness levels means that we're having phones, we do certain things, we use a whole heap of tools, cars, and computers, and that's what we use for our survival, right? Okay, that's us being conscious right now. I don't understand what is so wrong with that. If survival is the end game, it surely must be the end game. So
Bro,
if these things are allowing.
You're you're a little bit confused though. Like I can hear it. I can hear like you're a bit like you kind of embracing all of it, and you want to be like for me, yeah, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I think what I'm realizing is there's a choice in it, nature or not. You going with organic shit, or you trying to synthesize what's organically exists. If you synthesize what organically exists, the balance shifts, and what organically exists maybe starts to either fight back for its right to be there or depletes and stops. We're part of we're cells in a body, right? And if we start producing certain chemicals or hormones or whatever synthetically, you know, the body might stop producing it on its own. This is what it is. Like, you know, the further we go away from, for instance, yeah, you talking about we used to read the stars, now we got GPS. Obviously, that seems like a handy thing until your charger don't work, or until you drop your phone and your screen's bust, or until you run out of data, then you're just a dude with no means of knowing where you are. If you learn how to navigate with the stars, if you tuned into nature to that depth, the only way that you're not going to be able to navigate anymore, the only thing that's going to stop you is when you ain't got your eyes. You know what I mean? Or you know what I mean? You're
Yeah, but there's an argument for that as well. Today you can have corrective eye surgery and hearing aids. You understand? Like there's a balance already going on right here, right under our, right in front of us.
Hold on, but people need more hearing aids than ever. People need more glasses than ever.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? The first people that are like, we don't like. I don't come from a family of anyone that's ever needed glasses, bro. Do you know what I mean? And clearly now the new generation, they need glasses, they need this, they need that, mixing in with weaker gene pools, and also like sitting in front of radioactive material, feeding your baby from out the microwave. Like, so the more, like I keep saying, the more we move away from nature, the more ills and ailments we're gonna have to cure. We're gonna, like, somebody gave this example in a group that I'm in today. They said that they got a brethren who was riding a bike at 70 miles an hour, being a dickhead, no helmet, come off the bike, survived, and now they're acting like they survived cancer. And what he means by that is this was a self-induced injury. You were riding a bike with no helmet at 70 miles an hour somewhere where you shouldn't have been, yeah? And you just escaped with your life, but now you're walking around like, say, you beat the random laws of probability, like, I don't know, like someone tried to curse you or someone tried to kick you off your bike and somehow you're a survivor. But actually, no, you could have avoided all of that. So like a lot of the diseases and things we're curing are things that they created to get cured so that they can make more money for the cure. We know this. All these cancers, all these things. And bifocals, to be fair, I don't know if you've ever had glasses or you know someone that's got glasses, but my experience of glasses is people that had a slight issue with their eyes, they wore glasses once or for a little season, and now 20 years later they're still in glasses. The reason why they're still in glasses is because these bifocals make your eyes dependent on the lens, and therefore they have to keep changing the prescription of the glass. Therefore you're indebted, a lifetime customer. That's big business. Big business. You know, it's not even, they don't really give you lenses that correct your eyesight. They actually strain your good eye, strain your eyes, and make you become dependent. Laser correction surgery, obviously that's a marvelous idea, isn't it? It's incredible. It is incredible, but half the reason why your eyes are fucked is because of technology in the first place. You know what I mean? We know the effect that the LCD screens are having on the cornea. Yeah, the blue light is burning man's cornea and stopping man having correct secretion of melatonin, which is going to help you sleep. So man is getting insomnia, which is putting more strain on man's heart. So man are needing more heart surgery. Man are having strokes. Man are having, becoming, having mental illness, depression, all these things. From sitting at our office, trying to sitting at a desk or sitting at, you know what I mean? Staring to a screen, processing information, data. Like for every innovation, there's probably always more side effects than are ever released to the public. You know?
Okay, so you think everything we're doing now is new. You don't feel like there was technology that surpassed us in the past. Would you say they were destructive errors? They were destructive moments in human history?
Well,
like, let's say Atlantis. If there was an Atlantis, for instance, do you think everything was just Zen 100 years ago or many thousand years ago?
I don't know about Atlantis.
Yeah,
bro, I don't know about Atlantis. I don't know if Atlantis exists, if it didn't, blah, blah, blah. If they self-destructed. If they self-destructed, it just goes to prove what I'm saying. If they were so advanced that they created their own demise, then it goes to, I mean, they're so advanced and they got flooded out and they couldn't move to nowhere else in the rest of the world and start again, then I don't know. Something's up with the story unless there's some kind of involvement from something else, some other power or whatever, which I'm open to, but I don't know about Atlantis. It's another story.
But what I'm trying to say is, don't you think technology has always been used and it's always been pushed as far as possible? And don't you think, for instance, all the hype around, let's say, like the pyramids and how the stones were there and how things were done, don't you think it's looking into what technologies they might have had? I believe personally that we are nowhere near the peak of technology and where it's been in the past. I think we're nowhere close. I think technology has been at a much higher scale. Some things that we do are very destructive, like take plutonium and stuff like that. You shouldn't use it on the Earth. Plutonium should be used if maybe people are attacking the Earth or not on the Earth. Some things are obviously to our detriment, big time. We can see it. You know what I mean?
I don't know about that.
But
like, hold on, fam. Hold on. I don't know about all that technology this, technology that. We had and always will have science and know-how. Yeah? Science and know-how. And there was never a time that you can point to me in history, in history, either present day or back in the days, where nature wasn't the key driver. The difference is nowadays we look to synthesize what already occurs in nature. Yeah, we look to recreate and we look to make.
I think one of the obvious ones.
Hold on.
Have you seen?
We look to, bro, man. Hold on, man. I'm just saying to you in there. I'm trying to say something to you, fam. You gotta listen. I'm saying that we're trying to recreate nature and outdo nature and therefore subtly replace nature, which may be different from other times where we worked in conjunction with nature and tried to harness nature. That was where we came from, because nature was part of us. We didn't see ourselves as separate from nature. In today's day, in 2020, man sees themselves as separate from nature. Do you know what I mean? Like literally, we just feel like we're some abstract thing to nature. So then we try to apply our will to nature and try to force our will on nature and try to make nature bend to our thing. We don't understand nature. We don't teach our kids about nature, and we praise the synthetic. We praise the creation, but we don't praise the creator. You know what I mean? That's where we are at. So with science, yeah, a lot of this science, whether they tell you or not, a lot of us know that most of their science is made to try and disprove or create a theory strong enough to dupe the masses into not believing that there is a deliberate design behind this. They want to be in control of that. Go on.
Okay. I think, first of all, it's not all like you've been saying as far as everyone's just abusing their environment. There's countries that recycle and they actually have to import waste because they don't produce enough of their own waste. So there's some countries which are doing really well, and there's some countries which are not doing very well.
So you think waste is the threat to the planet, or whatever?
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to say. I think if you're not controlling sort of like plastic and some waste which nature finds hard to break down, I think, yeah, it can be to the detriment of the planet. But then also as well, your whole point about there's not been technology, that's an argument that has no basis. The only contrast with your friend my way is that you're saying prove it. But how would I produce a mobile phone if I put it in the ground for 100 years? I couldn't take out that mobile phone and say, here, try it out, this can do this and that and whatsoever. So if we're looking back, say for instance, one of the big ones, like the Sumerian people and whatnot, there's a lot of evidence to show they had technology, you know.
That's a very brief. That's a very sweeping statement when you said there's a lot of evidence to show. That's no. I don't know about there being a lot of evidence to show that. But I mean, like I said, man, like I don't think that the ancient people were dumb. I don't think the ancient people were dumb. If anything, they were more in tune with nature. That's what I'm trying to say. Half of these technological advancements and that we're talking about, we just talking about the study of nature and reality of the way of what things are. That's like true science, isn't it? That's all we're talking about. Applying it probably on a deeper level than what we take it now, that we learn in the classroom. This form of science is a form of science. It is not all forms of science. It is not, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of our scientific institutions are based on core beliefs or core ideologies, core teachings that they follow. You know, they got rules, scientific rules and laws that they abide by when working out what is what, you know what I mean? And when disseminating information, they stick between a certain criteria. And if you step out of that criteria, you get blacklisted. Yeah, they will publish papers mocking you, defunding you. You won't be able to get money. You won't get support from your scientific community, and then no one will take you seriously. They won't even give you the time of day. So you could be you could be anywhere on any platform telling them, look, I've got the cure to this and the cure to that, and people will mock you and ridicule you because the mainstream people have said, no, he's a bullshitter. So they've created the emperor's new clothes type of paradigm where either you get down with the way they see shit, or you get whatever you call it, you know.
They just disregard you basically.
Yeah, man, they mug you off. Do you know what I mean? So all the people with the ulterior,
and you disregard, you make you look crazy, and all the rest of it.
All the people with the ulterior about like the world, the earth, the gravity and the forces, the natural forces, and you know, theory of relativity, all these theories, evolution. There's lots of scientists and excommunicated. Thank you. There's lots of scientists and, you know, intrepid minds that just they get mugged off, or they turn up missing. They turn up, they're just dead, isn't it? Scientists dead. Like I said, we're going full circle now. Malaysian Airlines, plane full of scientists. Gone, dusted. That's the end. Next chapter.
What do you? I think my phone was messing up once again. But what do you think about the fact that we are the pinnacle? Because I find that really difficult to sort of, you know, if you're saying that we are the be all and end all, if you're saying we are the absolute top
of what?
The top of everything, the top of all technology at the moment, are we the absolute top?
Bro, another thing is, the language that you use. Who's we, brother?
I'm talking about the human race as of right now, the last 1,000 years.
Are we one? Are we one?
We're definitely not one, but
right. So
I don't know how much you really want to get caught up on that. I think you understand what I'm saying.
No, let me explain what I'm saying though. Yeah, like we're not one, and the reason we're not one is we're not all privy to all the same amount of information about where we are as humans. So where me and you might be debating about where we are in terms of technology and ability, it's a bit kind of redundant for us to have the argument because they're clearly leaps and bounds ahead of wherever we are. So whatever.
Okay, let me just explain what I said because I was cutting out.
Wait. Yeah. Whatever we think is possible, we got no way to measure. We got no way to rule. They can come out and say, "Oh, we might be releasing some information that we got some UFO technology or some UFO something maybe kind of look out for the Look out for an article somewhere, something. Oh, that COVID though. Do you know what I mean? That's the way we get treated. We're babies out here. We have no idea what gone. You got the prime minister of the free world, the president of the free world saying nothing will stop what's coming. Bare cryptic shit. We got the queen talking about what 2 years ago, talking about something about this is the last Christmas and all them thing there. Yeah, we ain't forgotten that shit. They know shit that we don't. So for us to say, oh, this is where we are and we're at the, for me to tell them and say, oh, this is where we are and we're at the top of our technology, I could not possibly say that because I don't know where we are. We don't have a clear vision or clear view of where we are because we don't have transparency, we don't have honesty, and we don't have trust. So if we don't have none of these
things, but can you become,
if we don't have any of these things with the scientific establishment, then how can I believe the laws and the premises that they set up for me to understand what is reality? I cannot feed myself with that and assure myself that this is what is real when I can't trust them about simple things. Like is raw milk good for me? I can't make choices. I can't do nothing. They're telling me that I'm 4 times more likely to die of a virus that they made up, that they created. They're telling me I'm 4 times more likely. So for my own safety, I gotta not go outside. I gotta not meet with my family. I gotta not go to work. I gotta not exercise. I gotta not be a free being. I gotta be part of this thing that they're creating. But at the same time, please believe me when I tell you that this is the shape of the earth and this is the nature of reality and this is your limits. This is what you can physically do. This is all the land that we have. I can't believe them about nothing. This is your history. This is where you came from. I can't believe them. We have an alien being. This is our creator. Who knows what they're going to come out with? Yeah. Look, you can see it. It's going to come on TV. You're going to see this spacecraft or this being or this whatever they're bringing. I'm not buying. I've already opted out of their bollocks, from their news articles to whatever, their public holidays, to their understanding about, like, I'm just not buying into their shit. I will observe it and I'll pick through it to see like hidden messages and what they're trying to, what kind of, how they want us to think. But I'm not gonna ever go back into the days when I was like maybe in primary school or something, and if they told me that the earth was the shape of a triangle, I'd believe it. If they told me that we all originated from blah blah blah, I might have believed. I'm not gonna go back to that. I'm not gonna hand my learning to my enemy. I'm not gonna hand my ability to map out who I am and where I am and how I relate to myself. I'm not gonna give my enemy the reins to that. That's long. That's not freedom. That's slavery. That's government. That's ruling my mental, and I don't want my mental to be ruled. My aim is to head towards sovereignty, which means that even if I get my whole worldview totally wrong and fucked up, I did it on my own. This is half the reason why I don't even read no more. Because I'm sick of everybody else's ideas trying to tell me that, oh, this is definitely real. When, well, we know this and we know that. And everyone starts on these false premises and they clutch to it and they fight for it because they need it, because they need to look in the mirror and underpin their identity with all this information and all these facts. I don't need none of it. Nothing that I've ever been taught has to be true for me to have a relationship with myself and love myself. And that to me is the direction I want to continue to walk in. So, like, yeah, I mean, like, who knows what's really going on? Who knows what's out there? I'm not a great believer in space. I'm not convinced by the aspect of space where it's this thing that is outside of the atmosphere of this earth that we're on. And, you know, there's no up, there's no down. Things are just flying through it. And if we travel through it long enough, we're going to bump into another earth or another being or another spacecraft that just, you can't breathe out there. There's no oxygen. So I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Trust me.
But that's the thing. I'm never trying to come here and quote no scientist. You're talking to someone who sees things to a majority from the same angle that you do. I don't watch the news. I don't ever watch the news. I come on here and, like, you'll talk about the whole bombing. I haven't even seen the bombing. I don't know nothing about it. You understand? Not one single thing. So I shape my reality by my happiness, you know. And sometimes I think we can gain happiness. You might call it synthetic. Can gain happiness from things that are not directly connected to nature.
Right.
I believe you. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. And also, my whole point, which I was saying, when you keep saying about how planets and everything is what's being dictated to us, I'm saying no. There's two sides to it.
Yeah.
You also have biblical references.
No, you don't.
That direction.
You don't, bro. You
Okay.
don't.
You say you don't. You say you don't. Okay, but you got more stuff. Jed, you're not gonna cut me off. Like you've made you've got other things as well. You've got other things as well, which obviously stand, you know, hold a lot of weight.
Quantify. Let's go into the Bible. You said biblical, yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying? What you said? I just
what
want to quantify. Yeah. What's in the Bible about the shape of the
okay,
earth?
first of all, I believe the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, and all these books believe a whole lot of lies, but you might get some truths. Like I said to you, with information that you receive. For instance, we know that people before us used to believe the earth was flat. The Quran has a passage about Christopher Columbus, how he traveled to where he could see the sunset. So that must be true because we know they used to believe that, right? So you can take some things and say, okay, this is...
Sorry, I'm not a Muslim, but I don't think the Quran mentions Christopher Columbus.
He does. Go, yeah, I can tell you this right now. It's a fact. I wouldn't say it otherwise.
Show me.
Yeah. We can look. Let me not get off the subject. People in the comments, they can, you know what I mean? They got the screen in front of them. If you got the screen, you can look.
Huh? You say some shit. How you do it over here? You say some shit.
Okay, go check it out. Go check it out.
No.
Yeah.
Don't tell me to check it out, bro. Just are you saying it like it's a fact? I just say all I'm gonna say is, do you have any way to quantify what you're saying? Because you can just throw things. You can just throw things out, like the Quran, Christopher Columbus. But I think that's an important thing for you to kind of substantiate.
So shall I prove that to you then, and then we move on? You want me to do that? You want me to get you I'll get you the passage. Let me just to another tab. On my phone, I'm sure you could probably do this easy on your screen.
Nah, you know what it is? I'm using a new browser, innit? I'm using a new search engine. It's called the Stuff for Allah, and certain things are banned from.
Oh,
this new halal the Stuff for Allah. You know what I mean?
That's mad.
But yeah.
Okay, I'm looking to where it's now.
I can see a couple Muslims.
I'm sure someone in the comment.
Yeah. So a couple Muslims in the chat are kind of like laughing, or like, I don't think they're in agreement. But what do they know anyway?
Yeah.
How would they know?
Okay, let's have a look. Okay, here it goes. Does the Quran say the sun sets in muddy springs? Yes. Here we have it.
Are you talking? Hit the like button. You talking? You reading?
No. I'm trying to find it for you.
Hit the like button, family. Please show some love. And tune it Friday, and it's such a glorious day. Don't you think I deserve like an ice pole? You get me? Being that I'm a pole dancer, can I dance with an ice pole? Can I get an ice pole? Can I get a cornetto with a flake? Anything like that? If you feel like I deserve an ice cream, you just want to be kind to me, drop something in the PayPal, and I'm gonna go get me an ice pole. Yeah, and some water. And I appreciate that. Have a great Friday. Have a great week. Have a great weekend. Spread love, spread joy, be nice to people, and support the real Black Pound Friday.
Okay,
Yeah?
I got it here, man. Whenever you're
Spend
ready.
your pounds with me. All right, go on, let me hear it.
Yeah, so it's Quran, and it's 1886, yeah? So until we reach the setting of the sun, he found it as if setting in a spring of dark mud, and he found it near a people. That's the verse that relates to the famous story that was going around at that time. It refers to him saying he found the sun and he traveled to where the sun sets. So you can go check it out. Really, you know, like there's too many people
Does
that
the sun? You think the sun in America?
Sunset in America.
I suppose the sun. The sunset in America, yeah. Is that what you're
Are you asking me that?
Yeah, I'm not
Is that
really
what you're
sure.
asking me?
I'm not really. Yeah, because you just said this.
But
Bro,
But I'm not a Muslim, so obviously the people who are laughing in the comment section should explain what this is. This is my point, but it's there. I've given you 1886.
Why did you say that? Why did you say this is something to do with Columbus, bro?
So who is it to do with? I could be wrong on Columbus, but who is it to do with then?
All right, do you know what? Can you read it one last time for me, please, bro?
It's 1886, Jeds. You can go. I don't think it's fair I have to get into this. I was making a point. I only done it because you kind of forced me to do it.
All right. Because you was breaking up a bit, do you think you could read it one last time, please?
Let's have a look.
Big up, Kane. What one?
Big up. I'm just chilling still.
Yeah, man. Respect. When you said it was Columbus with confidence.
So who? I could be wrong. I fully come and you know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You understand? If that's wrong, then it's wrong. It's as simple as that. I don't go into depth and study Islam to that extent or anything like that. You know, I don't see what this has really got to do with the argument. But I showed you the passage in the Quran. It's obviously not something that I'm making up. I just wanted to defend my point. It's there. It's not. Understand? It's for whoever wants to read and look into it further. I'll just use it as a quick statement to support a different. I didn't really want to get into that. I'm not really interested. That's another subject. Too many. It's boring and emotional. I don't really care. You understand? Like, yeah. No. So basically, my whole point I'm just trying to make is that when it comes to planet.
Are you broken up? What for what? Ah, look, it's Christopher Columbus. Oh. Wagwan. I can't hear none of you. Oh, maybe you're not talking yet. The beast with two horns. His Wi-Fi dropped out. I don't know what's going on. Yo, can you hear me, Johnny?
Oh, you know, I'm on mute saying, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you too.
There's a mad echo. Is it me?
Huh? Nah. Yeah, it is because you got two. Coming twice. Wait, stay there. You should be good now. Unmute your mic. Sham, unmute. Shani, unmute. Anyone? Fucking
Yeah.
made up.
Yeah,
All right.
sorry.
Yeah. Shani Columbus,
Right.
welcome.
Big up to that. First of all, listen, I didn't want to get into it, but I'm just listening. But like, I don't know how he's doing skid reverse, like crashed into so many cars on the way back, and then trying to say, oh, I don't know why. Like, listen, you shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place if you can't back up what you're saying, innit? You want to talk on the Quran, and people say, actually, give me some facts. Now you're like, oh, it's a boring subject. Don't mention it then if you can't back it. And it's, like I said, it's not talking about Christopher Columbus, which is the most insane thing to even think. It's talking about the devil, basically.
Shani, do you know the verse? Because it was hard for me to hear the whole thing. I couldn't really hear it or whatever.
Yeah,
Thank you.
1 second.
Yeah, here comes Scholar Shani.
1886.
Go on, decipher it for us.
What do you mean about scholar, bruv? You're the one here making some mad facts.
Look, I'm
this is the
talking
thing.
to
Nobody's
Jedi
gonna...
about planets. I don't understand. I knew it would get into this. This is why I
So
could
then
not
don't
be
mention
bothered.
the Quran. Don't
Yeah.
mention the Quran then.
I mentioned Bible. There's no Christians here trying to bite my head off. At the end of the day, the verse.
No one's trying to bite your
there.
head off, but you're literally saying the most maddest thing. That
yeah, but I don't
the verse
care.
is there, but
this
you're still backing
Whatever
it.
you say is
You're
correct.
still
Because I
backing
do
it.
not care. So if you tell me one thing, I'll go with what you're gonna say because I do not care.
Okay, so it's Christopher Columbus.
I'm happy.
So sorry, Christopher
If I said
Columbus
something
is
wrong,
in the Quran.
then I am wrong. I believed it was, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. What does it matter? I'm not expert on Islamic history or anything. I just knew that I'd read it, and because we're talking about flat Earth, and I also used another reference. You know, he said, "Oh, biblical. What do you mean by biblical?" And I said, "There's many different religious references where we know that they believed the Earth was flat." And I used 1886. You know, where they traveled to where the sun sets. And
I heard
there's
everything.
loads of
I also
there's
heard you say
there's
that
loads of biblical things as well. It's not an attack or nothing like that. If it's
but you
wrong, it's
also
wrong.
made a statement. But you also made a bold statement and then brought out an ayah of the Quran to tell us how it proves that it's Christopher Columbus when it's talking about the two horned thing, like it's this entity that's got two horns or whatnot. And the thing is, even this is why I come on, yeah, because I'm going to educate you right now. So if you want to talk about the Quran and you want to bring up verses in the Quran, what you need to do is actually read the whole passage. Can't just bring out a little bit and go, that means that. Like, read the whole passage because it's going to give you the information. Literally, you get the information if you read the ayah before the one you just read. That's what you needed to do. See the little verse that you just read? Read the verse before. It's going to tell you what it's about. You can't just, like, it's like me opening up a book and then just reading free, like just picking where I want to read from it and then being like, oh, this means this, when the whole book's telling me the story. It's just dumb. So that's all I'm here for. I'm just saying it's dumb. Like, you don't need to, don't chat about the Quran in it. So that's it. I'm not going to sit and listen. I mean, the thing is, people are saying, or whatever, you call me Sheikh Shani or whatever, don't really care. At the end of the day, this is my deen, innit? So I'm not going to sit here and allow you just to talk trash on it and say nothing. But yeah, I was just listening to the conversation.
I wasn't talking trash though, was I?
But you were talking trash because you said Christopher Columbus was in the Quran. Trash. 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 That statement belongs in the bin. Trash.
Okay, so, okay. No problem.
You know what?
Don't have that, Sham, man. Come on, man. Don't have that shit. But yeah, okay. So I think we all agree we didn't want to turn this into an Islamic conversation. I just wanted you to substantiate that claim and any other claim that you make of that level in it, because it was to prove it was to compound argument or a stance that you was trying to illustrate. So I know you're not a Muslim.
So if we just go by. Okay, so if we just go by, we leave you know, the Quran out of it, and we just look at things, you know, even though Kemetic culture, it's the creed of certain people's religion, we'll just ignore that factor as well and look at, did they have writings on the walls? Specifically, they mapped out planets, and there was one picture even where they added Pluto before we knew about Pluto, and you know, evidence like that. That's got
All right,
nothing
but
to
did
do
they-
with these
did they-
so-called
did they give you,
Masonic scientists.
Yeah, it does, because Masonic scientists follow the worldview of the ancients. It's not as changed, isn't it? Yeah, so we still in Egypt, we still
Yeah.
in Egypt, we still in Rome. It's all the
Yeah.
same shit. Now the difference is, did the Egyptians believe that Pluto or Mars or whatever was a planet that you could go and fly to in the sky, or fly to with a vehicle, physically land there, and there was life there before? Is this their belief? No, they just gave
It
you a
is.
cosmology. No, it weren't their belief. They never
Yeah,
once said, bro, one second. All they did was give you a cosmology of the lights, the celestial bodies in the sky. That's all they did. And put them in relation to each other, aka positioning. That's all they did. It has nothing to do with what's orbiting what is gas, what is solid, what is liquid, what is just light, what is just plasma. Do you know what I mean? They don't discuss these things. They don't say, okay, the ground here is soft, the heat here is this heat, is that heat. We sent a robot here. Here's the fucking satellite imagery of what the robot picked up. We sent a shuttle here. They don't come up with all that bullshit. They just depict what they see, and then we now get to interpret it. Yeah, while the elites know exactly what they were highlighting, exactly what they were saying. Most of us can't read Medu-Netar. Most of us can't read hieroglyphics, and it's down to the white men again to tell you what their findings are and what is depicted on what wall and what it says and what it means. So, like, that's an easy trick to do. The older Sumerians, they had some bodies in the air. They had some carvings of, you know, the planets and yeah, we're calling it planets. We're yet again calling it planets. They didn't say planets. They didn't label it planet. What's the Sumerian word for planet? Was it ever written anywhere? What's the cuneiform or whatever hieroglyph for the word planet? For us to make that assumption that they believed what we believe today, that these are things that you can go and send a space shuttle to land on. Did they believe that? Did they believe that it was a place you can get to through certain divine forms of meditation? Did they believe there were different realms of heaven? Did they believe that they were lights that represented metaphysical or interdimensional spaces? That's different now to what we're being told. So I'm cool with the lights in the sky being there. I'm not going to deny stars or whatever. But when we start saying planets, yeah, it takes on a different connotation. And I can't say that, I believe in a planet. I can't tell you that. And I'm not trying to be ignorant. Like, I can't tell you that. They're going to be telling us that these set of people have probably landed on this planet and that planet. And to be honest, I'm not sure whether I'm going to believe it when they put the imagery up. Because I don't believe it when they put the imagery up of them going to the moon. So, do you know what I mean? Now they're coming out with this. Yeah? This is like at the cutting edge of where they are right now. Yeah? The moon is in Earth's atmosphere. This is where we are at now, isn't it? Yeah? So if the moon is within Earth's atmosphere, then yet again, man has never left Earth's atmosphere. So we're back to square one. And a lot of people have been saying this from day one, but been called conspiracy theorists. Now they're telling you, oh, well, the atmosphere, because what we've discovered is beyond the ionosphere and the stratosphere and the sphere, we now have the what they call it, they call it the geo something. It's not even a sphere, geo something, which is the furthest extent of the molecules and the emitting from Earth that are tumbling into nothingness of the universe. You know, like, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, King. Like, I really don't know.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Yeah, man. What do you lot
Here
think
comes
about?
the Christian savior. Come on.
Wow,
Big up,
ouch.
Zulu.
Wow, Fanny. Wow.
No, this is the thing. Sham said literally about 5-10 minutes ago. You don't see any Christians coming on
I
here.
wasn't gonna go
to
against her.
defend. No, it's cool. It's cool. I'm just joking.
Anyone can talk about the Bible. I don't stop people from talking about the Bible.
Yeah, but you're not going to let anybody. Are you going to say something? Are you going to allow the statement that Christopher Columbus was mentioned in the Bible?
I mean, it just to me it sounds retarded. So, but you know,
so you just leave it.
I'm not
Right,
gonna stop man from speaking. They can say what they want.
Yeah.
But you made a very good point, brother Jedi, because I don't even believe the Earth is a sphere too much. I'm more agnostic on it. You know, you've convinced me upon through our conversations. But I also don't think like how big can this lie be? You know what I mean? Because like Sham said, I don't know what the Egyptians interpreted those images as. Maybe there's a deeper meaning. But even the Sumerians, they mapped out the solar system.
That's cool though. But mapping it out, did they tell you how many miles one planet is from another? No. They're just mapping out what they can see and what's in the sky. That's it. They're telling you this is where everything is. This is in proportion to each other. Like this is it. That's a map. That doesn't mean, what does that mean?
But what do you think do you think it's a physical object, or like what do you think it is then when you look up and you see that thing? What is it?
So far it's lights. It's lights. I don't know what they are.
But even a light can be touched, though. Light bulb can be touched. It's a physical thing. Light is a physical thing.
We talking about mass, isn't it?
It's an object. It's a ball-like object in the sky.
Mass, so like okay, photons are physical to an extent, innit? But you can pass your hands through them, innit? If you pass your hands through something, it's not solid, innit? It's not so, like, is it something that you can land a spacecraft? Can you land a spacecraft on a beam of light? No, you can't. So if it's lights in the sky, yeah, it might be physical. Can you send a spacecraft to it? Can you send the Hubble?
Wait. It depends on the frequency of the light. You might be able to land it on it still.
Cool. But let's not.
I've never seen. Obviously, I'm not a scientist, but I've never seen light that you can physically, like touch.
Feel.
Maybe I have, but I'm understanding it to be that.
Light is
touch the sun.
It's an emitted force. You can't really touch it.
Wait, put your hand outside and touch the sun.
But my question is, okay, like look at the moon, for example, the closest thing to Earth. That's a ball-like object, right? We're on a physical planet with rocky surfaces, desert surfaces. We've got all these different terrains. It's a physical planet. Why is it impossible to believe that there's other there's other Earths, there's other something like this in another place somewhere? Why?
I never said it is impossible. Another place somewhere is different from space and a planet. You understand what I'm saying?
Of the sky. When you look at the blackness of the sky,
there's other realities. There's other realities. There's more to the reality that we are exposed to. There's more. So the conversation started with me saying I'm more open to the concept that we are on the universe and being allowed to explore. We would discover that we would never run out of land and whatever to discover.
How is that impossible?
How is it impossible?
No, how is that even possible?
Why not?
We know that there's limits to everything. There's limits. There's always. I mean, infinity. Even infinity isn't really infinity.
Wait. How do you know that?
Did you say there's limit? We know there's limits to everything.
There's limits to what we
maybe
can do.
he does know though, innit? How do you know that, T and Zulu?
Wait. Did a Christian just tell me we know there's limits to everything?
No.
Yo, Jedi. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and find out how he knows that, innit?
Let me clarify that statement.
Yeah.
Let me provide some clarification. Right. When I say there's limits to everything, I mean on a physical realm and on a earthly realm, you don't really see eternity being expressed consciously. You see more of things growing and dying. There's limits. There's weights. There's lengths. There's widths. These are earthly measurements, and so to say that this space.
Because I feel like I'm already part of eternity.
Maybe spiritually, maybe eternity.
My duty is to make sure that I continue that and allow that to continue. And the reason why I say that is you can never stop counting mums.
That's subjective.
And the second you do, the number's going to increase, isn't it?
It's not subjective. I believe, well, maybe it is subjective. I believe that nobody here, none of us, can stop counting mums.
I think I believe it's subjective.
Okay, so you go from your mum to your mum's mum.
We'll start with one woman, and then after that will be whatever made everything.
Hold on. You say that, but you can't prove that.
I can't prove that.
No, you can't.
Wait. He said I
can take away anything I've learned and just look at what we see today in real time. We see two people coming together making a child, right? So at some point, there has to be something that is separate from these beings. It's like does the chicken come before the egg? It's that kind of thing. It can't just be.
Yeah. But you're philosophizing with me, and that's the whole point. I'm saying all we can do is philosophize. You said you're gonna prove something to me.
Yeah, we know.
Okay. I can't prove that.
Right. So as far as
would you say it's likely though? Like, do you think this thing just keeps going? That doesn't make sense at all.
But what is sense? What is sense?
Something else to generate. Something else to generate.
You are struggling to fathom something that is. So because you're struggling to fathom something that is, your brain is telling you that that something that is shouldn't exist.
Isn't?
Yeah.
Yeah, but logically, we have to be generated. We can't just come from birth forever. We have to be generated at some point.
But you can't. I get
So
that's
they call it the cycle of life, isn't it?
Yeah, I get that's your belief, bro. And to an extent, that's like my default belief. But I'm willing to throw my default beliefs in the bin today.
But what if those default beliefs make logical sense? So why throw them away?
That's cool. No, wait. Logical sense doesn't mean truth.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they make logical sense, like if they clash with what you know to be true, then can you really believe that?
Yeah.
Like I can't explain.
Yeah.
I can't explain using your science or your understanding of the universe. Yeah. Hold on.
You're trying to mute up.
Yeah, no, I've muted up. I can't explain how I went to bed and dreamt about tomorrow. I cannot explain to you how I closed my eyes today, went to sleep, and had a full realization of something that would happen up to 12 hours later. Keep that thing in my head. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you?
I understand, bro.
Like, so there's clearly shit that whatever my logic says, oh yes, Jedi, you're so logical, and oh yeah, I'm gonna chase down the facts and the truth, and there's shit that's happened right before my very eyes that literally says, well, obviously there's more than what you see on a day-to-day, but it's just there. Either you're blessed with the experience or you're not, or you're open enough to accept that these experiences may exist or you're not. That's up to you, innit? I think everybody does get a chance to get that moment where you're like, yo, what the fuck was that?
I have that all the time.
The way the human mind works is you will have one of those, what the fuck was that moment? And then you go back to doing your shopping list. You go back to picking up your utes. You go back to, oh, what is Jedi live? Oh, I want to have sex. I want to smoke. I want to. Oh, my mortgage, my whatever. The world, the whole, and so you forget that you just had a moment there that actually should blow everything that you've kind of considered to be real out of the water. Should get you to reevaluate what reality is, but we don't, because the hypnotism. And the value of the shared deception is priceless. The shared reality is like a commodity. And if you can learn how to navigate that shared reality, then you become more efficient and more successful in this reality. And those that are not that good at navigating this shared reality, maybe they're a little bit stuck in their own reality or the reality of a minority. They appear to us, the mass that shared a mass hallucination, they appear to us to be off. They appear to us to be a bit cuckoo or a bit mad, or you know what I mean? Oh, you're seeing. Speak to somebody that sees shit. Speak to someone that sees shit. Get them to explain what they're seeing and tell me that it's 100% impossible that what they're seeing could be some form of reality.
I 100% agree with you.
You understand? But it's just our shared one.
Sorry.
Go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you made some very good points. Sometimes I just make arguments to, continue the concept. But you know what I'm like. But I've got another argument though. How about this one though? Because you said something.
I like that you're exploring ideas, man. I like that.
But you said something about people seeing stuff. It's like, okay, like for example, like I've seen a lot of mentally ill people, and it's like, how do you differentiate whether this person has been awoken or they're mentally impaired? Or like maybe they injured their brain. Like there's certain earthly impairments that can actually cause you to visualize things in an improper way that isn't according to what the vast majority of people see. Some people are even born.
You say impairment though.
That's what I was gonna say.
Well, I mean, if you have a chemical imbalance or your brain is damaged, that is an impairment, is it not?
All right.
I don't know. I think
we've all had a bit of technology that we've dropped or broken or smashed. and we've lost a certain function. But guess what? A lot of the time, especially with old technology, not so much now, which makes me think that they're making things a bit differently. Especially with old technology, you might drop it in water or something, and a function is fucked, but it also does something that it didn't do before, which you find kind of handy. For instance, you might drop your phone, and now you can lock your phone and have YouTube playing just because, you know what I mean? You're like, rah, like, so sometimes things that are unlocked probably are handy, probably are things that functions we already have, but are kind of like now been, you know, someone bangs their head and now they can smell colors.
Yeah.
Like, that probably there somewhere already, but like, I don't know. It's like
smacking the TV to get it to work or something.
Right. And you might pick up.
I think that effect is called synesthesia.
Say that again?
Oh, sorry, I was just saying I think that effect is called synesthesia.
Oh, you mean the one that Kanye West has when he hears colors?
Smell colors or see sounds or things like that.
Yeah.
But you see, some of these different conditions, do you not also think it's possible that maybe it's unlocked DNA that is triggered by a specific event or a specific diet or specific, occurrence or
maybe. Just like the marvel is the potential of what we are capable of is it's just ridiculous. If you take every weird X-Man type human being that's out there, that literally the person that can just stare at that for a second and recreate it 12 hours later, again to scale, do you know what I mean? And then the person that can whatever see through sonar, and the person that can do this, person that can do that, person that can sit in ice for 12, like there's this.
Have you heard of Wim Hof?
Being, which they are. That would be like I don't know, you might consider them to be a godlike being. Some people
Apocalypse.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
but have you
I know there's a guy that it's a really small thing, but I used to be bigger than the guy, and he stood between a wall and a car, and held the car off while the guy pressed the accelerator down all the way to the point where the wheels were spinning and smoke was coming at the tires.
Oh, come on, man.
Come on, fam.
Bro, listen to what you're saying, bro.
Do you doubt that humans can do this?
I believe you saw it, but do you not think it's possible that do you know what? I've learned something with memory. Like, I remember things as well, and I see things, and then I look back. You know, like, our memory isn't 100%. You know them things there.
But there's video.
Okay, that's different then.
There's video. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People be doing these shits, People be, people be doing that.
Always does.
You know why? Do you know why I throw the line there, just because people would tell me, "Oh, I was floating," and people will say all sorts of things, and it ruins the genuine. You know what I mean? So it's like,
but like, you might not, bro. Like, man, I don't know. Anyway, for me personally, like I said, I've had full experiences of doing shit that there's no way I could explain how I did it or how I didn't, or how I didn't get hurt, or how this or how that shit happens, bro. And you miss it, and then you sit to what I used to do is sit there and think, what was I thinking or feeling when I did that? Can I recreate it?
Yeah.
The harder I try to grab it, the more it flows through my fingers and it's gone, like a dream that you're trying to remember. The harder you try to focus on it, the more it just fades and it's just gone. Do you know what I mean? You can't remember fuck all about it. That's like, you get these moments where the rules of reality or the rules of nature are obviously not as concrete. I say obviously, are not as concrete as I have been led to believe in my education. That's all I'm trying to say. How you bend them, how you break them, how you change them, I don't know. But it can be done. It is done.
Do you know, just I believe in the spiritual realm, obviously, but I have doubts sometimes in the spiritual realm, and it's maybe it's a human thing, because it's like, I know it sounds silly, don't laugh, but sometimes I would like try and concentrate and move an object with my mind, just like for the sake of it, just for a joke, and it's never happened for me. Like, maybe it's happened once unconsciously, like I didn't notice it or something, but like it's things like that, and then I just have a weird thought in my mind. It's like I'm always brought back to, okay, that's not real. So I feel very separated from the spiritual realm or these kind of conversations, because I don't experience that most of the time.
But like, bro, like, real talk, fam, I was late. Like, another thing, like, a lot of things to do with me is dreams, But here's a massive life experience. How about you're sleeping in your bed and you have a dream that someone's burst into your mum's room and shot her, and you wake up and you're distraught and you go downstairs and you get a phone call that your mum has been shot and she's killed? What if that happened to you? Would you believe that there's more?
I'll say it's from God or something.
Oh, so now it's just straight. So you just bypass. Oh, it's just God now. God gave you that. Why does God want me to have that dream?
It's a natural dream. Being able to interpret, like to see in the future, it's something that humans have always been able.
Cool. But how do you break that down? You don't believe in the scientific realm. So how do you break? You don't believe in this. For instance, let's say you don't believe in the spiritual realm. You never said that, yeah. You said sometimes you struggle. But let's say you're having a struggle with that, and then you have a dream like that. You telling me that dream is not spiritual?
No, there's definitely something going on 100%.
What's going on? Because this is literally my reality. That's literally something that happened to me.
No, you might, but this is the thing as well. People don't accept that not everyone is the same. Some people are born genetically superior. Like you might just be special. You might just have a special.
I just want to know, how do you equate this? If we take spiritual shit out of that, yeah. How do you equate? What is that, bro? What
scientifically? I have no clue. I'll be honest with you, bro.
This is what I'm saying. Maybe we don't look at science in the right way, because there's a way to explain this, because it happened. If it happened, there's a way to explain it. We just don't have the language for it. So when we talk about science, are we actually looking at the full spectrum of what is scientific? Or do we just look from a certain angle that means that you can't equate having a dream about tomorrow in your maths equation because you're using a different type of math?
Formula, yeah.
But there's maybe a formula that equates dreams, gravity, all of it. Do you know what I'm trying to say to you, family?
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
But that's the trick that they play on us, just because it's like when you go to someone that interprets dreams, or you go to a necromancer or whatever, usually it's a fraud thing, like you pay the money and nothing happens. When you go to a scientist, they give you physical, help. Like you actually see these things happening. Like,
hanging on the passenger side of your best friend's ride, trying to live with me. Don't want no K. K is a boy that.
You're wearing the hat to stop the skin from burning. You don't like the. You don't like the.
From nature. You beat me with nature. Yeah. What one, Con?
Yeah, man. And about it is, mate.
It must be like 30-something degrees in London.
Yeah, bro. Good to see you out and about, man. You look like you're enjoying it, man.
Living the life, bro. Living the life.
Come on. Big up your chest, bro.
31 degrees.
Big up your chest. You look like you're having a good time, man.
Man.
If your friend's rich, tell him to drop a tenner in my Ras Clark PayPal, yeah? Because I am not rich.
Yes. Big up, man.
Yeah? We can all have drop tops.
Jeez, I just see that now. You're rolling, yeah?
Roll, picture me rolling, you get me?
Where is that? You next to Hyde Park or something?
No, man. Hampstead, innit?
Oh, Hampstead. Oh, okay.
Live and direct.
Sick.
The sun is big today.
Like I was saying, I think personally, some people are chosen. Because like you had that experience, and I'm sure there's maybe others that have had the same experience, but like maybe there's no science to it. Maybe there's no actual method for it. It's just some people are just chosen with abilities. Like for example, some people are born short. Can I give you a quick example?
So you're saying some things are outside of scientific explanation. That would mean that you could throw the whole of science away. You can't have the two.
Not necessarily.
You can't have the two?
Okay, well, when we say science, do you mean as in the definition of testing something in real time and a repeatable test in real time?
Yeah.
That needs to be thrown away.
Well, no. Yeah, like not repeatable tests, but as in
the mainstream like theories and stuff.
No. Repeatable tests, hypotheses that are tested against, with experiments or whatever, again and again to be proven to be facts and then to be confirmed as truths, yeah? Okay. So science is the quest for truths, yeah? How things work. We want to know how things work and why it works, right? So if we have a scientific framework where we start trying to understand
photons and molecules and this and that and natural forces and whatever. We're building up a picture of the universe we live in. Then we come across something and we're like, well, actually, this doesn't make sense. This shit hasn't happened yet. So it doesn't make no sense how your brain can tell you that this is happening when it hasn't happened yet. Yeah. So based on that, we can't use science to describe that. That makes me say, no, that means that the science that you use to describe things is wrong. But if it doesn't encompass everything that you come across, then that means that it's a methodology that should be abandoned.
But I think this is why they're starting to change science and make it more metaphysical. Like if you look at the multiverse, the time dimension, because maybe in 100 years from now, the explanation for like the story you just told me was like, oh, you must have traveled to a time dimension and saw what would happen in your dreams, and then scientifically, you know, you register.
Yeah, that makes sense though. But that to me is the same as saying it's a premonition or spiritual. It's all the same.
But then it takes all the woo-woo out of it. It adds formulas, it adds mathematics, and that's what.
Well, we should be able to do that no matter what it is. Even if God turned a river into blood, yeah. If it was truly water before and it's truly blood before and now, there must be a process in which water is transformed into blood. There's a process. What is that chemical process? You get me? And I
think with miracles, you can't really look for the process. I think a miracle is the point that it kind of transcends the process.
Right, cool. But then that makes me say that the process isn't as valuable to me as the thing that can be transcended, as the thing that transcends the scientific process, to me, trumps the scientific process. Because it's bigger than the scientific process or methodology cannot encompass this thing. That therefore this thing is bigger. This anomaly actually might be used to explain the scientific process rather than the process explaining it.
That's true.
You understand?
It could be some new form of energy that we've now discovered.
Yeah, so now you've come across something wider and bigger than the concept you was on, so you have to upgrade. You know, we can understand how a computer is made, but you have to understand how the maker of the computer is made. If you don't understand that, then you're hustling backwards. So we're using maths to try and find out the world, but the maths that we're using doesn't explain certain parts of our world, like little Jed's lying in his bed and dreaming about tomorrow on multiple occasions. And this is the simplest kind of thing I can give you. It's very simple.
It's like I'm really trying to find a counter argument, but I can't. It's like,
get me. So then, therefore, this science that we're dealing with, evolution and it must be like this, and we must have come out of this, and 1,000,000 years we were here, and 1,000 years we were there, and all of these. That's all great, but how are you going to explain reality when a man's just had a dream about tomorrow?
Yeah.
So, like, let's not like this shit happens, and it don't just happen to me. Happens to your grandma, happens to your auntie, happens to your girlfriend, and it happens on a regular basis.
But does it actually happen to everybody, though?
Say that again.
It happened to me.
Does it actually happen to everybody,
bro? But this shit is way more regular than it. Like, it's happened to Khan, so it's happened to me. It's happened to Khan. That's
happened to me as well.
3 out of 4 people on the panel. 3 out of 4 people on the panel have had this experience. So what's the problem? Like how much more regular does it need to be? It'd be stranger if we all had the same last name on this panel. If we were all Alis on this panel, that would be fucking stranger.
But 2 out of 3 of us is an Ali, you and me. So the majority are Ali still.
Do you see? This is
but some things, like, not everyone's born with the same physical capacity. Some people are born blind. So why do we assume that most people everyone can have these spiritual?
No. I totally agree. I'm not even arguing that everyone can. I'm just saying that it's something available to us humans. It's not abstract to our daily experiences.
That's like an ice cream.
Most of us have got a grandma or a girlfriend or a friend that has had a dream about tomorrow, and it's happened. Whether you remember it or not, they ain't told you. They sent you in a message on Facebook, whatever. You might not have believed them, thought they were chatting shit.
Okay, well, like, how would you explain that though? Like,
I don't.
Put everything aside.
Know.
Like, how would you explain it?
Fuck. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I really don't know. You tuned in to a possibility, and it was your estimation was your supercomputer brain was running a program, and it calculated a likelihood of something.
Okay, that makes sense.
You got a mental picture of it, and you got it right. I don't know.
That kind of sounds scientific though. That makes sense.
Yeah. You know,
that makes sense.
It's just it was you didn't actually see what happened. It was a computer generated composite of what is a probability, and your brain was just working through, your subconscious was just working through it.
Yeah.
You just happen to remember it. But that's bullshit. I don't believe that. No. That's bullshit.
Oh, you don't believe it?
No, I don't know. It's dead. It doesn't explain at all. It don't explain at all.
I believe. I was gonna say what I believe is that we are like, see DNA, yeah? It's just a bunch of information, and there's something that flows through DNA and just reads it. And if you want to call it that, I'll say that's you, basically, if you want to put it that way. Or you could say you are the DNA, but the thing that's conscious is the thing that's reading the DNA. Now, what I think is happening here is everything you're seeing is your interpretation of what you're reading of the DNA. And the higher frequency you're reading it at, the more information you're inputting simultaneously in it. So that's why you have people who like are more on point, that know everything that's happening around them, and you have people less on point that are only focused on, like, the rate at which information comes into their brain is very low in it. So they get one information.
The bandwidth. The bandwidth, the rate at which information is transferred.
So we are like we're the thing that's traveling through the DNA, and I think we perceive that as time, because you're seeing one information after the other. So that's chronology, basically. And it's just the illusion.
You know, like, even the thing about time, just to get onto that, like the way that time is so fake. Like, if I never took mushrooms, I would never have realized how fake time is. It was when I took mushrooms that allowed me to sit there in real time and realize, bro, to hear a man's voice slow down and speed up. So I'm like, yo, are we just watching a recording?
Is that could that not be?
And to hear a man's voice say the same thing 3 times in 3 different ways when he only said it once, like, it's mad.
Is this a recording, bro? To hear sound go in one ear, like, you know, like a panning, so it can hear all the sound in the left ear, then all the sound in the right ear, like all of it. Then I can hear static. I can hear static, bro. Like, this is a radio show, but obviously it's electromagnetic energy, static in it. That's what it sounds like. So I can hear static, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Then I'm looking, and I'm realizing that as I'm looking at something, I am zooming in like a camera, bro. Bro, I'll never forget this experience. I always say it, because it's like one that sticks in my mind. I'm in Amsterdam, we're walking. Where, like, I'm wondering whether these mushrooms are ever gonna kick in. I start feeling these like pins and needles, like little ants running up my arms, like it feels like ants. I start itching and I'm like, rah. Then the sound starts playing, and I'm realizing, okay, I'm under this thing, and reality is flexible. It's a bit more like I'm not seeing nothing.
But that's your perception.
There's no pink elephants. There's no rare. No, it's not my perception. I'm not creating nothing.
No, but you've put something external in that has affected the mind.
What's happening is he's looking at what he's looking at from a different perception.
Hold on, listen. honestly, when you take mushrooms, yeah, this is my perception. All you put into your body is something that brings down some of the things you've learned about how things are. Yeah. And you realize that the things that you learn about how things are mainly in your mind. They sit there as foundational pillars. It's hard to explain. They literally are there. You're never going to notice them because they're just there. You don't notice. You're just there, innit? Like, why are you going to notice something that's just there? It's always been there, so you ain't going to look for it. It's worse than the hardest Where's Wally picture because it's always there. It's always been there. So you even look through it to look for strange shit. So you're standing on the foundation of something, looking for something, and you're like, right, I can't see nothing. Not realizing the very thing you're standing on to look and think is the foreign thought process. So I'm bopping down the road. It starts raining. I'm walking. I'm trying to like keep my group like in a tight knit little cell so we don't lose no one while we're out here in Amsterdam buzzing, bopping. Then I hear some little girly love. You hear me? So I'm like, I don't know. It just drew my attention. I look around. I can see a man and a woman walking, yeah, with an umbrella up, yeah, walking. She got brunette hair. She's wearing like a long jacket. He's in like a bomber kind of jacket and some casual jeans. And they're looking at each other and they're talking. And I'm looking at them and I'm watching her lips move and I can't hear what she's saying, but I heard her laugh a minute ago. I know it came from her because I looked directly and she's smiling. It clearly came from her, yeah? Then I realized how far away they are. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what? Like, yo, they weren't close to me, bro. They were on the other side of the road far. Check this now. A woman is in the road crossing, passes the people that I'm on. As she steps onto the pavement, yeah, bear in mind it's raining, yeah. I see rainwater dripping off the bottom of her high heel, bruv. And I saw it clear as day, and it was slow, like slow motion. And I'm walking in the opposite direction, like I'm walking away from it, looking back over my shoulder. And this is what I can see in a matter of seconds. I've heard a conversation that is like 30, 40, 50 meters away and going in the other direction on a busy street. I've zoomed into someone's laugh and I'm zooming into someone's lips. If I could do lip reading, I would have read what she said. Then I'm zooming into people's foot and I'm watching rainwater dropping off the bottom of someone's foot as I'm walking in the opposite direction and it's raining outside. So when I mean,
you do see this shit, literally.
Okay, quick question.
None of that is like an hallucination. I didn't see anything that doesn't exist. I just saw stuff and heard stuff that I wouldn't normally, because why would I? Like, you know what I mean? So, like I said,
so would you consider that an enhancement?
Yes. Yeah. Well, not even an enhancement. Yeah.
No. Wait.
No,
not an enhancement. What I would consider it as is a freeing of certain restrictions. It's like when you get a moped and it only goes 50 miles an hour and you take it to your mate Ahmed at the fucking mechanic and he gets it de-restricted. When you get an iPhone and you get it jailbroken. You understand? When you get an Amazon Fire Stick and get it opened up. Therefore now, it always had that potential, but stuff was maybe put on or taken on or downloaded that stopped it maximizing its full potential. Usually we assume for safety reasons, and it's like it takes off certain blockages and allows you to experience your reality in a more freer way. Do you know what I mean?
But my main issue is that if the body naturally produces these capabilities and chemicals that allow you to experience these realities, why then do we need to put something external in to trigger that experience, knowing that this experience has a short duration? It's not like it lasts forever.
Because I think different altered states are used and useful for different things. I think if we was following nature yet again, we would be more in tune with different states of being. We would accept that when we hum and we sing and we rare in a certain location, we can raise our frequency, our vibration, and we can experience a different level of all that is. We're comfortable on this level because it's the base level of the mass hallucination, is what I'm starting to believe. It's the base level, it's the basic level of you can always stick your head above this and see a deeper reality, or you can go probably internally. You go inner space, you travel in and you discover more about reality. You travel out and you discover more about the false reality that they want to convince you is the all. But essentially what we're doing by taking these compounds is escaping the boundaries and the limitation set by society, curriculum, and maybe even to some degree our own safety mechanisms that we haven't been trained to understand. Maybe they're just put there so that when we choose to lift them, we are in control of what we are doing. People are not being educated on the other side of reality. We're forced all this science, but you can't tell Jedi why he dreamt about tomorrow. And that's why we you know what I mean? Like many of us in our old cultures are well-versed in traveling multiple dimensions, my belief. So when we talk about the ancients, I believe that it's more to do with dimensions than getting in a fucking aircraft and
I believe that as well.
They're taking the piss out of us.
Dimensions is
interdimensional travel, and by interdimensional travel, you do not need this suit that you're wearing. You don't need this.
The astral plane.
Whatever it is, your consciousness is freer. Maybe we have multiple suits in multiple dimensions waiting to be awoken, and you have to be there.
Do you believe? Well, let me say I believe it's possible that maybe our access to these dimensions has been restricted for a time, or at least restricted until we reach a certain level of consciousness, so that we then may be protected when we enter into these realms. Because people that enter into these dimensions unprotected or not knowing who they are can get tormented and even followed back to this dimension by those other entities.
And maybe
which is what, you know,
the debate is who put the gates there.
I think when we ate my belief, when we ate when we ate the fruit, that's when things got, you know, blocked off. When the piano gun got blocked off. Yeah, that's my opinion.
It's a metaphor, isn't it? I don't know what it symbolizes. I'm with you though. I mean, I've considered that a lot. The forbidden fruit is
because we saw our nakedness. We were just naked before that. As soon as we ate the fruit, everything got switched off.
Yeah. The fruit, like if a physical thing, was more than likely some form of compound that allowed you to supersede what certain parameters may be set for.
I think it was physical and spiritual in the sense that it could be in the DNA as well, which is why everyone is affected by it. I think it's possible.
It's spiritual because our physical chemical dimethyltryptamine makes us have spiritual experiences. So, you know, physical, spiritual, magic, science, it's all one and the same. Different ways of explaining stuff. The problem is some of them languages are limited. So the language of science seems to be limited, or the language of science that we have available to us, mainstream science, seems to limit our exploration of certain topics and genres, you know what I mean? Like themes and shit, you know?
But this is why, I know you may disagree with me, but this is why I fear DMT and I fear mushrooms and things such as that nature, because from my beliefs, that the fact that we've been restricted from these dimensions, entering into these dimensions using external material. If you were to tell me you can, like for example, you can actually produce your own DMT. There's breathing techniques, there's forms of meditation to where you can actually induce DMT naturally. But to take something external, which is pharmakia, to put that into your body to inhibit that experience could leave you very vulnerable, because you're no longer now operating within innate forces and equipment. You're using things outside of you. This is why I really struggle with those kind of things. If you were to tell me, yo, you can get these experiences by breathing or meditate, something that, you know, it's just I'm born with, then that's a different story. Or dreaming, we all experience that through dreaming anyway, natively. But when you're telling me you take this, you mix this, to me, I think pharmakia, I think accessing things that I shouldn't be accessing. If I can't do that naturally, if I have to put something in to access that, then I'd rather not.
But okay, that's great. But at the same time, we utilize God's shopping, God's supermarket, and we eat and consume and drink from God's supermarket, right? We take and all different things. Fermented grapes are there. We can have them. Fermented fruits are there. You can eat a fruit from the tree that'll get you drunk, just because the level. Do you know what I mean? So it's like altered mind states. Coffee exists. Poppies,
poison berries exist.
Coca leaves exist. All different compounds exist, and they all have their uses. Even certain poisons will probably cure certain diseases if mixed in the right way. Do you know what I mean? The herbs and the leaves and nature, that's there for us. It's there.
But not everything can be taken in.
Well, not everything has to be taken in. Some things are applied externally. Some things are just to be chopped open and left in the corner of a room for you to inhale while you sleep. Some things are to be, do you know what I mean?
I understand, yeah. That's true.
So it's just dealing with.
Did you not think? Sorry. Did you not think that? Okay, I'm trying not to stay in my belief. So, like, you do believe that Earth has been, I don't want to say cursed, or it's been manipulated, right, to a degree, right?
Now you got to break that down. I don't want to say yeah.
Oh, okay. So I would say the Earth has been cursed in the sense that, I mean, we see this with the plants that we have now. They're not the same and as what we had before, and it's the ground is much harder to till and to grow things, and clearly the environment, the atmosphere, everything has been to an extent it's de-evolved.
Nah,
everything has de-evolved.
I don't agree with that, man.
So is it impossible for these interdimensional beings to invade nature and create certain materials that can give you synthetic experiences that then draw you to these dimensions, leaving you vulnerable? Because just because it's a plant and it seemed natural, like for example, Dr. Sevi was even talking about certain things like aloe vera. These things are natural. Some of these plants aren't even natural. So not everything.
How can Dr. Sevi be telling me aloe vera is not natural?
I know. I was thinking, what the hell?
Like all these people as well, man. I'd like big up to.
But there's a science to it. Maybe some of these plants aren't natural, though.
Okay, but what does that mean, though? What does that mean? Not natural, like
nothing is off limits in terms of corruption. Plants, meat, everything. So these DMT things, some of these things could have even been were brought there from these interdimensional beings, probably planting these things there for us to take, for us to experience these, the Hinduism, to go through these experiences, encounter these demons. This is why we built all these amazing feats. If you look at all the ancestors and the ancients, they were communicating with these interdimensional beings. The Aztecs would go through DMT trips, and then they would speak to these interdimensional beings. I think his name is Chichikawa, and he will tell them that he wants blood. You need to go and kill blood. You need to go and bring me blood, or else your crops won't grow. And a lot of these experiences with these gods, it came through dimethyltryptamine. This is their way of actually, corrupting us and actually, manipulating us, because they know that we're infants. They know that we're infants to the spiritual realm in our knowledge. So they'll confuse us. They'll give us these realities. They'll plant these things. They'll tell us, oh, this is good for you. They'll make us take these things, and we take them, and then, you know what I mean?
We are interdimensional traveling beings, though, right? You know that, right?
No, we're trapped in these bodies. We don't.
So we don't have the capability to travel through different dimensions.
We're not granted that. We have to be granted that gift once we've lived our life, and once we've achieved what our Maker wants us to achieve. Then we can be granted that eternal access freely. Undamaged, uncorrupted by no one. We can walk through any dimension freely. But if you access this now, if you take the cheat code, you try and access all these dimensions now, and then you come back to this dimension, and then you can't sleep at night, or you start seeing things. It's because you took cheat codes. You took cheat codes.
Yeah. No, that's demons.
Now you can't sleep at night.
That's your perception. I get it. Most people do give off that impression, but. Like, what are you? Are you a person of religion?
I don't even like that name, man. It's just rubbish.
I know.
I know you're trying to ask. Yes, I believe in the Bible. Yes.
Okay, so wouldn't you say that what the Bible, the religious text, and that is telling you about is about interdimensional travel to a certain dimension? Where things are not as well, things are not as what you see they are from the dimension
that's what heaven is. Is heaven not in a different dimension, in a different area, in a different dimension?
Yeah,
is that not, you know what I mean? I believe these things, obviously.
Yeah, but the thing is, are you supposed to reach heaven while you're alive, or are you supposed to? So you're not supposed to do it while you're alive. You're supposed to die,
and
even
if you try to do it,
is to achieve heaven.
Even if we try to go into heaven now, let's say if you somehow just spawned in heaven, you die because the presence of the presence. It was a hypothetical. I said if you spawned into there, like random. I'm just testing it. If you spawned into there, you would die because in God's presence, in the Father's presence, you just burn up. Because in this fleshy form, we can't roam around in those environments, especially in a high dimension like heaven or the kingdom of God. Like, you would perish.
But you do die, innit? Because I mean, this dimension where you have the body and the chronos of time, you're perceiving it as if this is what is really alive. This is what is really there. This is what is really you, innit? The ego itself.
I'll tell you what I believe. I believe that this dimension is the gateway between the lower and the upper dimensions, in the sense that entities from below come up here and entities from above come down here. And it's like a continual tug of war between who can claim us or who can give us guidance or who can deceive us. It's the good and evil. It's the cosmic conflict. And it's been going on since the beginning of time. So
but you know what? You said something very interesting, because you said something
that's why they say the 7 heavens. This is why they say all these things in the Quran. And
I mean, I do believe there's different levels of dimensions in it. I mean, when you go up a dimension, you realize there's more dimensions over you, and etc. But what I was saying is, you said something that I found interesting. Usually people on following these texts, I don't know, maybe it's just me, I haven't, but you're saying it's not our job on earth here now as we're alive to reach heaven.
Our job on earth here now
is supposed to die, and then we think about that.
No, I don't believe you go to heaven when you die. My opinion on
that wasn't my point, innit? I mean, like, are you saying that here while you're alive, you have no duty to reach heaven? This duty starts after you die.
There's nothing I can do to reach heaven. Heaven is something that's granted to me through meeting certain parameters and living a life that is supreme, or that is living a life.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So it's your job to achieve it while you're here alive on earth. That's exactly what I was trying to say.
My job here now is it's like a rite of passage. It's like I'm going through this body, through this test, through this human experience, to prove that I'm able to be promoted and ascend up to a higher dimension. That's how I perceive it. And when you've got prophet, in my opinion, I believe that the prophets and all of these enlightened beings that came before us were people that were able to give us guidance on how to actually reach or be promoted up into those higher dimensions. And I believe the greatest one would have been Yeshua, Jesus, who actually came as an enlightened, being in his mindset and in his focus, and he was able then to leave us with a message that can now be transferred to humans on this plane to help us get there. Obviously, I'm speaking from a religious or Christian standpoint, but objectively, dimensions, all these different things are definitely there, 100%. 100%.
Big up the panel. Big up everyone. I'm loving the conversation.
But I thought let me dive in another dimension.
I was thinking about it as well. Yeah, I know you lot talking about multiverse.
Yeah, big up, man.
Big up, family. Me personally, I think it's like vibrations, because it's like the frequencies. Because if we look at the spectrum of frequencies, light is just so small. So I mean, it's like what Jedi was saying. It's basically that we were programmed to think in a certain way. So we're programmed to see with our senses. So with our eyes, our ears, our nose, our taste, and our ears. When really and truly we've got the 5th dimension, which is inside you.
Yes.
And from inside you, you can come out. So there is more to what they're teaching us. So as much as I know you were saying about the drugs and the herbs and spices, like tea and mushrooms and things like this, you're scared about taking them. But sometimes these things need to be taken. So, for example, DMT is given to 18-year-olds in the Amazon tribe to basically ascend them into a higher consciousness. So basically, they're ready, basically, to be a man. Like, do you know what I mean?
But Mills, let me ask you a question. Do you not think? Do you not feel like that's a cheat code? And let me clarify that statement.
It's not a cheat code. Let's say, for example, you just got shot. Yeah, I go to an oak tree and I put oak leaves over that shot wound. That will heal faster than any medical, anything medical that they can ever give you. Does that make sense? That's natural. So is that someone cheat coding? Is that a cheat code or is that a help?
Yeah,
it's not a cheat code.
I mean, you can say that's a cheat code.
To an extent, it is a cheat code because the body can naturally regenerate itself.
Looking at it from a Western perspective, you're trying to use cheat codes. It's not a cheat code, bro. These are things you're allowed to do. You should. There's CIA doing was it remote viewing? You should be able to shut your eyes now and see what your mum's doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, yeah, they also say the vagina is a self-cleaning organism. I still tell your girl to go wash her pussy. So, like, you get me? Like, it's not a cheat code. You just use nature. That is there. It's available. It's nature.
It's not a cheat. Yeah, exactly.
But there's multiple ways to achieve that dimension, right? Why then take something externally to put into that when I can live through my life and experience that when the nature or when the Most High wants me to experience that.
I get that. But look, Sulu, sometimes you need to take
I'll explain it to you like this, innit? Wait, let me say something. Let me say one second, yeah? Now, wait, let me explain it this way. When you learn science, that's a cheat code to you understanding the world around you, because you could just not learn that, look at the world, and then that's how you're naturally supposed to take it in. When you learn about the Bible and stuff, that's a cheat code, because this book is telling you about what you should really focus on so you can understand what it is you're in. Now, would you say information, curricular information, and godly information from things like the Bible or whatever is a cheat code because it's getting you somewhere without you getting there yourself?
I would say it's a tip and a hint. Like
exactly.
I'm using like video game terms, like in the sense, because the simulation theory, but in the sense that like when you play the game, you're not just thrown into the game without the controls. You're not just thrown into the game without tips or options to show you like how to do this and how to do that. All those things are there, but then the bad guys are still going to be there. You're still going to have to go through the game. You're still going to have to go through the levels. You're still going to have to go through all that. And there's certain cheat codes you can access.
But there's
certain cheat codes. Huh?
I was saying this thing's like a super tip, innit? Now you've gone into programmer mode where you can see the game from a dimension above the in-game dimension. You're not a character. You're a dimension where you can see all the characters. You know what I mean?
I think what they want trying to say is that basically you're not playing the game no more. You've become the guy that's making the game.
That's what
you understand? So let's say, for example, I made GTA, yeah? You're playing GTA, you've got all the cheat codes. Now I'm saying to you, bro, come over here. Let me show you how I made GTA into a program. And look, if I press double tap X and press R2, L3, R3, look what happens. It changes everything. Do you know what I mean? That's what I believe DMT and things like that and herbs and spices are there for. Do you understand?
No, I don't think herbs and I don't disagree with the nature. Like it's just that this world has been cursed to a degree. Like there's certain materials that are synthetic that we just consume. If you look up, for example, what scientists are telling you about what watermelon used to look like compared to what it looks like now because of the GMO, and that's just carrots. So and then we know that.
Why? What did watermelon used to look like?
Apparently, if you look at the images of it on Google Images, it used to have like loads of seeds and less flesh. And they said that because of genetic modification, they started reproducing the watermelons that had more flesh, did that over and over again until we have these massive watermelons with the loads of flesh.
That's why orange. That's why it's orange, the carrots, and
even the banana used to be like very bland and used to be full of seeds and it used to be small. But then they started reproducing the ones that had more flesh and smaller seeds, which is why you still see seeds in bananas now, but they're very small.
Very small. You can't even grow.
Call it.
And that's just.
Hasn't that happened over the time? But this is another thing that I wanted to go over. As much as I know it's man-made, but this is man makes this. You understand? The man, we farm everything. We've taken different bananas to different countries, or we've taken cocoa leaves to different countries to export. And do you know what I mean? Like sugar cane was one of the most important at one stage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going with this. These commodities are done based on history, and this is we've got orange carrot because of history. We, like you said, we genetically modified it on a repetitive basis until we finally got to a point where we've only got the flesh, no more seeds. But what we've forgotten is the seeds and the peel is 90% of where the goodness comes from. So we're getting told the flesh. We're constantly getting told, no. If for example, if you go look at a tomato, most of the tomatoes don't come out full red.
Yeah.
But they still taste bomb. That's the thing. But it just looks wise. So obviously I was like, yo, can we even eat this? But then you find out, yo, the red tomato you got has been dyed.
Yeah.
They've done it on purpose. It needs to look a certain way, to feel a certain way, taste a certain way, look, you know what I mean? And this is what I think
But who's to say that the seed wasn't supposed to cancel out the fructose or the sugar? That's why maybe it was supposed to have that much flesh and that much seed. But because we've GMO'd everything, we've increased the amount of flesh there is, therefore the amount of sugar there is, and therefore the amount of fiber and stuff. We're basically making an imbalance in terms of what we're supposed to consume when you look at this fruit. Now there's more of this and less of that. Meaning now, like for example, if you were to eat maybe some seedless grapes, or if you were to eat like a massive watermelon, you're probably getting more sugar than what you would have had if it was smaller flesh. And maybe the nutrients you would have had from the seeds combined. It's like
it's fighting that easy, that one-click mentality. The same way we got this one click, we want it straight away. We want everything now. We want the best. We want the perfect. This, you know what I mean? We've been presented a, how shall I say, something that cannot be achieved. So perfection that cannot be achieved, and on top of that is no good for you. So having seeds in your grapes and sitting there and taking out the seeds or biting the seeds and ingesting the seeds will be more beneficial than you trying to go for a seedless grape.
Yeah.
Do you get where I'm going? So no matter what we go, the longer the things take, the better it ends up becoming. Even with food, fast food, it's all shit. Do you know what I mean? But if you sit there 3 hours or you marinate it from the night before and then you cook it 2 days later, do you know what I mean? And then watch how it tastes. You understand? Things that are good for you take longer. So I think it's as a people that we just want this one click now. We want everything now.
And you know what I think it is, Mills. I think we're reaching the end. We're reaching the end of the universe. We're reaching the end of this system, the end of the world. And I think when you look at, for example, technology, for example, I do think at some point we will reach AI technology, or at least close to that. And can I just say this one quick thing? When there's a theory, right? When you look at humans in terms of their technological achievements, technology seems to have increased very quickly in the last 50. Since the 90s, right? You've seen a massive increase in terms of speed of computers, size of computers, cars. All these things are just it's a huge accelerant. For example, for a long time we were riding horses. Most of our travel was from horses and animals. And weaponry, for example, for a long time we were using swords and hammers, but it's like for a short amount of time we've invented guns and cars and planes. It's like things are wrapping up. It's like we're reaching that that peak. Yes, we're reaching that peak. We're in when they say like a man at 30 is in his prime. We're reaching our prime
in the singularity.
In the sense of what we can physically make. We're reaching that. I don't know if we're as close as where the prehistoric humans were, the ancient Egyptians and the Sumerians, because I know they were very technological. But it's like it says, it's going to be like in the days of Noah. We're reaching that pre-flood civilization where technology is at its peak, and I think this is why I think the world is wrapping up. I think things have happened very quickly in the last few decades in terms of technological advances. It's crazy, and obviously this is all that they're showing us, because this is just commercial technology. Used to say what they've got.
That's the worst thing. That's what scares me the most.
So they've got even more stuff, bro.
Bill Gates is 10 years ahead. Exactly this and all that. I'm like, yo, that's fucked.
They can do. I was going to say they can do Big up everybody, Mills and that. Yeah. So, oh sorry,
Yes,
and
big
that.
up.
Sorry, Zulu. Day one, day done, whatever. Day daddy. Sorry. No, I was just gonna say, like everything that you see in the films, isn't it? That they can do it all. They can do it all. I'm talking about sci-fi and stuff. I hadn't come to
That's why
get the
they're showing you
conversation. Sorry, I was
to get us
adding.
into it.
But what do you think that desire to create something faster and bigger, or with more capacity? Where do you think this desire comes from? Because it seems to be the case when you look at the timeline of humans in terms of their inventions from a certain point in time. Because I know before that we were still making this stuff. But what do you think? Where do you think that came from?
It's
that mentality?
money, innit? It's gluttony. I think it's gluttony. I think it's like showing off. I think it's coveting. You know what I mean? I feel like it's definitely. I hear what you're saying when you're saying it's the end of times. They're approaching us fast because you've got a lot of people doing like the 7 deadly sins in abundance. Do you know what I mean? And thinking it's normal and it's fine and not even recognizing. So yeah, I feel it is like it's definitely envy, gluttony. Yeah.
And I mean in terms of like, for example, like the speed at which.
Wait, what's the question?
Wait, before we carry on, haven't we gone off topic? How did we go from explaining how natural phenomena happen to now we're talking about oh yeah, that's how we done it. Oh, sorry, Zini, go on, carry on. just realized you were like, I was telling you that the system is the one that's been holding us back, not the other way around. I've always been there to help us to ascend. You understand?
Yeah.
I've always told you this, Julie. The same people, the same waters the mystic swim in, the normal person drowns in. So this is another thing you got to be careful.
Yeah, that's true.
It's another thing you might want. You might have a premonition and it might freak you out to the point where do you know what I mean? It turns you mad.
Yeah,
you understand?
It's like we're the only animal or being on this planet that seeks to always make something better than what it was before, and to keep doing that and like it's not stopping. Like if you see the stuff that they've got ready to launch out next year, you'll be like, what the. Like it's like we keep making better, bigger, faster. But keep making.
We're going
like,
in the wrong direction.
Where is that coming from?
Do you realize, though, Zulu, we're going in the wrong direction, and we're getting all the things that we're getting from technology are the same things that your body can do, but they're not training your body to do it. They want your body to get it from an outside influence, so they can basically control it.
Exactly.
Control, yeah.
No, it's definitely still in the wrong direction, Mills. But do you not think it's a natural thing that we have?
Exists.
Because even a tribe in a village somewhere, like
definitely, because you're gonna say to me why? Because it's
I think what he's asking is these things that we can do that are repressed, are they natural? I think that's what he's asking.
Because like let me give you an example.
They are natural.
Can I give you an example?
What Turks is saying is that this technology is hindering us as a technology.
Yes.
Can I give you a quick example?
Is that what you're saying, Turk?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For example, when you look at, for example, in the Zulu Empire before Shaka Zulu, they used to have like long spears, right? And when Shaka Zulu came around, he invented the Ikhwa, and it's basically like a short spear with like a long tip. So it's more of like a dagger, or like kind of like a short sword in a sense. So it allowed them to get in close and pierce the enemy, through close combat. So that's just someone who has not made no guns, or we're not even talking about the wrong kind of technology. This is just innovation in nature. And you've also got indigenous tribes that are making spears that can shoot multiple arrows at the same time. I mean, bow and arrow, sorry, that can shoot multiple arrows at the same time. Did that innovation, that strive to make something better, where does that come from? That's all I'm saying. Like that's something.
That's only through war. That's through war, though, isn't it?
Not even war, even home, even the ability to make homes.
War. That's what.
Yeah, it's glitching out. Is it me glitching out or?
No, I can hear you.
The ability to get what? I didn't hear it.
No, even not war, like even homes. Like for example, they started off with like huts, and then they started making bigger, citadel. Like it's like things start to, it's like there's something in us to make things better. and to make things bigger or stronger, or you know what I'm trying to say? It's like we don't stay in the same way. Like if you look at a chimp or if you look at like another animal, I don't know what they were like before, but I don't think they've done much in terms of their technological. Like a chimp is still a chimp. You know what I mean? Like if you look 50 years ago, what chimps were doing, they're doing the same thing they're doing now that they were doing 50 years ago. When you look at a human being,
yeah, but they might be more on point. They might realize that what they got like is the best they can get. Why are they gonna do like humans don't realize this? We, like I said, we are the highest level technology. Nothing we've created is better level technology or higher level technology than us. So if we don't realize that and we're like, yo, this computer can do stuff better than I can, then you've already lied to yourself. And it's the same thing. If you say you can, if you say you can't, you're right. You know what I mean?
I feel like it has something to do with the Imago Dei, which is Latin for the image of God. I think the fact that we are divine beings in flesh, we struggle to maintain nature. Like it's like even in the indigenous tribe who's not exposed to the first world and to the corrupted world, they still innovate to whatever degree it is, small degree, or there's something that's in us that makes us transcend this planet. This is why a lot of people say that we're aliens or we came from another place, because we're making things, we're doing things that are just too cosmic for this planet. Like we're making things. It's like we're like strangers compared to all these other animals. Like what we're actually doing. Forget even us, even the native tribes. Because I know we'll say, oh, it's because we're in Babylon. But look at the native tribes; they're still doing things. That's like wow. Like this, I saw a video the other day of a native tribe in the rainforest. They had like a massive tree house. They had like bare homes in trees and like 50 feet tall trees, and it's like this stuff isn't a dumb person didn't make that. A very, very smart person made that. Innovation made that.
We create.
You know what I mean? It's only because they were isolated. Because when you're isolated, it inhibits your ability to share ideas. Obviously, because we are, we encounter each other. Or we're like, I think it's called the old world, in the sense that like we're around, like for example, if you look at Africa, Middle East, Europe, all these places were in contact with each other because of the trade. So they were able to share ideas. They were able to make, bigger things. But because there's these isolated tribes that were that were in islands and in areas that they didn't encounter other humans, their ideas became, static. They didn't go out anywhere, and nothing came in from anywhere else. So they were probably just using bow and arrows for thousands of years. That no one from China told them about gunpowder. You know what I mean? Or like fireworks. So it's like, I know we say like, oh, our technology now is bad, but it's only because we weren't isolated. If we were isolated, we wouldn't have any of this. But that's what.
Do you think that? I don't think that's really interesting. But just to go and really back to your quick point that you made, I just wanted to ask about the chimps, for instance, not being any different than 50 years ago. Do you think that chimps know that or even animals know that they're in captivity?
By us?
Yeah. Do you think they're aware that, so for chimps, for instance, we'll just use chimps as an example. Do you think chimps in the jungle are aware that there's chimps in the world that are in captivity?
No, I don't think animals are aware of that. I do think animals are sentient beings that can express emotions. Like I've seen the cows cry when their babies are being snatched off them for the milk industry. So they're definitely be able to express emotions similar to what we do. But in terms of them having prefrontal cortex, which is the part of the brain that allows you to dream for the future, plan, critically think, I don't think animals are more instinctive and impulsive. I'm hungry, I eat. I want to mate, I have sex with the female.
Would you say that animals are more in tune with nature than we are?
But yeah, you can replace impulsive for in tune, but it's still the same thing in the sense that they don't.
I'm saying, do you think they're more? I'm saying, do you think they're more in tune with nature than we are as humans?
Yes, I think animals are more abstract. They're not. I mean, animals are not as abstract as us in the sense that a human can train himself to fast. A human can train himself to meditate, go against what the body desires. When I see animals, I see animals.
I've got a bone to pick with you then. So if you believe that the human being has been has been on purposely directed away from their natural habitat or natural abilities, how then do you not think that the chimps have maybe been the same thing has happened to the chimps or the lion or the bear or anything else?
But I'm not even talking about animals in zoos or animals in you know,
I just think animals in general. I know what Shani said, but what my bone is with you is like you're sitting here saying, yeah, that human being has been steered away from their natural abilities. So if you think that's true, why can that same example not be the same for animals?
Because animals, most animals, a lot of animals, especially sea animals, for example, are still in their natural environments as they were thousands of years ago. The only difference is that their territory is being chipped away by human, you know, products and human homes and buildings and factories, but they still inhabit their natural, you know, abilities. The animals are still animals now. It's just that there's less of them and their territory is being chipped away slowly.
But you also, with your little point that you made about when you were trying to explain as to why they're different to humans, you said about them not being able to fast and like being impulsive and stuff like that. I don't see that when I watch animal shows or stuff about animals. I don't see them being impulsive at all. I feel that's a human trait. Like they don't eat when they don't need to eat. Yeah, the impulsiveness.
Lions only don't eat for days. They tell you that because they're full. Like they just ate a whole. Like their body takes time to break things down, different to us, and they're full.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So most animals are the same. Like animals, they don't. So our domesticated dogs, they'll eat and eat and eat and eat and eat because we domesticated them to be like that. But a wild dog and stuff, they'll just eat and then they're chilling. Like with all animals, it's only humans that are gluttonous.
No. Okay, let me change the word impulsive. Instinctive. How about that one? In the sense that like for example, you believe as well that we have a human nature, right? Whether it be good things or bad things, or not even morally. Like there's a human nature to blink or to defecate. As a human, we have the capacity or the ability to be abstract from what is innate and go again. Like I can starve myself to death. I can stop myself from doing something what I am instinctively connected to. Like, but an animal just does what it's instinctively supposed to do. A bee will always pollinate. I've never seen a bee just say, "I'm not going to pollinate today." Animals are the kind of
this is what I struggle with. Like, so that means that we're all born with everything that we need to, or we don't react to our environment. I think it's a two-way thing. Not only do we have it within us, we've also got the ability to react to our environment and to adapt to environment.
Yeah, we've got the ability to react and adapt. Everything does, but I'm not talking about adaptation. I'm talking about going against what you're naturally able to do. Like we do this now already in the first world. Animals don't do that. They've always been how they've been, like you said, closer to nature. But humans, for some reason, have this ability or this curse or whatever you want to call it, where we can transcend what is naturally disposed to us. Like we can not do what we're naturally supposed to do. We can meditation, for example. Animals don't meditate. Animals literally they do what nature tells them to do, which is to mate, reproduce, die, and then just over. It's like they just follow nature. That's it.
That's what I believe. That's what I'm trying to say to you. That's what you've been programmed to think. You understand, my bro? So what I'm trying to say to you, animals do have a conscious, like even though a cow is crying, so what you're trying to say, that cow's crying, but he ain't got no emotion. He's just crying for
emotions, but like no, I've said it before. Like, and I do believe animals have emotions, but I think there's not hierarchy. That's a bad word. I think there's a scale of the mental and spiritual capacity within all beings. Like an ant, for example, not only because its brain is small, but an ant clearly is more disposable in terms of its. Like, for example, when a queen gives birth, she gives birth to thousands of ants. Like. These things were meant to just reproduce, and it's like a bug. It's like a bot. Like in a game, it's like a bot. It's like these things are just coded. They're just moving. They're just operating. But humans are like it's like we're more aware of our environment. We're more able to look outside of the game and kind of interact with the world differently to what we're supposed to interact with. If that makes any sense.
With that, yeah, I hear you. But then that's free will, isn't it? So it kind of does go into a religious conversation. We'll not keep it there, but it's the point of human beings having free will and animals not.
Like, I don't think animals actually got morals. Do you believe that?
You don't think animals have morals?
Yeah, like, does an animal know
I do.
When something's right?
I do, you know. I do think they got morals.
So when a lion eats a baby buffalo in the nature, no like zoo or nothing, natural, eats a baby buffalo, do you think that's he knows that he's morally wrong or right, or is he just doing what he's instinctively doing?
But how is that morally wrong or right to eat
a baby buffalo?
Yeah, but that's how we see babies, isn't it? That's human morality on that.
That's why I believe they don't have morality, because all they do is go instinctively to what their body needs. I need to eat.
Do you think? All right, let me ask you a question, Zulu. So, if you think that lion, you gave that lion some meat, or let's say, for example, the human being gave him meat, do you think he'll start chasing after that buffalo anymore?
The baby one.
Baby one. So let's say, for example, us humans.
Yes, he would. I think he would.
I'll tell you what my belief is. My belief is I believe the human being genetically modified the animal to suit our own needs and to help us. So before technology, we had animals. You get where I'm going with this? So we used to use animals. Obviously, the last 100 to 200 years, or the last 1,000 to 2,000 years, they have been using cattle. They have been using things, but I mean on a different, like, literally working one with the animal, and that's what I believe has been broken.
I think that was the Garden of Eden. I would say that when we ate the fruit, that's when you started seeing animals being cursed, or being like, you start seeing lions now and predators now.
That might have been the first time, but that weren't the last time. Do you know what I mean?
I think it was, because even after all of that, you know, lions and predators hunt other animals, like death. As long as the animal has to kill another animal to survive, that to me is chaotic. It's destruction. I know there's the circle of life, but because I see that,
isn't that because of us though, the way we've become. What the same? Look, just because we don't see the chickens getting killed, or the cows getting killed, or the sheep getting killed, it's still happening.
It's because when we ate the fruit, not only did it affect us spiritually and physically, it affected the nature, earth. It affected everything. When we ate the fruit, it affected the animals. It says that thorns started to grow on roses. Predators started to eat herbivores. Like
but this is you trying to the blame on. Trying to put the blame on your ancestors, on Adam. Do you know what I mean? You're trying to say that. Do you know what I mean? Adam, Eve is the reason why you're like this now. You're a victim of your past.
So it's true though. That's
sad because you shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
I agree. It's harsh, but it's like I can do something now that can affect someone. Like if someone hurts a kid, that's still gonna affect them when they grow up. It's cause and effect. I know it sounds harsh because it's like, I'm born here, I didn't know what was going on, I didn't do anything, but it's cause and effect. They did something and it's affecting us today. It's just how it works, isn't it? That's how I see it. You know what I mean? And it's not like there's no way out. There's obviously a way out. You know, I believe so. But
that's what I mean. Do you know what I mean? It's like you're saying it and that's it. That's what it is, and then finished. Do you know what I mean?
I know. I shouldn't have phrased it like that. There is definitely a way out and a saving from this world situation. But
so you believe that there couldn't never be heaven on earth?
No, I don't believe that.
Do you ever believe that there was a time that there was heaven on earth?
No, I don't believe that.
So what was the Garden of Eden?
Paradise. No, not paradise. Let me change that. It was it was our natural. Garden of Eden was our temporal environment to show that we can, you know, how can I phrase this? Because there's so many ways I can phrase it.
It's heaven on earth, bro.
I would say it's a temporal environment, because I don't think this is our home. I think we were born in a different dimension. I don't believe this is our home. I think this is Earth was just a temporal place for us.
We were born in a different dimension, and then we ended up in this dimension. Who put us here?
I think when the breath of life got fused with the dust.
I don't think dimensions is frequencies. Do you know what I mean? Just because you can't see something.
No. I think dimensions is frequencies.
Yeah.
Higher frequency is higher dimension.
I think when the breath of life got fused with flesh, with dust, with earth, it bound us to this environment temporarily. But prior to that environment, we could have been in the Creator's presence as the breath of life. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but I wouldn't say this is our heaven or our home. I think our home is somewhere else, personally.
Do you think we're not in the Creator's presence right now?
The Creator is not in one place. He's everywhere. I don't pin him down to one place. I think he's in everything and everywhere.
Yeah, so I'm asking, don't you think we are in the Creator's presence right now?
Yeah, to an extent, yeah.
What's the extent?
The extent, for example, you know, he's in your mind, he's in your consciousness, you know, those kind of, I don't mean the subconscious, by the way. I mean like exterior from the subconscious. He's there in your mind. He interacts with you emotionally, but we just don't, you know, understand it, but it's there. And the interactions are there. The interactions are there.
Are you doing away with this?
Say that again.
I was gonna say, are you doing away with the subconscious then?
I'm not doing away with the subconscious. I'm just saying that just as there's layers to the mind, there's also layers to the soul, to the spirit. If you're gonna say there's a mind, there's a subconscious, there's also a spirit, a soul. There's different layers, and I'm saying that God or the Creator's presence is a layer or a source that is around us that we're just not able to access knowingly. Sometimes it's just like, for example, they say that God is love. So whenever you're loving your child or loving your wife, or like you're experiencing God in that moment, like in the sense that like the presence of God is there in that moment. That's love. That's how
What's a specific kind of, because our idea of love is a bit perverted, isn't it? Like if you take unconditional love, that's a concept a lot of humans can't even grasp, to even access that dimension in the first place. Too egotistical. And obviously all these things that we believe because we've been told by just people as well. Like right now, it's very hard to have unconditional love to your brother because you know he might just try hustle you, and you gotta be awake to these things. And like, you know what I mean? You can't just give him all your money just because man said he's hungry, because he might be not in the same dimension of unconditional love. You know what I mean?
Here's a question. Do you guys think love is something that's learned, or it's something that you're born with?
I think it's something innate that you're born with. That basically everyone has the capacity for it.
What about
I believe everything's learned, Zulu. Everything's learned. Everything's experienced.
Hate is a lack of love.
Is that the definition of hate?
Well, that's what I think hate is, a lack of love.
Right?
Isn't that opposite of love?
I think hate is a lack of love, man. No, when you lack love, that's all you're ended up with.
But hate is like the extreme opposite. I wouldn't say lack. I would say it's the extreme opposite.
It's like saying darkness is the lack of light. Darkness is, like, you could say it is something, or you could say it is the absence of something else. I think that's how that operates.
The lack of love. Hate is the lack of love. I mean, I can have less love.
You can't hate something you love, can you?
Yeah, but yeah. I can have less love for something.
I'm glad you said that day one. Yeah.
No, for example, I can have less love for something, but does it mean I hate it? It's a lack of.
Yeah, but it's not the absence of. There's still.
So would you say
like,
that
the same way? If there's a little bit of light, it's not darkness. There's a little bit of light, but when the light has completely gone, you're in darkness.
Okay.
So you need a bit of light still, at least, to keep you like on your toes.
You might love unconditionally, but there's got to be some sort of hate there.
What? Really? That doesn't make sense.
No, there's got to be.
How can you?
It's the same way that.
Have hate?
No, look. If you have unconditional love, you. Okay, fine. Yeah, there is some sort of hate you can have with unconditional love. Like, I love you unconditionally, so I would hate for you to do something that would harm you. You know what I mean?
But then
I'm here thinking about myself, innit?
So then hate isn't a bad thing then, right? It can be you can hate something for the sake of love, or hate something. You can hate something for a good cause, right, or something like that.
Yeah, it's like what you've focused your love into will determine what you focused your love out of. Do you get what I'm saying?
Can you love someone and hate someone at the same time?
Yes.
Can you love someone and hate? You can love someone and hate their behavior because you love them.
But you said he said this person, not the behavior.
I just said the person at the same time.
So, yeah, you can't love someone unconditionally and hate them.
Actually, yeah, I'll take that back. You can't love someone and hate them. Yeah, I'll take that back.
Can. Why not?
Because you can hate something they've done.
I know you're gonna say like a bad person.
You can hate their words.
Yeah, but it's like I can love someone for the sake of humanity as my brother in humanity, but then I can hate what they do to people. You know what I mean? But that's not the person though. So I don't think you can love and hate someone at the same time.
I mean, that's not the. This
exactly.
is very.
So, like, think of someone you hate, innit?
You confusing me for a second, yeah.
Can you be defined by?
No, I'm trying to clarify. Think of someone you hate, innit? Think of someone you hate.
She told me I can't have ice cream today, so I hate her for that.
Do you hate her, or do you hate the fact that she told you can't have ice cream?
Exactly. You hate the action.
I hate the fact that she didn't give me permission to have my ice cream. So
you hate the action. You hate the action, not the person.
Exactly. You're hating the behavior, not the actual person, innit?
The person has warranted that behavior. It come out the person.
No, but this is why I was telling you. I was trying to take it to the extreme, innit? I was trying to take it to the full extreme, fam.
All right.
Can you?
So I'm saying, think of someone you hate, innit?
Yeah.
And think of what you obviously hate them for a reason. They must have done something. They must have said something. They must have looked in a way you didn't like or something. There's something about them you hate. It's not them you hate.
It's a loved one. Let's say this person is a loved one or a girlfriend.
What, that you hate your girlfriend?
Yeah.
But how can you hate your? That doesn't make sense.
How can you?
I might hate her right now. I might hate her right now, but then I don't know, something might happen, and then I realize why I love her again.
Yeah, but that means you only hate. That means your hate is subject to her action, to you.
Yeah,
not the person herself.
So how else do you hate someone? This is what I'm trying to say. I'm a bit confused. Or is it just me?
You can't hate anyone. It's impossible.
I don't think. Yeah, it's impossible. You can only hate.
Don't realize that
what they do. You can only hate what they do. You can't hate the person. It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what?
That's an illusion. You're lying to yourself.
This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm a bit like you lot are trying to separate.
Say that again.
You're trying to separate a person's actions from the person, but the person.
Because the person.
What?
Yeah, but the
person has just decided to do this action, innit? They are not the action that itself, are they?
No, but they
actions.
If I told myself to put my hands up, my hand goes up, bro. I told myself to put my hand up, so that's on me. I told myself to put my hand up.
But then Mills, you only put your hand up because of the experiences you've had in your life that made you in that moment put your hand up, and the environment and the engineering, the mind. But you as the consciousness, as the person, is just moving to what everything around you is happening. Like your actions, to some extent, isn't your fault. To some extent,
you know what? That's a good example with your hand, though. Like if you put your hand on the fire,
it's like everything's under my control. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if you put your hand on the fire, are you gonna hate your hand?
No, but I am gonna hate myself for being stupid enough to put my hand over.
No, but you're not gonna hate yourself. You're gonna hate what you did, innit? You're gonna be like, you know what? I hated doing that. I'm not gonna do it again.
Okay, cool. And then I do it again. Then I do it again. Then I do it again. Guess what? Tomorrow I'm gonna do it 3 more times. The next day after that, I'm gonna do it 3 more times. So what's going on now? It's still the person's action.
What's going on is you don't.
The person get the blame.
What's going on is you don't love yourself enough to. Now I'm saying what's happening is you don't love yourself enough to focus on the action that you're doing that is detrimental to your health. That is not an embetterment for you. It's a detriment, isn't it? So because you're not looking at the action and what it does and the implications of this, you're not having that long-sightedness of what this can do, and you're not having the connection of the action to the person, and because of that, you can't put the pieces together, innit? But when you do, everything lines up and you realize, yo, I shouldn't do this because I love me, and this is not something that will benefit me, innit? Like, it's not an experience I would enjoy. You know what I mean?
Let me give you an example. How, for example, Mills, obviously you pray as well. How can you ask God for forgiveness if you can't forgive someone that did wrong to you?
Facts.
It's all about the actions. That's why the hate is...
You can't even forgive yourself.
But then for you to be able to forgive the actions, you have to acknowledge the actions, and then that means that's come as a direct result, regardless of its environment or what. Like no matter what excuse, it's done. Like if I slap you across your face right now, Zulu, that's me slapping you across the face. It doesn't matter if you made me angry, you done this. Me as a person, I shouldn't slap you across the face, bro.
But that's the action. But should I be like, oh, I hate Mills now? But I should be thinking,
if you do, are you wrong to? Are you wrong to?
Yes, I am.
On something that would make you want to hate someone.
Let me put it from another angle.
I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
So when do you hate? This is my point. When do you hate someone? So never hate someone.
I think we can only hate ideas.
Hate is even a strong word to use, you know. Even though I'm sitting here saying,
well, I'll tell you what hate is. I'll tell you what hate is. Hate is like I gave the example of the lack of light. So you're in a situation where you're now blind to what the reality. That if I watch you slap him, bro, look, if I watch you slap him, I could either watch it out of hate or watch it out of love. Now, one of them is a learning experience where you're getting information and you're using it. Another one is a rejection of the information that is coming into you, and you haven't like put your focus into it, innit? So you haven't.
It's like you haven't observed why he slapped me. You haven't reserved you haven't observed the whole situation. It's like you're thinking like quickly. It's like you're not thinking before you're acting. It's like, okay, he slapped me, and now it's like he slapped me. Oh, now I hate him. It's like you haven't sat down
instead of appreciating what just happened. Yeah,
because it could be a lesson. Something people need to slap. Some people need to be taught by getting slapped.
That's literally the difference between slapping someone and him snapping out of it.
Sometimes
that's the difference between slapping someone and them snapping out of it, and slapping someone and they're like, nah, wow, why this guy slap me, slap you back? He's not seeing the point, innit? Like, you could tell someone, yo, listen, bro, this thing that you do is peak, innit? You shouldn't do it no more. They could take it as an offense, or they can appreciate what you said, listen to it, and take it on board, innit? They can use it as a tool. So you give me a knife, I could either dash it, or I could use it for something. You know what I mean? It's my choice, really.
So it is your choice now. So it is your choice now.
It's your choice. So it's your choice. The dimension you're in is your choice.
Your actions, bro.
We are responsible for our actions.
But you're not responsible for other people's feelings towards you, towards your action. That's what you're trying to say.
Mills, 100%, the responsibility is upon the conscious person making the decision. But is it all right as people that also make mistakes to have the capacity to hate somebody else? Exactly, forgive. This is what brought back to the prayer.
That's exactly
like,
what it is.
I'm asking for forgiveness, but I'm hating someone. That's oxymoron, in my opinion.
I get that, but then we just said about the slapping thing. Sometimes someone needs to be slapped. It's not all about showing love and then forgetting about it and then forgiving. You just said it. Come
exactly, bro. This is where you got it wrong, yeah.
All this time, I'm just trying to, It's like it's just one box fits all. But I'm like, you know what?
You're saying negative forces are necessary at some points in time.
Bro,
no, wait. Hold up 1 second, yeah. You see when you slap someone, yeah. It's all based on your intention, innit? If you slap someone out of hate, and if you slap someone out of love,
it's different.
It's the same behavior. It's two completely different slaps. You know what I mean? I might have slapped you.
I can still kill you while crying.
Yeah, like, I'll beat you up because you're not listening, fam.
This is what I was trying to say.
So then, are you saying then it's not the action itself; it's the reason behind the action? Because slapping someone within itself, I don't see how that can be. Just looking at the action itself, harm. I don't see how that is love. But the reason behind it then can be like, oh, I'm like when you beat up a kid, like when you slap a kid.
I'll show you how it's love, yeah. You keep doing something, whatever it is, innit? Like I gave the example earlier of, let's say you keep harming yourself or whatever, yeah. and you're not getting it, bruv, and someone's trying to tell you, bro, this is bad for you and shit, and like words are not coming into your ears, innit? You might be someone that.
I was just gonna say the same thing. You see the example that I just had a friend who's self-harming, bro. Yeah, and he's trying to tell me he's positive, and he's on this positive thing. I'm like, bro, in life, it's not all about being positive. Sometimes you have to go through the negative things to know how it feels to be positive. Do you understand?
Yeah. You have to experience pain in order to experience. Yeah.
Do you get where I'm going with this,
yeah.
bro? I'm trying to be positive, positive about this positive thing. 2 seconds.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, see, when you out of love, like you would have healthy hate, if you want to put it that way, innit? I don't mean outside of love. I mean from the intention of love, you would hate something because it goes against what you love, innit?
Yeah.
But from the hate perspective, you hate things just because you have no love. You can't even see that. You don't know why. Like you should love this thing. Like you can't even put yourself in a perspective that you have not seen something from, and say, yo, let me look at it from this angle. You're just like in one dimension. You're in the hate dimension. You're like in a dark room, and like everything that's coming, you're not even seeing it in it. You're just basically judging it without enough information. You could put it that way if you want.
Yeah. But this is how I see it. I see it as if the more unconditionally loving I can be, the more closer I am to God. And I think that
of course,
when it comes to hating somebody, I feel like it's more applicable for us to hate ideas and actions rather than individuals. Because if we were to hate individuals, then we're claiming to have the moral high ground to say that, okay, I know 100% that the way I perceive good and evil is the truth. Therefore, I think this person should be hated because he doesn't fit my moral compass in that sense. So to be more closer to,
and that's just arrogance, man.
It's arrogance.
That's what we got. That
it is arrogance. To hate someone is arrogance. I think it's better to just hate what the person does, in my opinion.
Yeah, but we're supposed to use arrogance for something. Same way we got violence. You can use violence for good. Same way we got hate. You can use hate for good. Like all these examples we've been given, innit? So we have it for a reason, but the misuse of it and the lack of understanding of it is what kind of leads us to this lost place.
I mean, yes, you can use violence for good, but would you not say that passivity, I don't know if passivity is a word, but being we're making up words now, you forget. Passivity, would you not say that passivity can also be just as effective as a response or violence?
Yeah. But as we have the free will and we have our mental faculties to think about things, like right now, if we're all silent, chilling, say everyone on earth is chilling in silent meditation. Let's go. I like going extreme with things because that's really where you see where it ends up, in it. So someone comes along, wields a knife and starts stabbing everyone up, in it. Yeah. At one point, someone is going to get up and, you get me, end this guy who's trying to end everyone else, innit? So you can't say, oh, that's a bad thing that he did that. He used violence against the guy who was being violent to everyone. You know what I mean? Out of love for everyone and the person that is doing it, is like, yo, the more you do this, the more like fucked up life is going to be for you, innit? So
but was there a way he could have stopped him without having to respond the way he was responding to other people as well?
No, you can, but I'm saying if you're passive and everyone's just standing there watching him, like that's one of the most effective ways to teach, by example, innit? So,
but sometimes by sitting there in silence is you actually, the person thinks that you're giving them the green light. So say for example,
that's exactly what I was going to say. The best way to teach is by example, but if someone's blind, they're not gonna get that. So some people need a slap in the face, like literally what you're talking about.
You believe in revenge then, essentially.
In revenge, I don't believe in revenge.
In your hands.
I don't even believe in revenge, man. Like, I think the world will avenge me anyway. Like I don't need to.
You believe, same. I believe the revenge is in the maker's hands. I'm not saying that we can't enact judgments and peace here, but There's certain things that I'm not aware of what happened in that person's life and everything that's connected and all the different experience. I'm just looking at what he did to me in that moment. I'm not even considering. I'm not even being transcendent to consider all the different possibilities and areas. And for me to just sit there and make judgments like that and responses like that, quick like that, it's just irresponsible. It's natural to do that, but sometimes if you want to be better, it's good to look at the bigger picture, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. You could say that it's wrong to deal with someone like that in that manner, but it's like it does mess everything up for everyone, innit? That's why we're here. Everyone messed everything up for everyone. Everyone else messed everything. It's like, look, I like this Zen cone, yeah. There's these guys meditating in a silent meditation sanctuary, yeah. So one stubs his foot, makes a noise, and then the next one said, you made a noise. And then the third one says, you spoke. I haven't spoken yet. And then the last one says, you all spoke except me. You know what I mean? So it's like the circle.
All of our actions are affecting each other. Yeah.
Exactly. So if everyone just shut it up, like I think animals are trying to tell us something, really and truly, yeah. That we need to just chill the fuck up, man. You know what I mean?
That's a very good point. Like, let me give you another example. Let's, for someone that's like, he took this from me or he did this, I need to get him back. Let's give you a scenario. There's someone who basically he's got no money and he needs to eat. He needs to feed his kids. So he takes your wallet, for example, and then you try and find him to try and take him out because he took your wallet. You go into his house and you see that they literally got nothing. And then it's like, if you're a good person, you would see in that moment, okay, I get it. And that's why sometimes when bad things happen to us, we may not be able to get that I get it moment because we're just moving in the moment. Like, he did this to me, I need to get them back. But sometimes people, and you know what could have stopped that event? So maybe someone giving him money when he's asked them for money could have stopped him from coming taking money from you. It's like someone else's action to not do something has affected you as well in your reality. It's like we're all affecting each other and modifying each other's experiences. Like me not giving money to the homeless guy might trigger him to go and shoplift, but I could have stopped him from shoplifting. Not that it's my responsibility because I'm in charge of my own life, but I could have stopped something from happening. But I didn't know that.
It is basically your responsibility, man.
But it is our responsibility. Like, we all know each other's responsibilities. That's the thing.
Yeah, we're all responsible. It's like no raindrop believes it is responsible for the flood, but they're all responsible. You know what I mean? But they're just saying, "But I'm a raindrop. What can I do in it?"
Bro, that is an amazing quote, right there. That one right there. It's a really good quote, right?
And that's what we are right now, man. That's what we're doing. But it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
That's a good quote, man. I'm gonna take that.
Yeah, take it, man. Please. If you can help someone's life with that, I'll be on
it. But it's that village mentality. You see that in Africa as well. It's like, like if, for example, like you don't really see many people, you don't see many mental homes or care homes because everyone just looks after each other. Like the elderly live with the grandchildren, or they live with their children. Everyone just looks after each other. There's less people, lonely. There's less loneliness. There's less sicknesses. There's less.
Even if you go to people like with mental conditions and that, hey, they just put them in a mental hospital. You're schizophrenic. You're this. You're that. Yeah, but other places will take them and be like, this person's special. Like, for example, with the shaman movements, like that's how they find shamans. It's like, yo, I can hear voices. Here they tell you, oh, you're crazy. There they'll tell you, yo, bro, you're special, bro. You can hear voices. Like you need to, you're one of them people that need to access the realm of these voices. And you get me? They get trained into understanding what it is they are experiencing by the people who did experience this as a youth and got taught what this experience was. So you can either, because everyone's different, innit? Someone was just telling me yesterday, a couple of days ago, about autism, and its effect on humans in our evolutionary processes. So I might mess up what he said, to be honest, because I don't fully remember exactly what it was, yeah. But it was something like that, innit? Autism has specific uses for specific effects. Like you have someone who can see a lot better than everyone else, for example. And all their other social faculties and all this stuff is like, they haven't explored that, but they've explored their vision. They've used the same processing power of the brain that you have, only in one faculty. So we're going to take this guy, and when we're foraging for whatever plants or things like that, he's the one who's going to see it and show us, innit?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So everyone is useful for certain tasks. That's why everyone's different, innit? Everyone, you can't all do the same thing.
Yeah, 100%.
Or can you? I don't know. Maybe I'm chatting shit, man. You know what I mean? I'd always accept that.
But it's like I say all these things now, but it's like, will I ever actually, you know, be of that mindset? Or is it just like a lot of times as humans, we have epiphanies where we think outside of the box, but then we end up going back in the box, and then we think outside the box. So it's like in, out, in, out. And I don't know whether something is prohibiting us from doing, or maybe we are prohibiting ourselves from fully coming out of the box. I don't know what it is. Because even me myself, I'll say something.
I think we are inhibiting ourselves. Like they say, the teacher's job isn't to teach you new information. Is to, a good teacher anyway, is to help you understand what you already know. That's the first thing, because we all have this fingerprint in it. We all have this thing that we all share, that is a common truth that we have decided after we've accessed it, after we played with it, after we've experienced it. Someone came and told us, no, you should think like this, you should learn this, you should think in this way. And then that kind of, everyone agreed on it, school institutions all agreed on it. So the second you go outside of that, you're outside the box, you're a weirdo, etc. But science was made for these people who have the opposing views and say, look, I'm looking at it from a new perspective that no one has looked at it from, and everyone's like, oh no, you're stupid, shut down. Yeah. But the whole point of it was to look at these bizarre views that people don't understand, and it goes out of line with science, and exploring that from the perspective that it was seen in, for you to be able to make your own sound judgment on it. That's why, like, when I speak to someone about the flat earth, like everyone's talking about earlier, yeah, most people see it from the perspective of the round earth, which stops you from seeing the other perspective that the person's talking about, because it's a whole totally different science. Every time something new happens in science, a lot of shit has to be scrapped, because we realize all this stuff was wrong because we found out this. Like, for example, when the Higgs boson came out, a lot of shit had to be rewritten. When magnetism came out, a lot of shit had to be rewritten. Electricity, all this stuff, where we found out about gravity or whatever, the force that pulls the earth or whatever, a lot of shit had to be rewritten, man. But the problem with us today is we can't rewrite shit. Nah, it's like we worked so hard on this. Allow it, bro. We've been doing it all our generation and the generation before. And my granddad thought this was true. So you're obviously wrong. You know what I mean? But like, you haven't even seen what I'm saying. Literally, you haven't seen what I'm saying. You haven't walked with me where I am for you to be like, this is wrong.
Do you know the issue is? I think that science has been hijacked. Because when you look at, for example, ancient schools of Egypt, and then when you also look at the Muslims in West Africa with Timbuktu, science has always been there. The exploring of the natural realm has always been there. But I think it's been hijacked by atheism. It's been hijacked by anti-theistic, anti-spiritual, and pro-European concepts. I think that's what's invaded science in terms of, evolutionary biology, cosmic evolution, all of these kind of, where did we come from, parts of science has been invaded. And I think it's because it's become so mainstream and all the peer reviews have supported this angle. Anyone that comes with anything contrary is perceived as crazy or is made a joke of, but it's only because whoever's in charge of the peer reviews has an agenda that they're trying to promote. And of course, this agenda or this theory can't be believed with blind faith. There has to be some data that supports it, or that is, alluding to it in some degree to make us think, yeah, 100% this is possible. Like, for example, with cosmic evolution, with the Big Bang, they will say because there's a blue shift and red shift, because when you actually measure the universe, the coloration, they call it the red shift and blue shift. When it's a red shift, it's talking about how far it is from the center. And when it's a blue shift, it's talking about how close it is to the center, in the sense that you can actually measure how far planets are moving away from the center of where everything exploded. Right. So there's data.
Yeah. So the red and blue shift is what shows you if something's going away from us or towards us. Is the Doppler effect.
But that's what I'm saying. The data may be there. Like, for example, they'll say with evolutionary biology, we share 99% DNA with chimpanzees and bonobo apes. It's like, if the data is genuinely there and they've spliced the DNA, they've looked at it, and yeah, there's a connection. What does that mean? And the what does that mean part, I believe, gets hijacked and turned into common ancestor, Homo this, Homo erectus, Homo australopithecus, whatever it's called. And I think that's where all the problems come to play, because we also share DNA with pigs. We share a lot of DNA with rats as well, humans. So what does all that mean when you look at it objectively without all the agendas that they have? And I think that's the issue.
For me, it means all life has the same, like I said, fingerprint. There's a fingerprint that exists in everything that is natural, that all of these natural things share this common information. So that is the basis at which you should start looking at it and try, because you also have this information. It is built into you, hardwired. So you can access that. But the problem that most have is, how do I access this? Where do I see this from? Because you have a perception, you have a perspective, and you've been taught, if you look out that perspective, like right now, if I go to the park and start speaking to the birds, everyone's going to look at me crazy. But if I don't, I won't understand what the birds are trying to do.
But you're laughing, Zulu. But if you look at Dawood was able to talk to birds.
Who's Dawood?
And Solomon.
You mean I don't know. I don't know if that happened or not, personally. Because I never saw him reading birds in the Bible, so I can't substantiate anything outside of that.
Another thing as well, like you are aware that people used to send messages via birds.
Of course, yeah. So
that's all right.
No, but they train the birds to do that. They put scrolls on their feet and they tell them to go west.
Yeah, but you know what? To train a bird to do that, you'd need to be able to communicate with a bird in order for you to give information to it. This is what you want it to do.
Or you need to be able to program the bird and brainwash the bird to do things for you.
Yeah, but that's what it is. Like, you're communicating with the bird. You're giving it information. You're reading the information it's given you, and based on the information you've received, you now know how to tweak the information you're giving it in order for it to behave in the way you want it to. So it's a communication. Like, the bird's getting something out of it as well. He's getting a little treat. He wants that. You want to get a message sent. You're getting something out of it as well. So you're living in a wait, symbiotic isn't the right word, but you're both living in a. You basically have a relationship that you're both living.
Do you believe we're all connected?
Do you know what I believe? I believe that animals and humans, the only reason why, this is my understanding of why they say common ancestor and all this rubbish. Yes, we do share, apparently, I don't know if the data is 100%, but if it is 100%, that's just the data, nothing else. We have ancestry, or we have some DNA that's the same as an ape. And low-key, I'm not even going to lie, look at an ape. Obviously, it doesn't look exactly like us, but you can see some similarities if you were to be completely objective. But the question now is, right, what does that mean? In my opinion, in my interpretation, subjective interpretation, I would say it's possible that when we were generated from a similar source via, the soil, because in the scriptures it talks about us being made from the soil. So was the animals, and a lot of people didn't know this, but the animals were made from the soil as well. So in our bodies, the minerals in our bodies are present also in other life on this planet. This is possibly why the DNA shows that we have a huge similarity to apes and other mammals. That's my understanding. That's the possibilities, right? That the material that was used.
Yeah, we're definitely made of
the same stuff.
Yeah, we're all definitely made of earth.
That's my theory.
If you want to look at it scientifically, the plant eats the earth, you eat the plant. All the plant ate was earth, so you're eating the earth. If you eat an animal, the animal ate the plant, or ate an animal that ate the plant, and the plant ate the earth. It all comes back to the same source, innit? Like you grew because of what you put in you, so did the plant, so did whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you are earth. You can say that confidently that you are earth.
The body is earth. When we die, guess what? It goes back to the earth, decomposes, becomes soil.
And it gets it returns, becomes soil again, and the plant eats it again, and the human eats the plant again, and you get me? Cycle. But there's something.
We always talk about
the earth,
body, and we talk about the human like it's a single entity, when really and truly we're a community of cells. You've got 50 trillion cells inside, and each one is different, and each one has a specific activity or specific job to do, and it works, which in turn allows your body to function and do what you want to do. So comparing us, so this is what I think we go wrong. We compare ourselves to a single entity when really and truly we're a collective or we're a community of cells. The same way as a human beings, we're a community of cells that help the earth or help the world, or whatever you call it.
We are it.
You understand? So we're the cells of the earth.
The same way your cell is you.
The solar system. You understand? That's the way it works, micro and macro. So what I'm trying to say basically is that we need to stop going on like it's just one thing. There's multiple. You understand? There's so many different ways. We always want to. This is another thing that I found with myself. This is what I had to say to myself, because I always wanted to know how things work from top to bottom, A or B. But then you realize it's not just one road, not just one avenue. It's multiple. It's like a tree. You know, a tree and it's twigs, and then you got leaves coming out of it, and then out of the leaves you got the fruit, and then some of them are flowers, and do you know what I mean? Some of them the seeds pop out.
But guess where? Guess where? It all leads back to the soil, the roots, everything, all back to one place, one source.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like being.
So it's like you were saying, body
being connected and being a single entity at the same time. So it's both.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but the problem with that is, you start bugging out, and you're like, "Yo, am I the day done, or am I everyone else?" You know what I mean? When you start getting connected, you realize that there is no difference between the person next to you and you. You are both made of the same stuff. You know, you can both do the same functions, but you both have different choice in it. So you've chosen to live in this dimension. The guy next to you has chosen to live in a whole nother dimension. But third guy looking at them is in his own dimension, perceiving everyone in his dimension, innit? So
can I ask you a question? In terms of the consciousness and the individual soul or spirit, do you think this substance or this force is transferred when someone, when the sperm and the egg fuse, or is this something that is that activates in the child once it's born out of the womb? Like, how is the consciousness transferred?
So the consciousness, I think, is on the 21st day, if I'm not mistaken. The soul goes within the embryo.
Is that scientifically?
No, religiously. In Islam. Or is it the first 30 days? I don't quote me on the dates, but I do know in a certain time the soul enters the embryo.
Is that in accordance to the brain being formed and the heart being formed, or is that just like for another reason?
Yeah, because the embryo's development at its beginning stage is done by the actual mother, innit? Because say again.
Go on, fam.
No, I was saying that the actual development is done by the mother because it's in her womb, and her body and her mind is taking the process of creating that new information. But you guys are talking about the biology.
But they don't. You're talking about the biology. I'm talking about the soul.
Biologically. I'm talking biologically and mentally, if you will.
I'm talking about brain. I'm not even talking about mind. I'm talking about soul.
Yeah, it was a evolution. You were first a cell. You decided to split
soul,
into
like
two cells.
SOUL, soul.
Yeah. That's you basically, isn't it? That's who you are, isn't it?
That's who. Like I'm talking about. Like how is that transferred to your descendants, or is it something that comes to you from somewhere else, not from your parents?
I personally believe you are your parent.
Facts.
Biologically, but I'm talking about your soul. Is your soul something that's passed down as well as the biological material, or is the soul does the soul come from another source? That's the question.
Well, same way there's the earth and the bodies, there's also if you want, the earth soul and the separate souls. But again, it's all one thing.
I kind of my opinion is this is what I'm thinking. My theory is I'm thinking that the soul, just like DNA, somehow is generated through the fusion of two souls, like male and female. That fusion generates another soul. But that all of these souls from all this reproduction comes from obviously the creator. But I think the soul is generated when the male and female, it makes a new soul. Just like how we make a new biological person. When the male and female fuse, I think it makes a new soul. I don't know. That's my theory on it. It's either that.
All right, let me tell you what
we all share the same consciousness.
When the man and the woman have sex, yeah, that's where their physical and then certain attributes or certain, like, I don't know, some people have a thing where they itch their ear or they sneeze 3 times, or do you know what I mean? They've got a funny bop. Their left hand's longer than their right hand. Do you understand? I don't know. I could go, the list is endless. Basically, those physical appearances and then maybe biological, then physical appearances will have an effect on their biological and will, like, let's say, for example, one leg's longer than the other. Yeah, then I'm going to have a limp. Then I'm going to have a hip problem in the future. Does that make sense? So maybe I think when they're having sex, when 2 people have sex and they have a baby, that's sorting out the physical part of where the body,
material,
the materialistic side. And then when the soul comes in, that's when
consciousness
goes inside. The whole reason the consciousness picks that soul in the first place is because of the experiences and a certain type of body and a certain life that body's gonna go through. And that's when they become compatible and they're like, yo, it's your turn. Yo, Zulu, this is your embryo, your time to shine. Do your thing, love, fam. I'll see you on the other side. You know what I'm saying? Next one.
Jed.
You know what I'm saying?
It's like here's your new car. Like
we're going on a bus journey, and it's like, yo, it's your stop now. See you later. You understand?
Man, that sounds deep. So you're saying that it's possible that your soul is something that was put into that embryo, and that soul itself was conscious and in a different form, but then was put into that embryo, rather than the soul simultaneously coming to birth with the embryo as a baby. Like, do you know what I'm trying to say? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, because if you think about it as well, because they're starting to find out now that the embryo, the child within the belly is moving, do you know what I mean? Sucking their thumb, laughing, kicking, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So consciousness is before, once the soul reaches the embryo. It's so even if before the child comes out of the human, it's alive and it's got consciousness.
Because I've got another theory.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you: Do you believe the heart beat? Do you think you're pushing your heart to beat, or do you think your heart was pushed to beat? Do you think it's pushing you, or do you think you're pushing it?
It's working on its own. I believe your heart is. I'm counter to what everyone else believes. I don't believe your heart is the pump. I believe your heart is the valves. The pump is your lungs, your breath. Because what do you have to do? What can you can?
Well,
do you know what I mean?
Same with the breath, yeah.
Let's say your heart stops. What's the first thing that they do, bro? They blow air within your lungs and start pumping your chest. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's same with the breath. I have the same question. Are you the one that's drawing breath, or is breath being pushed into you?
See, this is where we get wrong. We want to just get defined by one answer when it's both. It's the point of you taking a deep breath in and then that counter pressure pushing it back out.
I think the soul, it's possible that the soul can travel through the blood. And this might explain why for centuries there's been blood sacrifices. there's blood magic, and I think there's soul somehow it travels in the blood, and I think, like for example, in the scriptures, it says there's life in the blood. It says that in the scripture. That's why it says. That's why in halal we don't eat blood. In the kosher we don't eat the meat with blood in it, because the animal's essence is in that blood. So it's possible that it could even be the blood as well, which also makes sense because your blood is actually from your father. When people will say like, "Oh, it's your mother gives you all these things," yeah, that she does, but your blood is actually from your father. In case you didn't know that, and that might also explain why they say you are what your father is. Obviously, on a spiritual level, but
where is this? Is this biblically, or you're talking facts? Your blood that comes from your father.
I'd say a bit of both. I mean, scientifically, from what I've heard, avoid from my beliefs, I was told that the blood comes from a father, like the sperm. That's what I was told scientifically.
So maybe. So, if a father is A positive and a mother is O, the child is more likely to be A positive because the father's blood was A positive.
Oh, no. Okay. So is that's blood type though?
But Mills, that's what I'm saying. Maybe that's why they say you are what your father is, like on a spiritual level, in terms of like the spirit.
Yeah, but then again, that's what I was saying, isn't it? This what you're looking at is information, isn't it?
The mother's been more dominant. With the mother's genes being more dominant than the father.
I feel like the mother is more responsible for like the actual biological person, but in terms of the spiritual, like soul, I think that it's possible that it's transferred through the father. It's possible. I don't know. But that's my theory on the blood.
Like, I think maybe because the person himself has lived their life, the soul has decided what the body's fate is. The information of the body still remains in it, and all its history and the DNA formations, or wherever you want to put it. Yeah. So when you get someone's blood, you are getting that information, but the soul is the thing that decided this information. So I don't know if you can get the soul out of the blood, but I know you can get the information about the soul out of the blood, and that can give you an idea about what this soul is. But then again, when you look at things like cloning, you get a bit of human DNA and then regrow this human into a new human. Would you say that, like, if it's the same soul, it would be the same person with the same mentality, the same, like, the same views and everything? Or would you say this will be a new person who doesn't really know much, like a baby?
And I mean,
talking in terms of,
because when you think about it as well, it makes sense when you talk about the paternal and maternal DNA. Because I don't know how accurate this is, but if anyone's interested in like biblical archaeology, check out Ron Wyatt. He's the one that discovered Noah's Ark in Turkey.
Ron.
When you look at, for example, he apparently found the Ark of the Covenant in Jerusalem, and they did some DNA tests on the blood, and the location of the Ark of the Covenant was in the cave, right underneath where the crucifixions took place. So his theory was that when Christ was crucified, the blood dripped down from the crucifixion spot, and there was a crack on the ground, and that seeped down and it touched the ark, which signifies the fulfillment of the law. So they did some DNA tests apparently on the blood that was on that ark, and they said that the Y chromosomes was from a non-human source, and the M chromosomes was from a human source. So I don't know how accurate it is. I mean, it's interesting, and when you think about it as well, there's many animals that are asexual that can reproduce without having to have.
One second. Are you saying that? So what was it they looked at that they said that the Y chromosome was from a different source?
They said that the male or the Y chromosome was from a non-human source.
Of all of man.
Like it's not from it's not like a human's Y chromosome. The coding
of who?
So it's the theory is that's supposed to be where Jesus was crucified, where they found the blood sample on the Ark of the Covenant. Let me explain it again. So basically, you got the Ark of you know what the Ark of the Covenant is, right?
I have an idea. Give me a brief nutshell, please.
Okay, so it's kind of like a box where the 10 Commandments were contained, and there's like two angels on the top of two cherubims, images of them on top of it, and it's kind of where God was kind of worshipped in the Old Testament. So this ark was found in Jerusalem in the ground, like in a cave. And where this cave was, or this underground tunnel was, on top of it, on the surface, is where the crucifixion took place. So they found that there was some cracks on the ground, on the surface level, where the crucifixion took place. And they suspected that blood must have dripped down from that crack and splashed on top of the Ark of the Covenant in the underground. So they took some blood samples of that, and they basically said that the Israeli scientists, they said that the blood is still alive. And not only is it still alive, that the male chromosome is from a non-human source. So
was this when Israel was doing like archaeological diggings under the Aqsa Mosque?
I'm not sure. It was in the 90s. So it's possible that Ron Wyatt he's died of cancer now, but he said it's possible that could have been Jesus's blood that they sampled, which would indicate that him being the Son of God or coming from a divine, coming from a divine source, not having a physical father. So that's the theory.
And these are Jewish excavationalists.
No, he's a white dude. He's a American. He was a 7-day Adventist. He's the one that found all of these biblical, the Ark of the Covenant, the Noah's Ark in Turkey. He's the one that found all these sites and all these things. And they've tried to silence him. He died of cancer mysteriously when he was healthy and everything. And the Israeli government basically told him not to tell anyone where the ark actually is, the specific location, because he was worried. They were worried that the Jews would try and build the temple again, and then that there would be more the Muslims and the Jews in Palestine would start fighting over it. So basically, he kept quiet about where the actual ark is. But he said that apparently when he went in the ark, he passed out when he first saw it. There's a whole video about it. It's really interesting. You should check it out. He basically passed out because he felt like the energy in there was too strong. And when he woke up, he saw angels, and the angels told him to record because he had a camera on him. And they opened the ark and they pulled out the stones, and they're basically talking about, the end of the world and this and that and that. And then basically, he's got
a recording of this on video.
He's got a recording on this. And the angels told him to only release the recording when the mark of the beast happens. That's when you should release the recording. This is roughly what I know about the video. There's a lot of things that happen as well, but you should watch the documentary. It's very, very interesting.
What does that mean though when the mark of the beast happens?
When the end time is fulfilled, when all the stuff in Revelation, all the stuff is when it starts to happen. That's when you release the tape.
Okay. So he should be releasing it right about now then, innit?
Well, I mean, I don't know if the mark of beast has happened already, bro. I don't know. I think there's still a lot that needs to happen. Personally, from my eschatological understanding, there's still a lot that needs to happen before that.
Yeah.
But I found it very interesting. There's so much archaeology. There's so much stuff that's hidden from us, for all the ancestors, even the Egyptian stuff as well. Our theories on what is the pyramid, what it actually was used for. Because there's a lot of.
Man, I'm so interested in this, but I gotta go, man. This has been an interesting talk, man, and I wanted to get into more of Jedi as well, what you were saying, but next time maybe, innit?
Well, if you've got time, bro, just type it. Make sure you type in Ron Wyatt, Ark of the Covenant, Noah's Ark, all that stuff. And
RON.
RONN, Ron, and then Wyatt, WAY.
Oh, okay. All right, say no more, man. Say for that, man. Sick one.
Yeah, man.
Peace,
hopefully
man. Everyone
talk about it as well.
Yeah. See you, man, on the other side.
Okay. Peace. Is anyone there? Mills, Jeds? Or is it just me? Mills, is anyone there? Okay, no one's there. But yeah, if you guys are interested, just when you got time, look up Ron Wyatt. There's a lot of archaeological findings. There's even some Exodus stuff as well, because I know a lot of people say that never happened. And even though there's so many historians that don't get any airtime by the mainstream, that are proving that it happened. And there's so much stuff even on Sumerians, ancient Egypt. There's so much stuff that these guys have found. And there's another one called what's his name? Rahul. Something Rahul. I think his name is David Rahul. He also discovered the Garden of Eden or something like that somewhere in Samaria, and he discovered there's also another one that discovered the Anunnaki. He's the one that decoded the scripts, the Sumerian scripts. So there's so much historical findings that are being hidden from us, possibly hidden in the catacombs somewhere. Roman Catholics probably have it somewhere. You know, all of these different artifacts. You hear of the Spear of Destiny, the Shroud of Turin, all these mystical artifacts that are being hidden from us. But I believe they've got all these different things, you know, and they'll tell us, oh no, these guys were primitive, they didn't know science, and they were magical, but yet you're hiding all of their archaeological stuff from us. It's like, okay, you're saying that, but then you're the ones with Moses' stuff. So somewhere in the Vatican, you're the ones with the spear that pierced Christ somewhere, because you know there's some power in these objects. So you don't want, but yet you want to tell us it was all a myth. That's the funny thing about it.
Yo, what happened to Jay Dunn? Is he gone?
He said he had to go somewhere, but he said he really enjoyed the conversation. He said thank you for the conversation.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed it.
Big up Jay Dunn, man. Big up everyone that's been part of the convo.
I really enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, man, it was really good to listen to. I've just been kicking back, listening and whatnot. Trying to count my pennies to get myself an ice cream. Do you know what I mean?
I might get myself one as well.
And yeah, I really want to step out, so I'm just gonna go have a nice cool shower and then jump out. But it's not gonna be a long thing. I don't know. Is Mills here? Mills, you talking? I ain't heard your voice for a while, actually.
Yeah, he wasn't saying anything. I don't think he's there.
Yeah, I'm melting in this house, man.
Fam, it's so hot in here. The window's open and it's still hot.
Yeah. It'd be nice once I step out on this, though. It'd be nice. It's 3 o'clock. Perfect time, man, to step out. Big up Mr. Trill Hudson. Big up Pac-Man 786. Pac-Man 786, you said you donated. I looked, I didn't see it. So I'm going to need to know, what day did you send this donation on? If it was today, it definitely hasn't come through. You need to be made aware of that. I don't want you to lose your money. But yeah, I've not seen anything coming from your direction, King. So if you want to confirm with me, I'll look into it, man, because I don't want you to like have tried to support me and ended up losing your money, or you've not typed in the right details and you've given the money to the wrong person, or whatever the case may be. So yeah, man, hit me up, man. And you didn't seem to reply when I was asking you when you sent it. I didn't seem to hear nothing from you. Fucking hell, it's so hot.
Sometimes I wish they had AC in the UK, man.
Going on, guys?
We underestimate.
I hate AC though. Big up, Con. I just hate it. It makes me feel sick. It makes me like.
Yeah, gives you a sore throat.
Yeah.
Not even a tiny, not full blast. Like just a tiny bit of little breeze,
No,
man.
but it's
Sometimes
circulating
it's just
air, man. It's the quality of the air.
just a tiny bit of breeze.
Yeah, circulating the same air.
I might not hear it or feel it, but my nose, and I'll be like, what's wrong with my nose? And I'll be like, is the AC on? They'll be like, yeah. I'll be like, that's what it is.
Is it because
because
of the air itself?
If you think about it logically, yeah, normal air that we breathe in and breathe out, yeah, we're breathing in O2 and we're breathing in CO2, and then the air separates. But with the AC, because it's got a kind of force to it, the air's not separating. It's just blowing around that CO2 for you to breathe it in again.
Is that what it is? I don't know. There's something.
I'm not lying. That's my speculation. Like, don't hold me to that.
You can't lie that it's refreshing when you walk into a room with AC after being outside or something. It's refreshing.
Just put a bag of frozen peas on your ball bags, bro. Just go and get the fucking frozen peas out.
You're gonna cook them after, yeah?
Nah, man. then what? That's what we call like casualties of war. That's going straight in the bin.
Yeah, look how many people saying they get sick by AC and all sorts. Yeah, so it's not just us, man. So yeah, now fuck AC. There's something wrong with it. Like if you turn something on and it makes you sick, like there's something wrong with that thing, bro. Like
yeah, of course. But you know, in certain climates, you're not surviving without AC. Like if you was in the Philippines now, right now, you ain't surviving.
I actually would survive because I would live accordingly. So I would hardly be dressed. I'd always be outside,
but naked.
I'd be shade. I'd utilize ice and cold drinks and shit like that. You know what I mean? You stay out in the heat of the day. Like, bro, we lived in the like.
Right.
But at night time it'd be so hot, man can't even sleep. Like
for hundreds of years, bro, we're good. I think
when I was in Hampstead just now, yeah, I see a 7-foot Jew wearing a yarmulke and no t-shirt, and he walked past me, and I went, I don't know why I done it. I went, don't write that in the Bible. Man went and put a t-shirt on, walking around like bare chest with a yarmulke on. I goes to him, that's like wearing a hijab and a miniskirt. What's the point in that? He went and put his t-shirt on and come back.
Sometimes you say jokes, Con, they're not really funny. Like
I know it was funny to me though.
But like, do you know, like when it's like nighttime and it's super hot, it's like, gosh, if I had AC,
he was 6 foot tall, white as a ghost, and ginger, and he was ginger, and he had all ginger hairs all over his body, and I was like, go and put some clothes on, bro.
You know, I said the joke wasn't funny, but you repeated it again.
No, it's a different joke.
Okay. So anyway, do you know?
Yeah, go on. But I'm not wily. Like they can't sack me.
Yeah. Anyway, I was saying, you know, like when it's at nighttime, I already sweat anyway when I'm sleeping. So with this,
really, I don't sweat when I'm sleeping.
Yes, every almost the only times I don't is when it's cold. But most of the time, normal days, hot days, my blankets are drenched. And no, I didn't piss myself. I didn't piss myself. Whoever's thinking that in the charts.
That's not funny either.
So that was a bit funny actually, but it's more funny than that dead joke. But anyway,
yeah, I gotta admit it was dead. Go on, carry on.
But I was saying. Sometimes I'm thinking, bro, if we had a fan or if we had AC in this country, that because the summer is long, it's 6 weeks of this.
But a fan is one thing. AC is a completely different thing, though, isn't it?
That's true, but a fan isn't as effective as AC. A fan only helps one area, and I think those fans that turn and you have to wait for it to go back to your angle. It's like you have to. It's like you only get a short breeze.
Yeah.
And it comes. I hate those fans, man. I hate those fans.
You just want it like blowing in one spot.
In one spot, man. I hate those fans.
But it's the movement of the air that makes the cooling effect. So when it moves like side to side, you feel cooler.
True. I guess it's supposed to spread in the room or something.
Yeah, but AC is not healthy though, man. I swear they got to get them cleaned out, innit? Like they sterilize them out at some point, innit?
Yeah, they blow out some dust and all sorts of rubbish.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, obviously the same way it's blowing air onto you is sucking your breath back into the system. And then they need to clean them out, innit? Because the lining of it all, like the inside of it, gets all like gunk in there.
Yeah.
You know, like bogies, bro. It's like a nostril, innit? Like, where did bogies come from?
From outside, innit? From like actually no, bogies are there to capture pathogens, to capture bacteria. That's what it's there. It's from inside. No. Yeah. No. That's the reason why you develop snot and pelagium. It's to capture the bacteria.
Yeah. Oh, actually, you're right. Yeah, you are right.
So it is from inside, actually.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but it's too fucking hot, man. Bro,
did you hear about the mosquitoes? Did you hear about the mosquitoes in the UK?
Bro, I bought a lolly. By the time I unwrapped the lolly and stuck it in my mouth, half of it melted, bro.
Did you lick the lolly? Did you lick the lolly, Con?
Oh, man.
No, stop. I'm overheating, man. I can't think.
Stop. Come on, bro.
No, but like, don't you think like a fan in this country is necessary, or AC at least for the summertime? Because sometimes it gets ridiculously hot. Like I genuinely can't sleep.
Well, has it ever been this hot? I need to know statistically. Has it ever been this hot ever?
I think so. Yeah.
Because it seems like this is the hottest day since records began, or something, bro.
It's definitely getting hot. To be honest,
there's no wind. There's no wind right now.
Exactly.
I always look at the trees when I come out here, and I always see how windy it is.
The old Choban tactic.
Now, earlier today, there was no movement whatsoever.
I think that's what it is. If there was more wind, this weather would be beautiful. But the fact that it's just static, you're just getting put in an oven. There's no wind. There's no circulation.
Everyone's done at the coast, you know that? All COVIDing it up and shit.
Yeah, man. That's why all the man. Exactly. And then they're going in the water. It's going in the water, spreading in the water. Oh, it's just disgusting. And everyone's was butt naked in the beach, man. Bloody rats.
Not necessarily a bad thing being around people. Like, do you think
it's not a bad thing? But it's like people just like we don't know what.
Do you not believe in herd immunity?
Mills, does AC make you sick as well?
Yeah, I don't like AC.
It makes you sick as well.
See, there's something wrong with it, man.
No, it makes me sick as well. I ain't gonna lie, but it's worth it, bro. Like it's worth it.
It makes me ill.
It's worth it, man.
How can you be in a hot country and you're coming from England, and then on top of that, you're gonna cool down your room?
No, but like, have you ever been hot where it's literally uncomfortable? Like I can't sleep. I can't. The air is hot. Like,
all right, I get that. When you go and sleep, or I don't know, you've just come back from outside and you just had a cold shower. Do you know what I mean? And you want to come into a cold room so you feel at least the cold because you've been feeling the warmth and the heat so intense.
It wears you down. It wears you down when it's hot.
I get that. But sitting in a room all day while you're in a hot country, do you know what I mean? Yeah, man, not enjoying the natural sunlight. I think that's wrong.
Because there's different types of heat. Because the heat here is moist heat. The heat here spreads. But back in Africa, like when you go
back home, they got dry heat, innit?
Trust when you go under a tree. When I went to Turkey, I went to Greece. Greece was fucking hot, bro. That's probably the hottest place I've ever been to in my life, and I've been to Zimbabwe. I think Greece is the hottest place. I don't know. Maybe it was just a special time or special, bro. Like I can't even explain to you. Like when I walked into the shop and I saw water in the freezer and I bought that and I drank, it felt like I was being given an antidote to my suffering. It was so hot. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm not accustomed to that environment. Because in Zimbabwe, if I go under a tree, it's cold. Like if I'm stepping on the ground where the sun is touching, my feet are burning. If I go under a tree, it's normal. It's cold. But the heat here and in these European places, the heat just spreads.
I don't agree with your use of the word cold. I wouldn't say it's cold.
Okay, not cold. It's cool. Like I'll give you another example. There's a trick in the villages. Yeah, this is not in the rural areas. In the villages, if you want to cool up your water, you get a water bottle, you dig it in the ground, you leave it there overnight, and it'll be cold. Not freezing cold like a glass of with ice in it, but it will be cool.
Cool. Yeah.
Because the heat doesn't spread. It's like it's dry heat. It just hits areas. It doesn't spread. It doesn't circulate. But here, it's mad. It's mad.
Yeah, that would be a good move, man. But like, dig a hole in the soil and leave your drinks in there overnight, and then throughout the day, just like pull them out one by one.
Yeah.
What else can you do, though, innit? What else can you do? That's it. That's nature's way, innit?
Because even at night time,
unless you got some I don't know what the terrain's like in Zimbabwe, but in places like Italy,
it's similar to the Middle East.
They got like underground caverns, underground caves.
Yeah.
Because everyone's like, these people live in caves. But caves is nature's like refrigerator. Get me? You go underground in the underground caves and that it's cold under there.
Caves can be dangerous as well, though, because there's lack of oxygen, and you can die of you can pass out in there. Some of the things in there you can pass out.
Depends on what sort of cave that you're going into. Do you know what I mean? You're talking about claustrophobic. Do you know what I mean? Tight little cave that's probably made from water. You're talking about these are like literally a world within a world.
Exactly. And they got all the food hanging out there, like all the salamis and the sujuks is all hanging up in there. Just chilled.
Salamis,
Serious.
So can I ask a question? Do you know the Turkish ice cream? Because when I went to Turkey, I went to Istanbul when I went there. It was really nice. I really loved it. I also went to like I don't know what it's called, but it's like a Muslim kind of place where there's like a temple, not temple, but I don't know what it's called again.
Was that like the baths, Turkish baths?
Do you know what yeah, something like that. And it's where like you enter in, there's like a guard outside, and you basically, I think so. And you get to walk in and you get to see like all the like different mosaics, and it's like kind of like a temple or something like that. And then they also have they have a picture on the side with all the descendants from Adam. was a nice experience.
Are you sure it's just not some Christian temple that we robbed off them or something? Because we got a habit of doing that, innit? We claps them, innit?
It was like it was a Muslim tourist. It was like a tourist place. Anyone can go. Anyone can go in.
Yeah.
I wanted to go in, but the line was like the line. I wanted to go in, but the line was way too big, bro. I was like, nah. In this hot weather, I was like, nah. But I went into the markets. It was really nice. My favorite thing is the Turkish delights. Goodness gracious, woo! The Turkish delights. There was ones with roses. There was ones with pistachios.
Yeah, everyone's favorite, isn't it? Either rose or pistachio. Yeah.
But the most weirdest, but delicious, kind of weird and delicious, is the ice cream. It's like the texture is weird, bro.
Do you know what that is? With sugar, when you beat the sugar, it changes. The molecular composition of it changes. So it's like, you know, like if you see a stick of rock, how they make a stick of rock, there's a machine that keeps turning it and kneading it. It's like that, but they just do it by hand. That's all.
Because even when like you're eating it, like it doesn't really melt. It's kind of like a gooey, not gooey, but it's kind of like you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, it won't melt. Yeah.
And even like the taste of it, it's like
you have to bite it. You have to bite it and chew it.
You have to bite it and chew it. Like even when I was eating it, I was kind of scared because I was worried.
They call it ice cream, but really it's not ice cream like English ice cream, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's something different, isn't it? They just call it ice cream. It's like when you call it lahmacun, they call it Turkish pizza, but it's not pizza really. They just call it that. Isn't it?
Because when I first had it, I was a bit scared.
Did you have have you ever had lahmacun thingy?
Nah, I didn't.
It's like a piece of like a flatbread, and it's got like mincemeat mixed with tomato paste spread on it. They cook it. They put loads of salad and squeeze bare lemon in there and shit, and then roll it, and it's like a wrap, like a tortilla or something.
Yeah. So with the ice cream,
yeah. A nice little start. I'm not gonna lie, it's a nice start.
So the ice cream. When I first saw the ice cream, was right by the market, and there was so many flavors. I think there was at least 20 flavors, and really? I think I picked like the banana flavor, right? Because banana ice cream bangs.
I love banana.
Then I ate that and I was like, okay, this. First of all, I was like, oh shit, this is nice. But then I was like, whoa, what is this texture? And in my head, I was thinking, shit, is this camel milk? Like, because I got worried because I believe obviously that camels are unclean.
Haram.
For me, So and I knew that you guys don't mind camel stuff. So in my head, I was like, oh shit, is this camel stuff? So I got hella scared and worried. But then we asked them and they're like, no, it's from a cow.
You know the best milk is goat's milk, isn't it?
Goat's milk is supposed to be the best.
Goat's milk, the best milk.
I'm too shook to try it though.
It
just looks like it's gonna stink.
I'll buy it, but when I go to Tesco's, they got goat's milk in there. I'll buy that shit, man.
Does it stink?
No, it's clean.
What does it smell like?
Telling me that's the same one as the village thing, yeah?
Yeah, man. They got it in Tesco's, bruv. Goat's milk. Always get it.
What does goat's milk taste like?
Just tastes like milk. It actually tastes has less of a taste than cow's milk.
So it's like, is it watery like soy milk, or is it just like?
No, it's not watery. It's not watery.
Will it taste the same if I have it with cereal, like cow's milk?
Yeah, you wouldn't know, bruv. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know that it's goat's milk.
Because the reason why I'm asking is because
the reason
why I'm asking because feta cheese tastes different to normal cow
cheese. Tastes different because they soak it in brine. They soak it and soak it. Yeah, that's why it tastes different.
Okay.
Yeah, they soak it in brine.
So
have you ever bought the Turkish one where it's like a big tin, like a cylinder, and you pull off the top, and it's got all salty water inside the cheese, and the cheese just floating in there.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. See, that's why they do it. So it's like food preservation techniques, isn't it? They use brine because it's sterile.
It's got I like goat's cheese. It's got very light.
You know what we do with our cheese in the village? When they make halim, they put like mint inside it and fold it. And when you cut the cheese, it's got mint inside it.
Ooh, that's fire.
Yeah, next level.
Fire, bro. That's fire, man. Bro, the innovation with Turkish food is just fucking amazing. Like even when I went to Turkey, because I was on a cruise, so we're going from Greece, Turkey, Patmos, like we're just going around that area, so we didn't spend enough time in each area. But like I wish I went to an actual cuisine place, because I've eaten some in London and the food was amazing. But I wish I actually ate in the actual...
You know where I want to go, Zulu? I ain't gonna lie, yeah. Do you know in Istanbul, there's this bridge, and under the bridge, yeah, all the boats go past, and they get the fish from the sea, and they cook it on the boat. So you sit on the bridge, and as they come along,
straight from the
they
sea.
cook it straight from the sea, cook it on the grill, on the oyster, and they just pass it straight to you, and you just eat it straight. Wow.
But hold on. They kill the
there.
thing first, though, right? It's not like the Chinese thing where they keep cook it alive.
Nah, they chop it
No,
up.
no. Everything's halal, bro. Everything's still done halal. He's just trying to say the time from when you catch it to when it reaches your mouth is so fast. You understand?
So
it's the shortest time and the freshest time you're gonna try that fish. And plus you got the fridge looking over you, and you got the city in front of you, and it looks banging, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
So in your personal opinion,
I want to try that.
I've never tried an animal.
My dad went.
I've never tried an animal that's been killed like straight away. Usually the meat I've eaten has been from the store because I had the chance to eat.
You know why? Because with meat, they have to let the nerves relax.
That's
you
why
can't
I was
kill
asking.
an animal and eat it straight away because the meat is still hard. When you hang it, the meat gets soft because the nerves relax.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you.
Have you ever had something called cheekafter? You know what cheekafter is?
No, what's that?
It's like they get meat, and they grate it, and they grate the meat and keep grating it until when you keep grating meat and breaking it down, the nerves that's in the meat comes out, and you just pick it out like string, and they just pick it out. It's like a big, you know the nerves.
What's the name of this dish called again?
Cheekafter.
But the way
they're cooking the meat.
Tell him the best bit.
Can you spell it? Can you spell it?
It's raw.
How do you spell it?
It's raw, bro.
It's CIG. KOFTE. But there's two versions. There's two versions of it. There's the one where they use just bulgur and there's no meat in it. But then there's the one where they get the meat and they basically cook the meat using spices. So friction and chemical heat from the pepper provides the cooking.
So they use their hands to like their body.
So there's no fire involved, but they're cooking it by hand, basically.
Yeah.
Is it nice?
They're needing for time, bro.
Bro, it takes ages. To do it, man.
Does it taste like beef jerky, like dried something?
No, it's not dry, bro.
No, they don't use jerk seasonings. They use like paprika and things like that.
No, I mean like not jerk. What I mean to say,
you put it between a lettuce leaf and you munch.
No, I mean like is it like beef jerky? No, like the beef like biltong, like beef jerky. Like is it dry?
No. It's just like basically it's just like a burger. It's soft like a burger. You know, like them big fat quarter pounder burgers. It's just soft, isn't it? Because it's minced meat, but it's been extra processed, so it's more softer. But like he said, you wrap it in the leaf and you eat it inside the lettuce leaf.
What does it taste like?
It just tastes like meat, innit? But it's not being cooked by heat. It's been cooked by friction. Yeah. So when you're kneading it like very hard. You're going at it hard, and you're creating friction, which cooks the meat.
But is that enough to really cook the meat, though?
Well, with beef it is, or with meat it is. Like with pork, you won't be able to do it, but because you need to kill the bacteria. But with beef, you can eat beef raw anyway. You know, like steak tartare and things like that. It's literally raw, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't even need to cook beef. You can just eat it like. Have you seen that one that Italians do where they slice it so thin, like you can actually see through it, like Risla paper?
Yeah.
Slice it. Yeah. See that?
But
you don't even need to
I
cook that.
don't like things like sushi, and I don't like all that.
Why?
I don't like raw. I don't like undercooked stuff. It makes me queasy. I like things cooked. I like things well done. Like when I order steak, I get my steak well done or medium well. I like things cooked thoroughly. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to feel like this thing is still living. It's kind of like I don't know.
Cremated back from the dead.
I want it to look like food. I don't want it to look like a carcass.
Meat.
You know what I mean? So when I see meat that's like oozing red and that's pink inside, it kind of makes me kind of throw up a bit. It's
pink or blood, but it's not blood. You know that it's not blood, though.
No, not blood. Even if it's like minced, like if I look at minced meat and I just see it there and it's pink or like reddish, it's just
see what I do with my minced meat. Yeah, I put it in the colander and I let all the juices drain out.
That's where the flavor is.
Yeah, I won't eat it with all the juices like that. You know, like when you open the minced meat and it's got all the blood at the bottom.
Oh,
it's not actually blood. It's like creatine. It's like it's actually
family. Love to everyone. You know what? Do like, subscribe, support us. channel, all the good stuff. I'm out, man. Love family.
Big up yourself, cuz.
Big up.
Yeah, because if it was blood, Zulu, it will congeal. It will start to stick. It will get sticky. But so it's not blood. When you see that juice coming out of the meat, it's not even blood. But people think it's blood, but it's not.
Yeah, I used to get worried when I was cooking in uni. I was thinking, shit, I need to drain this, but nah, you can't. I mean, there's only.
I do drain it though. I drain it. Sometimes I even pour water over it and let the water just drain out as well, just to get the extra things out. I loosen it out. I get the pack of mince. I put it in the colander. I loosen it out with my fingers, and I'll even run a little bit of water over it and just let it drain, even overnight in the fridge, and all the juice comes out, and it's cleaner, isn't it? But it's not blood. Still, you can't say it's blood.
Yeah. I mean, even if it's not blood, like, there's only so much blood you can get rid of, because like blood isn't everything. There's only so much blood you can.
No. See, when you do halal, yeah, when you slaughter the animal, the blood that's in the veins drains out. Yeah, so you're not having any blood. There's no blood because it's drained out. The blood that's in the vein will be drained out, and the remaining meat doesn't really have blood in the muscle, because the meat that you eat is muscle tissue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a very minimal amount of blood in there. It's mostly creatine. You know, sarcoplasmic fluid. That's
like
what it is.
Acids and all that.
Yeah, sarcoplasmic fluid. That's basically intracellular.
Yeah,
it's inside the muscle, so that would drain out. But when you hang the meat, the nerves relax as well. Because like, even if you do halal slaughter, where they kind of like basically they hold the animal and they relax the animal, and the animal's very relaxed when they cut the throat, is so basically the hormones, like like when you have a fight or flight response, the hormone that's released, if it gets into the meat, it will make it taste off, innit? It will taste different. So what they do, they fully relax the animal, and then when they cut the vein, then so imagine you're severing the signal that's sending pain to the brain.
Yeah,
you get me? So that pain sensor in the brain is what releases the hormone in the body to go into the meat, but they don't want that. That's why they slaughter it in that way. So there's no blood, there's no pain, and there's like basically no hormone in the meat. It will just taste like fresher.
But
there's a science behind the whole halal thing.
I agree with the halal thing, because obviously I believe kosher, and I would rather eat halal meat any day over what they're giving us. But don't you think though that it can be seen as, because some people say like, oh, don't you think halal?
Anyone who objects to halal meat, is predominantly doing it for political reasons. Like if they're anti-Islam, they're going to be anti-halal.
The point I was trying to make is, don't you think that, because they for example, like the act itself can seem a bit cruel, because like they'll say like, oh, okay,
See, this is the thing though. If you view the world from our current,
more ethical, a stun gun.
But one minute. Well, if you view the world from our current position, where we never personally physically have to kill an animal, and then we get very like we look at them like pets, like, oh, it's a cute little lamb, for example, then any harm done to the animal is going to actually be offensive to you. But if you was to travel back in time and realize that until halal slaughter was made standard, throughout the world, people are killing animals in some fucked up ways, bro. Like if you look at Chinese, for example, how they deal with animals, they got mad ways of killing them. Like I've seen one where they get the animal and they put the red hot coals inside the animal to cook it from the inside out. They do mad shit. Like they try to, like, because don't forget, like we used to having metal blades, knives, sterile equipment to hand, like surgical equipment, basically. They don't have that. They don't have that. Like back in the day, having a sword was a luxury item. Only the king of the tribe, like they showed the ancient burial mounds of the ancient Britons. Only the king would have a sword, because it was so rare to have a sword. You get me? Like even in the Ottoman era, everyone had a sword, but the kings would have the Damascus steel, which is like a harder, more powerful sword. So if you cross swords with him, his sword would just snap your sword in half, innit? Basically. So these items have always been prestigious items. So slaughtering an animal in a halal way is like a luxury. To be able to kill the animal in the way that I just described and have like a higher standard of meat is like a sign of a prestigious person, combining that with our culture of hospitality, that means when someone comes to your house, you have to cook food for them, and you're cooking the food at a higher standard. Like it's like a matter of honor. It's a matter of your culture, basically. Yeah. But when you look at Chinese now, with them, they don't have steel, they don't have metal, they don't have blades to slaughter animals with. They're killing them in some fucked up ways, like getting an animal and dunking it in boiling hot water, for example. Like they'll do things like that. So, like, you know, it's very inhumane. It's very inhumane.
They beat the animals alive.
They just get a metal pole and just whack it in the head and kill it like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a very inhumane ways of killing animals that's done all around the world. So compare that to, that's your starting position, and then you move to halal slaughter, you would say, oh, okay, this is humane. But from our position looking at halal slaughter,
then you're cutting this thing's neck and blood is just gushing out. It's a bit of a scary process, and it's like, shit, man. All of that just to eat it, like.
Yeah, but we're very, like, you got to realize we're very queasy, like we're very sheltered from the harsh realities of like survival, animal slaughter, things like that. It's an everyday thing for certain people.
Why should we have to kill anything to eat when everything our bodies were designed to eat comes from the ground?
No, that's a lie.
That's not a lie. That's what it says in the scriptures. We're created.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
The herbs. It says the herbs. Hold on. It says the herbs. Hold on. It says the herbs. Just let me finish.
I got a degree. Go on.
It says the herbs.
Sorry.
It says the herbs. It's okay. It says the herbs, the fruits, and the seeds, and shall be meat for you. That's what it says.
It's a lie. Basically, what it is, the problem is. Yeah. So there's a problem with that, yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry, but there's a problem with that. Yeah, you can get all the proteins and everything you need from non-meat sources. I agree with you. If you have the right food knowledge, like, you know, like, for example, rice and peas. Yeah, rice on its own, there's been incidents here in humanity where people have been eating white rice and it's given them illnesses because, and even whole grain rice, because there's such a thing called anti-nutrients, which is the opposite of a nutrient, and it's found in the husks of certain things like rice and whatever. So they eat the whole grain rice to get the fiber. Yeah, it gives them a problem. They eat the rice that's been processed. That gives you a different problem. So what's the thing? What they do? They eat something like rice and peas, or rice and beans, or rice and lentils, or beans on toast, combining two secondary proteins to give you a full array, a full spectrum of amino acids. However, when it comes to meat, we don't just get protein from the meat, we get in iron, heme iron. So this heme iron that we're getting from the meat, yeah, you need to eat that at least once a month. Even like if you're a normal healthy man that you train, yeah, you have to eat red meat, yeah. Now compare that, one sec, let me just say this one thing. With women who menstruate, they lose iron through the blood that they lose, yeah. They can't replace it at a fast enough rate from non-meat sources. So they have to have meat to keep them alive. Like without meat, without eating meat,
no one has to eat meat to keep them alive. That's a lie. That's a super lie.
No, it's not.
The only reason why they're saying that, Khan, is because yes, meat is nutriently dense, but because they're ignorant to the other sources of protein that's in nature. They're in their mind.
Leave the protein aside. Leave the protein aside. What about the heme iron? The specific type of iron that we get from red meat.
You can find iron in greens, in kale, in.
It's not the same. It's not heme iron.
It's even more. There's more iron.
It's not. It's not bioavailable. It's not right.
Oh, it's broken down way faster than meat.
But it's not the same. It's not the same iron.
No, it is. It's literally it's actually more purer because the iron you're getting from the.
But it's not bioavailable. It's not absorbed by your body.
Hold on, you're actually getting the minerals and nutrients from the source, because let's not forget the carbon cycle. We're eating. The only reason why we get nutrients from the animals because those animals get nutrients from the plants. So when you're eating, when you're eating the plant directly, you're literally taking in the mineral and the nutrients from the source itself, not from a middleman, or it's not being transferred from an animal to another animal. You're getting this nutrients from the source itself. That's the only reason why you get nutrients from eating animals is because they eat plants.
I can tell you, like, listen, I can tell you something. What we get from meats, yeah, we get the full spectrum of amino acids. You're saying you can get that from secondary processes of protein sources. Fair enough. The heme iron you cannot get from anywhere else. The omega-3 fatty acid you can just about get it from I don't know. You can maybe get that from rapeseed oil, but only rapeseed recently has become available because they have the ability to process rapeseed and extract the oil from it. Back in the Bible days, there was no oils that you could get that will contain omega-3 fatty acids.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I do. I'm saying to you, like, if you go and research now,
Olive
what oils
oil.
contain, it doesn't have omega-3 fatty acid. It's a monosaturated oil.
Omega-3. Okay, let me look what has omega acid.
Well, I got a degree in nutrition, and you're telling me, like, take my word for it, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
The vegetarian diet is the vegan diet is the best. No, not vegan. Actually, shit. It depends, man. It depends, man. Listen,
that's what I'm saying. It depends. There's no the best diet. What you need to do is realize that your ethics and morals should not dictate what your body requires. You should look at food as a very, like, any restrictive eating is going to be negative.
The vegetarian,
like, you shouldn't be restricting your eating. You should eat from even if you just ate the same protein source, like if you ate the same protein all the time, yeah, it's a negative impact on your body. You need to switch it up all the time. Like, sometimes you need to have like egg, sometimes you need chicken, sometimes you need lamb, sometimes you need beef, sometimes you need fish. Like, you got to keep the protein various, because the protein receptors that you have become saturated.
Animals. Do you see that? And that's the issue. Listen to how you only mention animals in the sometimes you need this. That's the problem. We're only eating animals every single day. We're eating meat. Let me ask you a question, Gon. What did you have meat yesterday for dinner?
Bob, I'm not denying that there's overconsumption and overproduction of meat products. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, for a normal, healthy man, you need to eat red meat maybe once a month or even once a week. A woman who's menstruating...
You don't need. You should. You could.
Yeah, need.
No, there's no need.
It's essential. Look, if something is providing you... Look, technically speaking, if something is providing you something you can't get from anywhere else and you can't live without it, that becomes an essential.
But you're saying that this heme thing can only be found in meat. But who's to say that we need that specific heme? There's non-heme.
What do you mean, who?
There's non-heme iron that we can take. That's good for us. We don't need heme.
What do you mean? Heme iron is the iron that comes from blood, isn't it? Because heme, like hemoglobin, referring to the blood, isn't it? So the iron that's in the blood, yeah, is heme iron. So it's blood iron. You don't get that in plants.
I agree. No, I agree. The body can absorb animal material and obtain higher levels of heme iron, but that doesn't discredit the carcinogenic and cancerous. It's like you're saying,
but that only comes with overconsumption. The carcinogenic and negative impact of eating meat on the human and on the planet is due to the overconsumption.
But you need to understand, even deers eat meat. Cows, there's videos of cows eating meat. Just because you eat meat doesn't
mean... So why are you saying that humans don't need to eat meat then?
The reason why those animals eat meat is because, for example, the reason why you will see a deer eating bones, there's videos of deers eating bones and birds, is because there's minerals that they're lacking in that they're trying to get from human or animal material. But the natural disposition, the natural diet is plant life. It's the same thing with human beings. We only started eating meat because of the lack of vegetation and because of the flood. It's because of the flood. There was the lack of vegetation, and we started eating meat.
Let me do a quick Google search here for you while you talk.
We never have. And it's all suggests that people that don't eat meat, people that don't eat meat live longer. For example, there's a group of California Seventh Adventists that are the longest living people on the planet. In the Western world, I'll say that. To our known, data, they're the longest living people in the planet, and they're vegetarians. So, meat is definitely not something we should be promoting.
When you're looking at a population and you're saying, let's look at these people and see how long they live, you're not taking into consideration women who lose blood from their period and basically fall into iron deficiencies and suffer because of it, or even die because of it. Because when you take out the people that die along the way, what's that doing to the overall number? Like when you're looking at an average,
and iron probably don't even eat the veggies. They probably eat chicken shop all the time, and they're probably malnutrition. They don't have a good diet plan. You can't blame that on them not eating meat. They don't have a good diet plan.
You're not listening to what I'm saying, because I'm saying that there's people like you're saying, these religious types that don't eat meat, yeah, and they're living in their own communities. They're not eating chicken shop, are they? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, look, more than 95% of functional iron in the human body is in the form of heme. Hence, heme should be considered an essential nutrient for humans, right? Although historically iron is the primary concern in nutrient studies, let me go into the whole thing now. That's just the highlight. So basically, can you see that our blood, yeah, look, more than 95% of the human body, particularly recent studies have shown that heme is efficiently absorbed by the small intestine enterocytes. Yeah. So this is saying in Western countries, heme iron derived from myoglobin and hemoglobin makes up 2/3 of the average person's total iron stores. Do you understand? So when the iron stores become depleted in women, for example, they're going to suffer. They're going to be deficient. And no vegetable can replace that.
You do know that hemoglobin is carcinogen, is a potent carcinogenic. I just typed in right now.
Yeah.
So you're saying it has all these benefits.
I'm saying the overconsumption.
It's easily
That's the overconsumption. Look. Let's be fair. Right now, meat is being consumed on a daily basis unnecessarily. That doesn't negate the fact that humans need to eat meat maybe once a month.
Why do you keep saying they need? They don't need.
Because I've demonstrated that. Why are we going over the same thing? I've demonstrated for you.
Explain that to me. How are people that are living longer that don't eat meat? I know you can say, oh, it's because the diet and other reasons and smoking and other reasons, but generally,
I never mentioned smoking.
Okay, but generally, the people that are not eating meat have healthier blood. They have a stronger and more healthier digestive system because it's not packed in with rotten flesh, and they have more mental clarity. I mean, I went vegetarian for like 2 weeks. I felt amazing.
That's just 2 weeks though.
I know it's just 2 weeks. I should have done more, but I don't think. I think it's because you've never been vegetarian, so you don't know what it's like to be vegetarian, bro. You just feel your mind is clear. You just feel like
I'm not saying that there's no side effects to the overconsumption of these things. I am obviously, like, it gives you colon cancer. There's loads of problems with overconsumption of red meat. What I'm saying is that doesn't negate the fact that it is an essential that you should be eating maybe once a month.
Yeah, but you don't have to. It's not an essential. You don't have to. But if you do,
I'm saying you have to eat it once a month because it's essential.
Meat is essentially emergency food. It's nutriently dense. It gives you quick boost of energy. It's easily absorbed, or the iron is easily absorbed, and it helps you in that moment. But
you know what? You could easily do a quick Google search thingy, and you can even come with the science. Like if you look on PubMed, yeah, published medical journals, and just put something like, "Can humans live without heme iron?" Yeah, you'll find the answer. Like, there's no point in you sitting there and saying,
humans right now,
these are my beliefs. What you're telling me is about your beliefs, isn't it? I'm telling you
about living, breathing people that have been tested by scientists that are living.
But that's just a single person's testimony. One person.
No. These are
I feel better.
It was on the news. These people in California, not just these people. There's maybe in India. There's many vegetarians. Vegetarian peoples have known to have healthier blood, have lived longer than people that eat meat, because they're not packing their body in with rotten flesh, because you do know it doesn't fully digest. People that get their stomachs cleaned out, they find like rotten meat in there still, even 20 years later.
Well, I typed in, yeah, can humans live without meat? And the first thing that's coming up, yeah, from veganlifemag.com said, vegan people can survive because you can get some of the nutrition you need from supplements, which means it's still not a complete diet. Yeah, and this is talking about specifically veganism.
You can survive on 100% animal diet.
They're saying it themselves.
What? This is a lie. Forget that article, bro. That's a lie, bro.
All right, cool. So should we go PubMed?
No, hold on. Do you know what it's telling you, Con? Listen to it. You can survive on 100% animal diet. So basically,
right, what would you accept as a source? What about medicalnewstoday.com? How's that? Is that good?
I don't know what it says. Yeah.
All right. It says, "Are we supposed to be vegetarian?" Medical news today. Do you want me to look at that?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Let's do it. Okay. Accept and continue.
Oh,
Were humans designed to eat meat? Did we evolve to consume other creatures? Is flesh eating enshrined in our DNA?
Can we share screen?
Do you know what? I can give it to you and you can find it. Medical news today. I just typed in a Google search today. Can humans live without meat?
Yeah.
And it was the third article down. It says, "Are we supposed to be vegetarian?"
What's your
Medical
opinion?
news.
What's your opinion on that? Do you think we need to live with meat or no? I don't believe that shit.
I'm saying that
to live with meat, no, we don't need.
I can't say you need meat, and I'm like, right, you need. That's crazy.
I don't know. I don't think we need meat, but I think there's arguments why meat is a good additive to our diet. Do you know what I mean?
Is it the best though? It's not the best. Come on, man. It's a no.
The best, I don't know. Do we have access to the best meat? Like who's in charge of the studies? I don't know, innit? But I think a balanced diet would be something that you would want to promote. If that means consuming less meat, then yeah, why not? Like, do you know what I mean? If that means hardly eating meat, then whatever. If that means having regular meat, it is what it is. Whatever's best. I don't have like a moral stance on eating animals. My only concerns are health related.
Yeah.
But do you not think that the consumption of dead flesh over the source, the plant itself, would you not think it's more favorable?
Yeah, but we act like vegetation don't die. We don't act like we're not eating dead veg and dead fruits.
Jedi, have you heard of livestrong.com?
No.
They're kind of like dealing with mainly cyclists and them kind of athletes. Like Thingy was promoting it. Who's that guy who got caught for taking EPO? That athlete, what was his name? The one they stripped him of all his medals. Remember Lance Armstrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was with these lot and they separated from him when he got like disgraced. But he because this is more for athletes. It says, "It's no secret that a well-balanced plant-based diet boasts plenty of health perks. After all, who can argue with the fact that eating more fruit and vegetable is a smart choice? That said, some of the choices that can follow from switching to a vegetarian diet aren't totally intuitive. So while a plant-based diet may help you sleep better, improve your heart, bolster your microbiome, it's possible that you might find yourself feeling less energized and missing out on some crucial nutrients."
That's
so
a
we're talking
lie.
about, listen, we're talking about athletes. We're talking about optimizing your intake. Yeah. So when you're an athlete, you have to look at what is optimal. There's a difference between just maintaining homeostasis and keeping yourself alive.
But let's not forget, we're only exposed to commercial plants and vegetables. If we were fully eating the rainforest stuff, all the stuff that we were given,
Bro, we're looking at.
Well, just let me finish. Just let me finish. If we were eating all these fruits I can't even name that have all these nutrients, we wouldn't need to touch a single cow, a single chicken, because it's like it says in the Bible: the fruits, the herbs, the fruit, that's meat for you. It's because we're only exposed to strawberries and bananas and oranges, and yet, of course, if you only eat that, you're not gonna live long.
Look, what we're talking about
is all the stuff we were given to eat, food. We wouldn't.
I hear. Look, you got to realize that you're taking information from a religion, religion that's basic. Hold on, please. Let me finish my point. A religion that's advising a whole nation on what to eat. Right now, when we're looking at how athletes are advised to eat, is for a specific thing. Yeah, so they need to optimize their intake. So here it says low iron can lead to chronic fatigue, hair loss, dizziness, weakness, headaches, pale skin, and fast heartbeat, amongst other symptoms.
Yeah.
Symptoms, sorry.
That iron can be found in spinach, in kale, in so many other things that are less carcinogenic than meat, that don't sit in your stomach a lot, that can be easily absorbed because your body metabolizes plant-based foods way quicker than meat-based foods, and it's fairly healthy because of the fiber for your digestive system. So it's like you're talking about risk and reward. You're going to risk carcinogenic and cancerous free radicals for some quick bioavailable nutrients in meat, whereas you can eat a load of vegetables and have virtually no negatives.
See, this is what I'm talking about. You need to get this concept into your head.
I can't read Virgin Olive Oil's comment on the.
Hold on. This will be interesting. Man's called Virgin Olive Oil, yeah? Khan, the Prophet, peace be upon him, I understand, told us our bodies to become graveyards for animals. He ate very little meat. Right? That's what I'm saying. Obviously, it's not haram for you to live on it, but it's not healthy. And when you say it's something healthy, what is more healthy than optimized nutrition? Optimized means perfected. We're not talking about homeostasis where you're just in stasis. We're talking about optimized. So when you're, let's say, for example, going to war, yeah, so two tribes that are vegan are going to war with each other, and one tribe, before they kick off for the battle, decides to have a little small doner, yeah, with a bit of chili sauce. They're going to win. They're going to be optimized.
That's a lie, bro.
Bro, you're taking advice from a religion, yeah? I'm telling you about...
Bro, look at the health organization in America.
Bro,
these guys,
the man's saying the Prophet meat rarely. He's not saying the Prophet advised you to not eat meat.
I'm not saying the prophets didn't eat meat. I know our ancestors ate meat. We eat meat now. But
right, and even the prophets are advising against the overconsumption of meat. So what's wrong with that?
No, I eat meat. I still eat meat, right? I'm saying all this, but I still eat meat. I'm gonna stop it eventually. But my main point is our optimal diet, the diet where our bodies operate spiritually, physically, mentally, the best, I would say personally, is the vegetarian diet. I don't agree that.
No, there's too much science against your point. There's too much research done, and that proves your point wrong.
No, it's when you actually look at the data, Con, which is what you haven't shown anyone. When you actually look at the data, the people that hold on,
these words that are coming out my mouth are the words I hate saying.
Hold on.
I have a degree in human nutrition.
Just let me finish. The people that have the cleanest blood are vegetarians because they're not consuming dead flesh all the time. The people that have a higher mental clarity are vegetarians because if you didn't know this, meat actually weighs you down because it's constantly meat takes longer to process. This is why when you sleep, for example, I've tested this myself. I went vegetarian. When I slept, I could wake up and go. But on a meat diet, it's harder to wake up because your stomach had to work hard to break all that tissue down all night. The vegetarian diet is for someone that wants to get up and go and have mental clarity, have spiritual clarity. Because when you're eating dead flesh as well, I don't know if you know this, but it affects you spiritually. This is subjective, in my opinion. I think meat affects you spiritually.
I don't want to offend. I don't want to offend you or come across as being like pompous, yeah. But it's very difficult when you have a science background to talk to someone who doesn't, because you don't understand the hierarchy of evidences. You're giving me lower rated evidences and you're trying to match them against higher rated evidences.
Lower rated evidences.
Yeah, there's a hierarchy of evidence. There's a hierarchy of evidence.
Lower rated. You haven't even showed any evidence. What do you mean lower rated?
Lower rate evidence.
You know, it sounds like that guy that said, "I've got a computing background. I know what I'm talking about." You don't know.
Yeah, who the fuck was that again?
Like Clive. I'm not Clive. Bro.
Yeah. Anyway, carry on, family.
Yeah, go on, Zulu. Like, you seem to have a lot to say on it, so I'm happy to listen to you. But like, you're very dismissive.
Khan, the main point I'm trying to thrust is that meat is emergency food. It gives you quick nutrients. It's nutrient dense. It's bioavailable, and your body can absorb it because guess what? You're eating what you are. You're that flesh, right? Fair enough. But when we're talking about a lifetime diet, and when we're talking about a variety, all of these millions of plants and fruits and all these different things that have all these different effects.
What about the millions of animals that we could eat then? If you want to talk about the diversity of the food that's accessible to us, I agree with you. But what about the diversity of the meat that's accessible to us? There's lots of animals that are lean meat, high this, high in that enzyme, this enzyme.
But then are we carnivores then?
The thing.
Are you suggesting
we're omnivores, bro. We're clearly
1 minute, like thing.
But when you actually
1 minute, thing. Jedi. Listen to what the importance of the nutrients we're putting in front of him. Yeah, like vitamin B12, omega-3 fatty acids, heme, iron. He's dismissing them as if they're nothing. They're all essential. They're all essential.
No, Khan. That can be found in nuts and oils, bro. There's many different forms of nature. Bro, you're forgetting that these animals get.
Wait. You're laughing, Khan. Is he not correct in saying you can find omega oils in?
All right, but here's the thing, Jeddah. He's speaking from a modern perspective where you can go into Sainsbury's and buy rapeseed oil, where normally, historically, nobody could get the oil out of a rapeseed.
What?
Even if you beat it with a pestle and mortar, you can't extract oil from a rapeseed. Like, it's only modern practices that's allowed us to be able to do that.
Oil from a rapeseed back in it. Are you serious?
Bro? I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, because if I type in rapeseed oil, ancient rapeseed oil,
try it. Have a look.
You can even make rapeseed oil now at home by yourself here now.
But it's not thingy effective. It's not like the juice is not worth the squeeze. Like, you'd be there wasting the majority of the rapeseed to get a tiny drop of oil. It wouldn't be worth it.
But can't. It's like you're avoiding the fact that you're forgetting that these hemoglobin, omega-3, these nutrients that these animals are getting are from eating plants.
Yeah, so but we're not animals.
The nutrients that you're getting from their flesh is the nutrients that they get from the plants. You're eating.
You're basically trying to preach to the choir, but you're in the wrong church. What I'm saying to you is this: there are gerbils that can produce their own vitamin C.
All right,
humans can't do that.
Quick
research. Yeah.
Top thing says rapeseed oil is one of the oldest known vegetable oils, and historically was used in limited quantities due to high levels of erucic acid, which is damaging to cardiac muscle of animals, and glucosinolates, which made it less nutritious in animals' feed. Rapeseed oil can contain up to 54%. What's it?
All right, cool. Let me try and put that in layman's terms.
Erucic acid? Yeah, that's whatever that is.
Yeah. So let me put that in layman's terms for you, Jedi. In the husks of certain foods, there is such a thing called anti-nutrients. Now, to get the nutrient out of that, you have to be able to remove the husk, get to the inside part, and then squeeze that and get the oil out of it. Is very labor intensive. So it's even telling you that without modern technology being able to strip the outer part of the rapeseed, it even contains things that's damaging. So now you can see why it wasn't used. Now it's being used because the modern practices allows for that to happen.
Okay, but for example, even with B12, that you're forgetting that there's certain algae that contain B12 that you can actually
put B12 in there.
Like all of these arguments that people that eat meat make to support them eating meat, it's more of an argument of laziness. These things can be easily accessed through meat because we know it and it's there. But because there's so many plants and vegetables that isn't given to the general public, like I said, for example, there's even sea moss. There's all these different things that not only have the same amount of minerals, but even more, and don't have the carcinogenic and the free radicals and the cancerous things that these meats have that we're consuming.
This is what I'm saying. You're speaking from a Western perspective where you can go into Holland and Barrett and buy spirulina. But look how expensive spirulina is.
Both of you. You can get all your B vitamins from Marmite, aka yeast extract.
The only reason why it's expensive is because no one's buying it and because there's no market for it. Because everyone wants to eat the meat. But if everyone
it's because to produce it is labor intensive. It's hard to produce it, so it's going to cost more.
It's harder to keep 1,000 cows and feed them and make sure they're separated, and it's more expensive.
You're answering these questions from a city dweller's lifestyle. You're a city dweller and you go to shops to buy what you need, and you're saying I can live without meat and I can find the supplements that I need. Yeah, but historically that's not been the case, and even now there's places on earth where people haven't got the access to the things that you're saying.
We don't need supplements.
So how can we recommend that lifestyle to them?
What do you mean?
How can we recommend a city dweller's lifestyle to everyone around the world wholesale and say everyone should live how we're living? Yeah, but you're in a position of luxury where you can go to Holland and Barrett and buy spirulina, but not everyone can do that. You're talking about sea moss. Does everyone have access to the sea? Does everyone have access to algae? Does everyone have access to even fish that contains the omega-3s?
You're no longer making a logical point. You're making a point of accessibility and knowledge.
What do you mean? That's logical.
Hold on, Con. My point isn't whether these things are accessible. My point are, can we live off them without meat? And my argument is yes, we can.
You can live, but you can't live optimally.
Hold on, Con. So once we've established that these things can sustain us, avoid from meat, then we can start putting market towards this and attention towards this to make this something that the general public can take. But because the agenda of the globalists and the government is for us to be meat consumers and to be full of rotten flesh and to have a lower life expectancy, of course they won't promote CMOS. Of course they won't promote spirulina. These are things that you'd have to spend fortunes on. And even those things are GMO'd and from Holland and Barrett. Holland Barrett is radioactive. A lot of the stuff there is radioactive, unless you didn't know that. So they're making it hard for you to live off a plant-based diet because they know that that's what that's what we're created to eat. We weren't created to eat meat. Meat was temporal.
One minute, like this is the thing, like this is what I'm saying to you. You're conflating things. You're putting things together that don't go together. I'm saying optimal nutrition, and you're saying we can live. Yeah, we can live, but we can't live optimally.
I don't think meat's optimum for nutrition. If you just compare meat to the Beyond Meat products, the Beyond Meat products are proven to be more nutritious and more optimum for the body than real meat. So that
right, so for us to be able to talk about this, yeah, we have to agree on what we deem credible sources. So when I'm showing you Live Strong and it's going against you, you're dismissing it. But you can't say that Live Strong isn't a credible source. When I'm showing you sources, yeah, like for example, the Medical News Today, all these kind of like sources, you're dismissing them. Vegan Life magazine, you're dismissing them, and you're putting your own personal belief as a dogma. You become dogmatic now.
Khan, you made an interesting point about the athletes. Have you looked at the long-term effects of their diets, and have you looked at what they're like now? Half of these athletes have been given all these optimum, eat all this, eat the chicken this and all that. Half of these guys can't even talk. Half of these guys are shaking in the wheelchairs because they over exhausted their bodies. They wanted to pump everything up to perform at the optimum. Instead of eating what they were naturally supposed to eat, being relaxed and just living, you know, because you said, oh, it's to live, but is that not what we're supposed to be doing, to live?
No, we're supposed to be living optimally.
According to what No, but you're talking about sport. That's like for performance. I'm talking about living.
Yeah.
Performance.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this, yeah. If we go by your advice, yeah, it's not a bad advice until we need to worry about women who have very heavy periods and they lose their iron from blood, until we start worrying about athletes who need to perform at a high level or soldiers who need to defend us. So then your wholesale advice becomes a thing where, okay, we're advising the population, yeah, that you can be lethargic and a little bit slower and perform not so optimally. It doesn't matter because you will live longer and you will live healthier. Yeah, that's fair enough. But then when we look at understanding the human body and what is optimal for the human body and how to advise people that need to push their body to the limit, we can't go by your advice. So your advice is good advice, but it's not for everyone. So when we're looking at which should take precedent, what should we really know about? How to live on an everyday basis, or how to live when we need to really, like you said, get into an emergency state. We need to know both of these things. And it's a balance of we're balancing both of them off against each other. So for you to then take one of that section of belief and throw it away and say, no, these people are talking rubbish and you're basically being dogmatic. You're saying that food knowledge should be based on your belief of what's better for people. That's not right. Food knowledge should be based on the performance of the person. So an athlete will need to eat different than a normal guy who's an office bud, or a farmer who's out in the field physically exerting himself will need to eat different than, like you're saying, a city dweller. Yeah, so you can't give one advice for everyone. It's impossible. And that's what you're trying to do.
Like saying a man should eat different to a woman based on what they birth.
That's right. A man should eat different from a woman. That's right.
How? That's so funny. I'm not even going to argue against that. That's
why? Go on. What do you mean? Why is it? Do you have periods? Do you lose like buckets and buckets of blood gushing out of your body that's taking nutrients?
You're acting like they can't reproduce iron from other sources.
Bro, but at what rate? you're going to have iron stores depleted.
There's animals, there's cows that have period.
See, this is what I mean. The
herbivores
dismissiveness
have
of your
periods,
argument is putting you in a position of you're just basically a dogmatic person now. You're not being objective.
No, I feel like you don't understand the variety of vegetation and the minerals in these. You're looking at the mainstream commercial vegetables and you're thinking, yeah, it doesn't have the B12, it doesn't have the main essential. But there's a lot of things out there in the jungles that have these essentials that fit the criteria. It's just that it's not accessible. It's not an argument on whether
you're not offering any evidence. Give us
no,
evidence
you mentioned
of
it.
You
mentioned it yourself.
That doesn't rely on me.
You mentioned one. You mentioned one.
Eventuality.
Khan, you mentioned one yourself, spirulina.
Right, and tell us about it then.
The amount of mineral spirulina has more calcium than milk, has more potassium than bananas, has more protein than a steak. That's just one. That's just one thing. I'm talking about the variety of vegetation, the variety.
This is what I'm saying to you. You're not listening. It might have more protein than steak. Broccoli has more protein than steak, but it doesn't have the full array of amino acids.
Called branch chain aminos.
Thank you. Leucine.
When can you?
That's why you have to know about food, isn't it? Because if you mix two chains of proteins, it becomes a full chain of protein.
Right.
AKA like the common combination of bean and rice.
Beans on toast. That's right.
But that's what I'm saying. It goes back to knowledge and accessibility. It's not about the objective. This is what you need. It's about if you know the fruits and vegetables and the combinations, you don't need meat. But if you don't know, then have meat. If you know what you can live on and what you can meet without having meat, then just not have meat and just do that.
Oh, yeah, so
that's what I'm saying.
Vegan magazine that promotes vegan lifestyle even telling you.
Yo, big up, Jed.
That you can't.
Anyway.
Yeah, but you're denying it. You're denying what vegan magazine's telling people. They're fucking legally obliged to tell people the ins and outs of veganism, but you can sit there all day and just and say it from the top of your head. You're not responsible. People listening to you right now, yeah, they could take your advice and go and become a vegan and get ill. You're not responsible for giving out bad advice.
If anyone wants to become a vegan, I'd recommend to do the study.
Hold on. That's why it's illegal to give people nutritional advice.
No.
Unless you're qualified.
No. Hold on. If anyone is listening right now wants to become vegan, I recommend you do the research on what you need to meet in order to be required.
Disclaimer. So that's a disclaimer.
In order to get all the nutrients, I recommend you do the studies on all the different things you need to eat to meet your requirements.
Now, let me just say something. Let me just say something, please, young man. Big man. Sorry, I forgot your name. Just want to say, Zulu. Yeah, look. Now, based on if you've got a slow metabolism or a quick one, all really is important when you're talking about this particular subject. Because if you've got a quick metabolism, then maybe something like meat would be stay longer in your system. You have to eat less of it and all the rest of it. Now, if you've got a quick metabolism, a vegan lifestyle is you're going to be doing a lot of eating. If you're trying to do anything for any type of sport, you're going to be doing, I think, a bit more eating. Yeah, if you're trying to go out doing Olympics, you're doing like you said, defending the country, you're just going to have to do a lot more eating, and that will be the lentils, beans. Looking now, nuts and soy proteins. Soy got brought in by the Chinese, but I think it's effective. Now, now all you have to do is get enough of it, but you don't need meat.
You don't need meat. King God, look at the gorilla, King God. The gorilla sits there and eats leaves all day. But if you were to stand up, if you were to get a meat eater, the strongest human meat eater against the gorilla, it would smack it up. It would squash it like butter.
Got dense muscles, quick fiber.
Doesn't need to eat meat. He's never eaten meat.
So when you think about it, with his body DNA makeup, right? It's dense muscles. It's fast twitch muscles. You expect them to have meat, but no.
That's proper performance right there, Khan. A gorilla. That's real performance right there. Don't need no meat.
Can a female gorilla, come and tell you, I've got very heavy periods and I'm not feeling optimal, that I'm not really doing nothing, I'm just chilling out with the kids while my husband does all the work? Can a female gorilla tell you that?
Well, you're right, but to a degree. But basically, what you're saying is,
but what causes the periods, though?
For a temporary fix, and just by the way, there may be side effects, i.e., cancer and the rest of it. Take that, zero chance pretty much of cancer, and you're probably actually going to get rid of some of the already festering ailments.
Yes, eating vegetation has cleansing properties. You're cleaning out your system because the fiber will attach itself.
I got article.
Oh, look at these fake articles.
Hold on, man. Vegetarians are also found to have more menstrual symptoms such as severe PMS, intense period pain, and irregular periods.
So half of these vegetarians are eating frozen dinners from
Wait, are you telling me?
know, but
1 second. Are you telling me that vegetarians and vegans don't get 70 to 80 vitamins and minerals as opposed to the meat eater who gets 60 to 70? I don't
know where you're getting these doctors Zebby kind of type things from, bro. But science don't back it. The science don't back it.
If you're talking about the organs of animals, and I say,
look. Let me read. You're cutting me, man. Let me read the thing, man. Let me read the thing. Like, why are you scared of science?
No, I'm just saying. I just answer that.
Yeah, but what's next, bro?
Fake science. It's fake science. It's fake science.
One study shows that vegetarians rank significantly higher than non-vegetarians in 5 categories: sleeping difficulties, depression, panic attacks, deliberate self-harm, and back pain.
That's
an absolute lie. You know that's a lie, bro.
Nah, stop caping for vegetables, man. Let me. Why is it a lie? Say why it's a lie.
Even in sex drive.
The reason why I say it's a lie because I guarantee. Hold on.
Do you agree that more people are vegetarian now?
Yes.
100.
No.
Not in the world. Not in the world. Hell no.
There's more than
in the world. I think more people. No, I see. Not in. There's more vegetarians than anyone. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, do you believe more people are turning vegetarian and vegan than ever?
Yes.
More people,
right. But hold on. I have a contention. They may turn vegetarian or vegan, but are they knowledgeable in which substances they need to consume?
Cool. Facts. I agree with you. I also agree with you on the frozen dinners. I also agree. Well, not agree, but we know all the soya and all these other meat substitutes are not necessarily all the greatest for you. We get that, but I still think that there could be a bit of a link between like the whole mental health side of things and meat. Like I don't know, man.
Come on, man. You can't say that though.
No, I can. I can.
How can there be a correlation between lack of meat and mental health?
You ever seen
just because you don't understand the function doesn't mean it don't exist.
Have you ever seen a sad man eating chicken? Come on, let's be real. Right now, Zulu, you come to my yard, yeah, barbecue, whatever. You've been looking for some food.
Shit.
You eat a salad. You're like, salad's banging. You eat a bit of chicken, and
you say salad doesn't make you happy. When you eat salad, you don't feel happy,
bruv. You be like, yeah, nice salad. When you eat a piece of chicken that's banging, you start dancing, fam.
You start body popping. Body popping,
dancing because we're eating a bit of chicken,
or even a burger. You give someone a cheeseburger, they'll be like, "Ain't no stuff."
Hold on. Has anyone on the panel actually gone vegetarian?
Man's a body popping, bro.
Has anyone here actually gone vegetarian?
Nah, I can't say I have, bro. I can't say.
That's what I'm saying. Unless you've done it for at least a month or a few weeks.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Still, I agree with you.
I have
got a lot of testimonies from friends, clients, and things of that nature who have said, yeah, you know what? They went extreme they went onto the veganism, they went vegetarian, veganism, ITIL, pescatarian, whatever you want to call it. They went in that direction. And then it's like they came back and they was like, you know what? I started to get ill. My hair started to drop out. I've had some their hair louder.
But Jez, were they knowledgeable in the array of nutrients?
Bro, I don't know. You can keep asking me that, innit? I don't know about I'm just saying they dropped meat out, they dropped meat out without maybe due research or whatever.
Exactly.
And then it didn't work for them. There's some people, they drop meat out, they do their research and they realize, you know what? I'm gonna box a bit of meat every now and again. It's the ones that don't take it as a religion or as an underpinning to their identity. A lot of people take this whole veganism to be part of their personality and who they are now. So they step forward, their profile says #vegan life, and it's this and that, and I wouldn't date a girl that eats meat because they smell funny, and it's all of this type of shit, which probably could be real too. once they get out of the extreme zone and they get out of all the condemning everyone and telling everyone their shit, once they go to the doctor said they've got this deficiency, that deficiency, they don't say nothing. They don't jump online and be like, raw, I started eating fish again. Raw, you know what? I eat chicken every other week, car. You get me? Doctor said I was developing osteoporosis. They don't tell you these things, but if you chat to man on a one-on-one, bare man have told me, yeah. I say to man, what? I thought you were veggie. Boy, you know what? Man prefers to just keep it plant-based, but every now and again, I make sure I do eat a bit of this and that. Because when I dropped everything out, I started experiencing this. This happened to me. I fainted one day. Or they are true stories of people that are transitioning and they're realizing, you know what? Maybe all I really wanted to do was cut meat down. I didn't want to cut it out.
Exactly. I think it becomes a dogma. It becomes dogmatic.
I agree what you're saying, but I feel like that kind of diet of eating it here and there is only because we don't have the full options of the vegetation that was given to us. If we were utilizing the full options, meat wouldn't even need to be. It wouldn't even need to be considered. There wouldn't even need to be meat.
By who though?
It's because we're only dealing. It's because we're only dealing with commercial mainstream vegetation, and even the superfoods, which isn't even that super. Because there's stuff that we don't even know about.
Well, 1 minute. Listen to Jedion's telling you, bro. No, but listen.
You listen to me.
I know a woman that had a heart attack, bro.
No, you listen to me. I'm not calling you. Listen
from
to
being
me.
a vegan.
Listen to me. There's vegetation from cancer research. When these guys are making medicines, when these guys are making anti-inflammatories, they use plant things. They use vegetation. Vegetation is medicine for the body. It's going back to the source. Everything draws from the ground. When we're talking about, some people are nutrient, some people are passing outside because they're not utilizing the full array of what nature has given them. They're using a bit of
because we're not sitting around doing nothing, eating all day. People ain't got time to be like, oh mate, do you know what? Forget it, man. Forget it. I can't even bother.
Yeah, because you're not right, man. You're not right, bro.
You know what it is, right? I know what it is.
You're right.
One day.
Everyone listen to this guy. Everyone listen to this guy.
You know what it is. One day, you know what it is, right? You can't think of it like this. You had loads of burgers your whole life. You think you're going to transition and not get dizzy. I mean, come on, bruv. You've been eating.
Exactly. That's another thing. Exactly.
What we're saying.
That's another thing as well.
We're saying what is essential for the human body? What is essential that you can't live without it? You can't get it from nowhere else. Yeah, protein. Yeah, you can get it from other sources, but we're not just talking about getting just protein
water is essential
from meat.
Water.
We're not talking about that.
Vitamin D.
There's more to meat. There's more to meat than just protein, bro.
Well, look, I'm just going to say this and make the statement, and I'll give you the floor. But 100% something I've experienced. From my experience, cancer and heart attack. Now, if you can't put your finger down on exactly why that's happened, you've got to go to your nearest thing, what you're putting in your mouth, your food. Now, according to me, my grandparents, which is natural, died from I believe food, problematic food, and the transition from Nigeria to here. So that's what I believe.
Bro, when we're talking about nations of people, and their eating practices, like Hindus, for example, that don't eat meat, and they haven't been eating meat for a long time. Do you ever see them walking around hench off? No, you don't. Because their diet isn't allowing them to maintain.
No, because they don't work out. Maybe they don't work out. That's not true. There's bare vegans and vegetarians that hinge. You can't say that.
Wait, listen. One of the best athletes are vegans. You've got some good athletes vegan.
A lot of bodybuilders that turn vegan have already maintained their muscle mass, and they use steroids to maintain that muscle mass. So for them to cut out. What they're doing, they're lying to you. They're cutting out the saturated fat, because steroid use fucks up your HDL to your LDL ratio, So what they do, they have to cut out their saturated fat. They stop eating meat and they start going vegan, and they start getting protein sources from things like brown rice protein, pea protein, like all these different proteins that they got to eat, just to replace one thing, which is just like a 99p cheeseburger.
And if you're willing to pick your health over satisfaction, comfort, and accessibility,
you can go with meat, but I'm not willing to jeopardize my health. And to be honest with you, the reason why I'm eating meat now is because I'm being honest. It's going to be too much hard work for me to maintain that because of my disability. But if I said, if you're functioning human being that can go and source out.
Hold on.
You know what meat is. Meat is a drug.
1 minute, you're cutting me, bro.
You spoke. I didn't tell you just now.
The guy said he has got health issues, and it's easier for him to eat meat than not eat meat.
But it's because he hasn't got access to the superfoods, the various super plants and foods that are out there that may even cure what he's going through right now. Am I wrong? Am I right?
You're not making sense right now.
But now let me say this.
You're not making sense right now.
It's too hard to maintain. But if I really wanted to, I could probably do it. But what's holding me back really is I would have to work too hard to make the food and prepare it. So if I could prepare my food, I'd get it delivered here and prepare it. But I just feel like there's way more work to be done in order to maintain that life. And some people just don't want to do that. So what you will be doing is giving up your optimal health in order to eat meat. You might optimally be have full energy and be efficient, but you will not have optimal health, and it won't be risk of you won't take it in risk and health and safety when you're actually eating meat.
So, Khan, let me ask you a question, Khan. If you had two options, let's say you had two options for diet. The diet that you have now, which I assume is a omnivore, balanced diet, but you admit that you eat meat every day, versus a diet where I give you every single plant, root, vegetable, herb, that even the ones you've never even seen, even the ones that are not even discovered, and I put it all in a room or freezer or wherever, and you're able to access all of them. Which diet would you rather trust?
How many hours would I need to spend eating all that variety of things a day?
You can juice them. You can put it into a blender. You juice all of it.
So this is what I mean. You're talking from the point of view of a city-dwelling modern person who has full access to technology.
Don't be lazy now, mate.
Yeah, but the argument wasn't about time. It wasn't about effort. It wasn't about accessibility. The argument was, can I be optimal and can I live without meat? And I'm you basically agreeing, but the only issue you're saying is that it's going to take me a long time and I have to eat a lot.
Listen to what I'm
That's
saying.
That's not the issue. The issue is can you live with it?
This is my final point, yeah? You can question me if you want, yeah? But
basically, you've agreed with me. You've agreed with me.
This is my point. I'm not agreeing with you. What I'm saying is, you have to work very hard as a non-meat eater just to maintain homeostasis. When we start going into optimized eating for people who have got higher rates of regeneration needed, like people with diseases or women with menstruation or athletes, you will fall flats. You will not be able to even survive.
That's a lie.
Do you understand?
No, you would have to intake a lot more. That's all.
Or a lot more of the right stuff.
Yes,
let's not get away from the fact, that people decide to go vegan for political and ethical reasons, not from nutritional or health-based reasons.
That's not true.
We're not denying the damage of overconsumption of meat. We're not denying that. But we're saying for optimal eating, you cannot advise someone to not eat red meat. You can't.
Okay, so
no one's got time to be sitting down eating rice and peas and chickpeas and fucking quinoa and bulgur all fucking day.
So Khan, where can our arguments meet then? Where can we find a middle ground? So you're saying what meat? You're saying meat once a month?
What I'm saying is, from your point of view, who you're advising a blanket policy nationwide.
I'm not doing that.
You're gonna have a lot of people that fall foul of that advice. That will.
I'm not saying this should be mandatory.
All right,
I'm saying it should be advised.
You as the government or you as the religious priestly order that's giving out this advice, everyone's going to be on your door telling you, we listen to you and look at us now.
We feel better. This is what they're going to say, Con. Look at me now. I can think clearer. I feel more in tune spiritually. I'm healthy. I've lost weight.
I
can run faster.
Mate, the amount of things. Listen.
You have no clue, bro.
One second.
You have no clue, bro.
Let me just say this quickly.
You've never even gone vegetarian. Hold on, you've never even gone vegetarian.
Let me ask you a question.
You don't
Let me
even
ask you a
know.
question. Yo, have you been onto Dr. Sebi's Facebook yet?
I think so.
This is to both. This is the whole panel. If
no, no offense here to people that like idolize this guy, but to me, Dr. Sebi, like, forget about it, bro.
No, but listen,
He cured cancer. He cured AIDS. He cured AIDS.
Like that.
And he was taken. He won the court case.
No, but listen, yo, this look. I'm making a very important point
obviously
here.
doing something that works.
Yo, let me. Can you hear me? Can people hear me? There's a very important point, right? I've gone onto his Facebook feed and I've seen all of the results of the people that have lost weight, shaken off this cancer, this, all sorts of thrush, this, skin condition, bro. It's like the range of things that are just from jumping on a CMOS and a bladder whack.
Bro, Kingo, imagine you did that. Imagine you did that, yeah. But yet you ate like a lamb chop once a week, or you ate a cheeseburger once a week. Is the calories, the extra calories coming from that, going to really make a difference?
It's way too often.
Is it really going to make a difference? No, it's not. The problem is with humans, you can't give them one cheeseburger or you can't give them one lamb chop. They're going to want to eat the whole fucking rack of ribs. That's how humans are, isn't it? That's where it goes wrong. So people ain't looking at their bodies and treating it like a medicinal issue and saying like what Jedi said earlier. Meat should be like a supplement to your diet, isn't it?
But listen,
like meat shouldn't be what your diet is based on.
What do you rub on meat when you cook it? Herbs and vegetables. What do you rub on meat to make it taste better? What do you rub on meat to make it taste good? Yeah, there we go.
What are you talking about?
What do you put? What do you put on meat to make it taste better?
Salt.
No, I'm not talking about salt. What do you put on meat? What do you season meat with to make it taste better?
Salt and pepper.
No, that's white people seasoning. What do people in general use to season meat to make it taste more appealing?
You tell me.
Maggi cubes.
That's madness. Who does that?
Okay, I'm not talking about.
Obviously, what you're trying to get at, but bro, that's not a must, you know.
So you tell me you'd be fine eating a boiled chicken with salt and pepper?
Nah, maybe a roast chicken.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Listen. Some animals in nature, they don't like when you cook that shit. You don't actually need to put a spice or a flavor on it, you know.
You happy eating just plain chicken with no salt? Just
I'm saying when you got
you ain't tasting my food.
When you got good meat, it actually needs less additives or flavoring than that. Yeah, come on, man, you know this as well. I hear you. Like we like flavors. We're cooking the whole dish and that. But I think in simpler times, before what's it, Raja and them spice. I think that's trying to manage.
Raja.
You know what I mean? I think managed without it, bro. Obviously you got some tales about in slavery. I don't like to refer back to slavery for history, but to say in slavery, they used to give us bad meat, so to disguise the taste or rare, or to try and cure it, we learned to curry and we learned to jerk.
Lies.
I mean, this is why Asians curry, innit? And to be honest, I think a lot of Asian meat is off in the past. Yeah, I think it is off, and I think they hide.
I think it is as well.
I think they hide.
They're hiding that it's mutton, and they're selling it to you as lamb. That's what they're hiding.
You're right.
But I was always taught, that the origins of certain spices was to hide the fact that the meat was no good, or to try and keep the meat preserved. So certain spices actually act as preservatives.
That's right.
Not for taste.
And curry is one of them.
And curry is definitely one of them. No, spice is I think flavor. Zulu could be
a secondary issue.
Right. Could be like a bonus.
Yeah.
To the preservation first.
But do you not think that's a hint to our primitive? Do you not think that the fact that we season our meat with vegetation is a hint to what our body truly desires?
No.
We mask it
Look at the old English diet.
Hold on. We mask it with vegetation to cover the blood, the guts, all that stuff that
No,
we're
it's
munching
not.
and
It's
chowing
not. It's
down.
not. It's not. What it is, yeah. You naturally look. You like. You don't need a food scientist to tell you to eat rice and peas together. You get me? Your body knows, innit? You don't need a scientist to tell you that if you eat meat with certain herbs like rosemary and thyme, they contain the enzyme to break down the meat.
Right.
You don't need a scientist to tell you that. Your body will tell you.
But then what if you eat the rosemary on its own? Or what that?
Huh?
What if you eat the rosemary on its own?
Okay. Good
And
luck.
then,
Like, if you want to compare diets, yeah, about meat and
Definitely
non-meat
sounds like
eating.
dinner for one. That don't sound like no dinner you're inviting me to. You get me?
Look at the old English diet when the poor people.
Well, you
all
should
they
know,
could
but
eat was
honestly, you should try it.
vegetables.
Go vegetarian for like 2 weeks, even
And
1
the
week.
rich people, the kings,
honestly,
they would eat meat. And they would fat and lose
thing.
weight. And
1
then
minute,
buy it.
Zulu. Is 2 weeks long enough to deplete your iron store? Is 2 weeks long enough to deplete your iron stores? No, it's not.
No, I'm just okay.
A man like me or you, yeah, we could go vegan. We could even fast and not eat nothing. Our iron deposits are not going to be depleted, yeah, for a while. But a woman who goes on a period in 1 day of being on a period, she'll deplete a month's worth of blood and iron.
Okay, you're saying the period. You keep mentioning that, but you're acting like hold on. You're acting.
Well, I don't know if you realise that. There are a lot of women in the world.
No. But you're acting like she can't regenerate her blood through natural plant.
Not fast enough. Not fast enough.
For who? Fast enough for what, bro?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
That's the same things you can. The same things you can rub.
When a woman has a period and she's a vegan, and what will happen? Her periods will stop.
Yeah.
Her periods will stop. That's dangerous.
Yeah, that's true.
But are these frozen dinner vegans or are these educated vegans?
Yo, Khan, how are you?
The educated vegan who's eating all of the stuff.
Khan,
I don't know.
How are you giving out food advice and you've got diabetes?
What do you mean?
You got diabetes,
right? What from bad advice?
You got diabetes.
Yo, okay, what are you trying to
diabetes?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Sorry about that, mate. I didn't know.
Yo, what the hell?
It's all right, man.
All right.
But,
Cool.
like, how is that logical though?
How is that
Like, if you had cancer and you wanted to do a degree, wouldn't you go and learn about? Wouldn't you want to go and learn about cancer? Like, if you had a disease, wouldn't you want to go and learn about it from professionals and not read it in magazines? Don't make sense. What you're saying.
Well, if you look at the statistics, you know what I'm saying, half of England is overweight and half of America is overweight.
Right.
So obviously the
Bro, I know a man. Brother, I know a man who's got brain cancer, and he's doing a degree in cancer because he's saying, do you know what? If I can help one person before I die, yeah, I would rather do that than fucking sit around depressed about having brain cancer. And what you're gonna do? Mock him? You're gonna mock him? What are you studying about cancer for when you got cancer? Was him studying cancer? Does that give him cancer?
How many packets of Snickers have you got in your house now? Be honest. How many Cadbury's cream eggs? How many Cadbury's have you got in your house now?
Bro, what are you chatting about? You're sitting in a fucking wheelchair. You're sitting in a wheelchair and you can't move, and I'm your best mate. What are you on about? I'm your best mate right now.
Come on, bro.
What are you chatting about?
I can't.
Yeah, but you can't. You're talking about something he can't help. He's talking about something that you can control.
This nigga's eating on the fucking Twitch. This nigga's eating on the Twitch.
Right now, both Khan and Kingo, they ain't going nowhere soon, like anywhere fast.
This is gonna be a Khan versus.
I'm out in convertibles. I'm out in convertibles chatting to girls. A Kingo sitting on his fucking keyboard chatting to Zulu. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, don't put me into this. Don't put me into this, bro. Don't put me into this.
Hey, listen. Fun. Let's let it go, man. Let's get me.
You're not Turkish, bruv. You're more like Turkish delight. Flipping hell, man. You giving out health advice and you got diabetes, nigga. Put down that Snickers, man.
I think we need another roast. I think we need another roast session to let all this out.
Listen,
you know?
I'll just my reply to the Kingo, yeah?
We need to set up another roast session.
Those that can do and those that can't teach, innit? Yeah? So, what are you going to do?
Bro, your legs are rubbing together. You've got thrush. And you're
would you rather, yeah, me pass on my negative food experiences to my children, or would you rather me evaluate that situation and try to improve the next generation? So my children ain't going to be fat, are they? Because I've got a degree in nutrition that's helping them.
All right, no,
it might not help me, but it helps my children, innit? But a lot of you motherfuckers ain't even got children. Because you got some low testosterone, vegan fucking diet where you can't even get a fucking boner. You fucking pussy-o. You couldn't even fuck. If I brought a fucking hoe to your yard right now and made her touch her toes, you wouldn't have the energy to fucking even put it in. You're dead. You're dead out here.
Diabetes doctor for you. Would you like to know about how to optimize your intake and calorie intake?
Bruv, I don't need to worry about diabetes. I just go on a fucking Atkins diet. I don't even have to eat fucking sugar.
Bruv, you had so many Skittles, bruv. You got diabetes, bruv. Come on, man. Look, let's do this. And then you're talking about
diabetes is hereditary.
And then wait, hold on a second. And then you're talking about we whisper to your food, and then you're talking about 70% meat eaters get more nutrition than vegans. That's not true.
Well, do you know what true is?
Because I know. Well, come on.
What's your truth based on? What Dr.
You're
Sebi told you?
stopping down the
That's shit, bro. That's shirky, bro. You're living your life according to what Sebi told you. How's that not shirky?
Well, look, no, one second. You can't say that because for Dr. Sebi to say something so practical and so basic and so foundational, like
but you're taking him as a fucking messiah. So you're fucking you're shirking it right, shirking it right up, bro.
No. Because
you obviously ain't done no other reading. 1 minute. You've obviously done no other reading.
Aren't you doing that with the scientists, Khan?
Exactly. Yeah. What the fuck?
What do you mean? Scientists ain't saying, listen to me. They're saying, look at this study.
Yeah, but Khan, doctors said in the 60s or 80s, cigarettes are good for you. They pronounced that on TV.
Exactly.
So you can't take all their word for truth, fam.
Exactly. And they're the ones that told us that meat is carcinogenic, not us. We didn't make that up. They told us that. They told us that it causes cancer.
You lot on drugs, bro.
They said that meat causes cancer.
You lot on drugs. You're crazy, all of you. You're crazy.
Man, you call up Khan boy, man, scoffing on a food.
They said that eating bacon is just as bad as smoking a cigarette. How about that? That's what they said.
You're not even making sense to me right now. You're not saying nothing. You're not saying nothing for me to even reply to you. Like, it's difficult to talk to you.
Yeah, you're not mentally able to be at our level. That's why, innit? So you know.
Yeah, I know. I'd have to cut half my brain out.
Wait, do you know what would be good? You could advise really skinny bulimic people who are anorexic how to pile on loads of weight really quickly.
Yo, this.
Yeah. Well, what's wrong with? Why are you laughing at that though? What's wrong with that though?
He's trying to mark.
Bro, your fucking cheekbones are jutting out like the fucking North Face, bro. Like fucking like a mountain sticking out your face, bro. What are you talking about? You're so thin. You're like an Irish gerbil. Instead of the cheeks puffing out, they're puffing in. Cheeks are going in.
All right. Yeah. Anyway,
bro, the Kingo. Anyway. No offense, bro. You do look like death. You look like death warmed up, bro. You get me?
Oh my gosh.
You forget to eat for 24 hours. Like, what's gonna happen to you?
Do you know what happened? Right, you stopped eating meat for about 2 hours, and you shortlined. Your ticket started beating a bit too quickly, and he was like, "No, fuck the Dr. Sebi. We need to eat meat." Boom, boom. Yeah, bro. Come on, man. Do you know what it was? If you get a little bit hungry, you're gonna get.
Are you not currently eating meat?
No, but listen, you need to just push through the hunger thing because that's just hunger.
Bob, are you or are you not currently reliant on eating meat to optimize your nutrition? Yes or no?
You are, but look, you can't.
I'm talking about you personally.
I'm saying me personally, yes, but you can't just after 2 days.
So let me ask you a question. Extrapolate from that position. If you was in hospital with an injury and you needed a higher degree of protein in your diet to help you regenerate and recover quicker, would you rather go on a vegan diet or a normal diet?
I would personally, it'd have to be a normal diet. The only reason.
You're chatting to me about Skittles and
let me tell you why. Yeah, but that's not my full answer.
What are you chatting about?
That's not my full answer. But
joker.
The reason why is because we're not accustomed now to all of these additional or what we call alternative proteins, which they should be primary proteins, not additional. Are you going to agree with me with that?
No.
That's lies then. You're lying to yourself.
What are you on about?
Listen, you just don't want to have the effort of lifting up a number of beans a number of times and then falling off the spoon
and you getting enough tomato ketchup on the spoon with with all these things and eating them. Just that's it. Just take your time. You can't just be saying because it's gonna take long enough. And no one likes to eat.
You're the one that said that. You're the one that said they got time to be eating.
I can't be bothered to eat sometimes. But if you want health and you're serious about it and you don't want to fall into disease, and when you're in disease, then you really know about it. But until because you're in a Jalil period. So you can say what shirk or whatever. You're a Jalil period because you're not in pain. But once you get in pain, you'll realize that, oh shit, I should have just skipped that nice, well done piece of lamb steak rib. And that's what all it boils down to.
You're sitting there contradicting yourself. You're saying I'm ill, so I need to eat meat. But I'm advising everyone else to not eat meat. That's just, what is that then?
I'm not shutting down a thing, man. Sometimes I've got to get accustomed to this thing, but I'll still feel. Anyway, look, you know what I'm saying is true, and like I'm not saying that you're completely wrong, because you are. But what you're dealing with is
what
you're dealing with a comfort and just not right now, right here now, microwave like ideology.
What are you talking about, bro?
That's what it boils down to. You're trying to say that we need these things, and if not, it's almost like we're gonna die if we don't have the meat. Let's be honest. Certain people will, because they just can't be bothered to have to adapt or realign their matrix, their paradigm to be eaten optimally. And we're talking optimally, we're taking into consideration health.
Bro, you can't even maintain normal cognitive function. You're on YouTube waffling for hours, making no sense. What are you talking about? Optimal. So your brain, your electrolyte balance is off. Your brain ain't functioning properly. You're just sitting there waffling. You're ill, bro. You're ill.
Wait, hold on a second.
You're not well, son.
Hold on a second. Okay, can anybody understand this? Okay, now what they did to when someone had something to say, they shut them down by saying they're crazy. Chris Rock is an example.
I'm not saying you're crazy.
Chris Rock is an example. Well, you're saying waffling is around the same lines. Now, what I'm going to say to that is 60 to 70 minerals and vitamins you get out of meat eating. 70 to 80 you get out of veganism and vegetarianism.
What are your sources for this?
Well, 1 second.
You got to quote your sources.
Why you
got to quote your sources because you're waffling again.
1 second. Now, what we'll do?
Where did you get this information from?
Now, what we'll do is we'll look at the general consensus. Well, what would you now trust? The new age information we've got from black people, or do you want to get old age information from a money grabbing fucking NHS industry, which we all know is skewed? Now, answer me that, my friend.
Sorry, what? Answer what?
You're lost. You're lost. You don't even want to listen. You sound waffling. Are you going to take your news from the headline NHS? Are you going to take your news from black people who are clearly known to be way more honest when it comes to mainstream information and news and history, and they've just been less divisive, or I should say.
You're saying that I should listen to people because they're black?
No, I'm saying they've been less divisive because you're questioning the source. Your question is, Dr. Sebi and all of Sebi, whatever.
So your quote for your source is the black community?
No, what my quote is, and why I've got reason to believe it's more credible.
Sorry, your reference.
It's more credible information is because it's not only come from the black community. Look, 60 to that's just basic statistics, right? But let me tell you something now. If you believe that you get more out of being a meat eater, then what you're saying is all of that from this black community or from the Sebi community, whatever you call yourself, you're telling me that was a complete lie, and whatever statistics they've got.
Let me ask you a question. Would you rather be a vegan and live to be about 120 years old and have like your hair falling out, you're weak, you got no like mental function, you can't have sex because you got no testosterone, you can't pick heavy weight, so you can't really even feel good? Like, would you rather do that, like basically be a Hindu, or would you rather be eating meat, your balls are fat and heavy and sagging because they're so heavy, you got a constant semi because you're fucking looking to root out anything that moves, and you got so much testosterone at the age of about fucking 50, you're walking around like you're 30 or 20, and you can like fucking throw it down. Anyone who wants to fight you, you can just throw it down and start fighting with them because you've got that aggression where you can just flip and just fight on the spot? Or would you rather be some passive, pussy old wanker and live longer? Like, what I'm saying is the quality of life is important, isn't it? It's not about just living longer and like living forever. It's about quality of life. I want to be able to fling down the barbecue, whack out 2 steaks on there, chomp on some red meat, have the fucking juices running down my chin, and then fucking fuck for about 3 days after. Like, I want to do that in my life. Like, that is part of my life.
Basically, what you're trying to say
be a
is what
fucking
you want to
Hindu.
do. No. What you're saying is rather than me fill up my Ferrari with the exact gas that it needs to take, and that's the reason why I'm putting in wrong gas is because I just want a quick fix. If you want, you're gonna have to take longer to put the gas in. You're gonna have to, you're gonna, and that's all it's gonna do. You're just gonna be there pushing the gas down for long. That's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna be eating for long. So what you don't want to do is stand there because you're so we're in this lazy. Everybody wants to eat a burger at any given stage, even when they're sleeping. There's burgers falling off your fucking moustache. That's how bad we've got.
What are
you know what I mean?
Do you know how much hours of training a day? Do you know how much hours a day?
If a nigga ain't got a burger,
hold on, man. Listen.
If certain people ain't got burgers,
yo,
them man
fucking carrot sticks in your ears, man.
They're twitching.
Bro, take out them carrot sticks out your ears, bro, with your vegan bullshit. Listen to what I'm telling you. Sumo wrestlers are hardcore trainers. They train over 4 hours a day on an empty stomach before they even eat. Yeah, power lifters have all got the BMI of a person that would be classed as overweight. What are you telling me? You're saying I want to be a long distance runner. Yeah, good luck to you, because you got them skinny jeans anyway. You got them whippet fucking greyhound genetics anyway. You might as well eat according to your body type, innit? But I ain't a fucking greyhound, bro. I'm a fucking pit bull, and I need red meat.
Do you know what? Let me try and make this real clear, and everybody's gonna laugh actually when they hear this. Because you're a pit bull, you need to eat like a whippet. Because if you can't eat like a pit bull, you're gonna live half the amount of life you just said that you was anybody.
But bro, you could live for 1,000 years. You still got a shit life. You still got a shit life.
Let me tell you something.
You ain't got the testosterone to fucking reproduce. You ain't got no kids. You ain't even got kids.
Look through the mist. Look through the mist. Who died young? Biggie. Who died young? Big Pun. Who else?
They got shot, you idiot. The man got shot. He got shot. You're telling me Biggie died from his fucking health issues? The man got shot, bro.
He was on his way out.
Idiot. Biggie was on his way out in his prime. The man wasn't even 30 years old. What are you chatting about?
What did Big Pun die from?
Big Pun.
What are the majority? What I'm trying to get at is what the majority of these people
bro,
dying.
Big Pun was like fucking
what
40
are the
stone.
majority of
about?
Dying for?
What Big Pun was like 40 stone. Are you joking me, bro?
What are fat people dying from?
What do you mean?
What are people dying from in America mostly, or in the world?
Heart disease.
Heart disease. And what does that predominantly come from? Don't tell me from
consumption of red meat.
Exactly. Bob, you ran cool dumb. Who's next on? Oi, who wants to come and jump on? Sorry, oi, bruv. You know what? You did kind of duck and dive, shimmy and shake, bob and weave. But at the end of the day, bro, no one wants to die. You can eat a cube for all I care, as long as it goes through your system and it tastes good. That's basically what you're saying. You want to eat a metal cube or a wooden cube, as long as it's got enough jerk chicken sauce on it and some reggae sauce. As long as it's quicker, it doesn't take you as long, and it goes through all your little, then that's all good. All your little shitlins, it goes all through that, and then go and you squeeze that piece of brick out. As long as it was satisfying, that's what you're up for. So honestly, bro, you got to honestly rethink the way you're addressing health issues and health information.
You're wrong. I'll tell you why. People need to have listen, people need to have meat-free days where they don't eat meat maybe once or twice a week. Yeah, that will trim down the overconsumption of meat. But going vegan ain't the answer, because you're bringing a political or ethical cure for a physical disorder. That doesn't make sense. You're trying to say, because I believe in veganism, I'm going to tell my children not to eat red meat and blah, blah, blah. Your children are going to be deficient. They're not going to perform well at school. They're not going to be able to do maths. You understand? They're not going to be able to do these things. They're going to be like failures.
So basically, what you're saying is not everything in small quantities, nothing in excess. Then basically, that's what
I'm
you're saying.
is you need to recognize what is an essential. What is it that you can't live without? Then you need to have an adequate dose of that. So when you're eating that, it has to give you have to eat the right amount of it to get the desired effect. Now that doesn't mean overconsume it. If you overconsume vitamin C, which is an essential, you're going to get ill. You're not going to be well. Like if you're going to overconsume anything, it's going to have a side effect. I'm not saying for people to overconsume meat. It's not my argument. You lot are straw man in it. The whole point is you can replace meat in your diet, but that's not optimal. It's not optimal. Like you can't be sitting there taking vitamin B12 supplements that aren't even absorbed properly by your body. No supplement is absorbed properly. It has a lower rate of bioavailability than just eating a fucking cheeseburger. Why not just eat a cheeseburger once a month or once a week? What, because you can't stop yourself from eating just one cheeseburger? That's your problem then, isn't it? But I'm telling you nutrition advice. Zulu's just chatting pure cack, bruv.
No, listen.
He hasn't offered any... 1 minute, Okingo. He hasn't offered any credible sources. All he said is what he believes and people that he spoke to. He hasn't even bothered to get fucking YouTube out, Google it, and come out with... Yeah, go on.
I can provide to you documentation from a Harvard education, like a document from Harvard and that, half document from Harvard, comparing a meat alternative to meat gram for gram,
Yeah, go on
nutritionally.
then.
I've got my screen shared and I'm ready.
I'm waiting.
Let's have it. I need Jeddah to share my screen. It's been waiting, isn't it?
All right, cool. Like, just give us the thing of it, innit? The explanation.
All right.
Cut to the... Read out the title. And read that the conclusion.
Possible and beyond. How healthy are these meatless burgers? Plant-based burgers are not a novel concept, but new products designed to taste like meat are now being...
You don't hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't hear Radar.
Your audio sounds weird as well. Sounds all like...
Can you not hear Radar?
Yeah.
All right, let me leave and come back.
Go on, Radar. But how has this got to do anything to do with what we're talking about, though, Radar? Though,
because we're talking about a meat diet versus a meatless diet, so I'm comparing.
Yeah, but this is just saying switch out meat burgers for thingy burgers, like next type of burger.
Khan, what you're saying is not true. Like, if your kids don't eat meat, they're not going to go to school and fail. Like, eating meat doesn't create testosterone in your body. What do you? All this is like. You're blaming Zulu.
Jane,
Jen,
like, I don't know how long you've
religious
before
background.
You talk, how long have you been listening for?
You're coming from total personal.
Jen, you're cutting out.
Testing. Yo, Radar, say something.
Testing. 1 2 1 2.
Yeah.
All right, go on. Read out your thing, my man.
All right, from the top again. Impossible and beyond. How healthy are these meatless burgers? Plant-based burgers are not a novel concept, but new products designed to taste like meat are now being marketed to vegetarians and meat eaters alike. Impossible Burger and Beyond Meat burgers are two such options. Eating these burgers is touted as a strategy to save the earth, casting meat as a prehistoric concept. Both brands also offer up their product as nutritious alternatives to animal protein. But how do they stack up? It turns out the answer may depend on whether your priorities lie within your personal health or the health of the planet. The good news, meatless burgers are a good source of protein, vitamins, and minerals. The protein content of these newer plant-based burgers have been created to compete with beef and poultry gram for gram. Both the Impossible Burger and Beyond Burger have comparable amounts. The former deriving protein mainly from soy and then later from peas and mung beans. Impossible Burger also adds vitamins and minerals found in animal proteins, like vitamin B12 and zinc, in amounts equal to and in some cases greater than both red meat and poultry. This is a plus for vegetarians because these nutrients are typically harder to come by when relying solely on foods from the plant kingdom. Vitamin B12, for instance, is found primarily in animal sources, and strict vegetarians and vegans must get their intake from fortified sources. What's more, plant compounds such as phytic acid binds to minerals, which can increase requirements of zinc by 50% and may necessitate consuming about 2 times as much iron for those who eat at least some animal proteins and the vitamin and mineral fortification and less of a selling point. This doesn't mean a plant-focused diet is lacking in nutrients. Beans, for instance, are a good source of both zinc and iron. They're also an important protein resource. Black bean burgers are never going to be mistaken for hamburgers, but they are typically a solid choice when it comes to health. The bad news, meatless burgers are heavily processed and high in saturated fat. The same can't necessarily be said of the aforementioned beef substitutes, which have been created to mimic what many people love about a burger, the red juicy center and meaty taste. Along with the ambition to replicate hamburgers comes to a comparable amount of saturated fat, since diets higher in saturated fats are associated with increased rates of both heart disease and premature death. They may not be the type to opt for you if you are ambitious or purely health related. They're also a significant source of sodium, particularly for those on salt restricted diets. So what this is saying to me is that nutritionally they're equal, but the way that they're designed, because of what people require in food, like they want that meaty, juicy, fatty taste. So they're saying it's got fat in it, kind of the same as meat. So we're saying it's not the best choice for a healthy diet. However, it is comparing and saying that it is possible for plants to overtake meat or replace meat for a healthy optimum diet. So this, I think, is comparing the nutrition in Impossible Burger, Beyond Meat, and then it's comparing it to meats. So you got calories.
That's interesting. That's interesting. He's not saying replace your whole meat intake with these products, though, is it?
It doesn't matter. Like, I'm just trying to prove the point. Like, I've always been taught everything in moderation. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I've been raised. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm just trying to say it is possible to live on both spectrums.
This is a product that's advised for people that are already over consuming red meat. So them trimming down their burgers or cutting burgers out of their intake ain't going to really make a difference, innit? Like, if anything, cutting half your meat intake in half is going to be good for you, innit? But he's not saying don't eat red meat. But anyway, Radar, while you're there, yeah, bro, look up this thing for me, this article, or you got your screen shared. It's called, search it out, innit? It's called Do Humans Need Meat? Yeah. Psychology Today. So it's psychologytoday.com. Do humans need meat? Question mark. Yeah, you got it. Right. So you want to read it out?
Yeah, I'll read it out.
Go on, man. Do your thing.
Do humans need meat? Environmentalists encourage us to cut down. Is that a good idea for our health? Environmentalists encourage us to cut down on meat consumption in favor of vegetable foods that are less damaging to the environment. Given that our ancestors likely had plenty of meat in their diet, is going meatless a good idea? The history of meat eating. Our chimpanzee-like ancestors were mostly vegetarian. Judging from the diet of modern chimpanzees, to substitute mainly on fruit, leaves, and nuts with a rare morsel of hunted meat.
Yeah.
After they left forests in favor of open grasslands, hominins likely increased the proportion of meat in their diet. They would have encountered large herds of game animals. Initially, meat was consumed raw. About 200,000 years ago, the first hearths appeared, and there is genetic evidence that the human brain began to burn a great deal of energy. Cooking partially breaks down food, making it easier to digest. Thanks to culinary arts, the human gut had less work to do and became much smaller than the digestive system of herbivorous ape. Is that good or bad?
Yeah, saying that a human stomach smaller than the stomach of an ape.
The human gut had less work to do. But what does the gut do? What does that do? Break down?
So it's making it more efficient. It's saying it's more efficient. So it's smaller. So you have to eat a lesser amount to get the same result.
Okay.
So it's like turbo boosting it.
Yeah, but it's back to, you have to believe, you now have to believe in evolution to believe in what they tell you about nutrition.
No,
I don't believe that
you can.
Yes. No, wait. I hear what you're saying, but they just said that due to us cooking, we went from how a gorilla's stomach is, but we had the same kind of stomach as a gorilla because we were from primates or whatever, and then now we've got this modern stomach, which is thanks to cooking. So that's showing evolution from raw food to cooking, we evolve. And I'm saying, this is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit, man. This is bullshit. Get me? Because there's people that basically don't. Do you know what I mean? It's fucking bullshit, man. And humans all around the world, in remote places, that even eat a raw diet and whatever, they may cook some food from time to time. They got exactly the same stomach as us. Ain't nobody around no world, no matter what diet they got, has got a different stomach. The only thing we got is different tolerances to certain enzymes, right? Like some people are lactose intolerant. In fact, I think all humans are lactose intolerant. So that's the only type of, do you know what I mean? Some people can like handle certain things more than others. You know, Scottish people can drink more. You know? Yeah, but the whole it just felt like they were saying, look, this is why you don't have the same stomach as an ape. It's because one of your ancestors started cooking something. I don't know if I believe that. Do you know
What
I mean?
about this bit here where it says early agriculturists were shorter in stature and had a lower life expectancy compared to their forager ancestors? What about that part? Do you believe in that? Is there evidence to suggest?
No, because they're saying due to they're suggesting that due to what we ate, due to how we ate and how we gathered food, our bodies and our height changed. How many years? How many thousands of years did that evolutionary process have to transpire? And what is the evidence based on? You're basing it on different sets of bones. You're basing it on you found a hunter-gatherer tribe that are tall, and you found agricultural tribe that is shorter, and you just assumed that they're short because of what they ate. How do we know how what you're eating affects your height and shit? Where do we get this from? A lot of this stuff turns into speculative science, in my opinion, and then beyond speculative science, it just turns into scientism, where you just like it's just an ism. Like, what's the facts that
all right, Radar, throw that one out. It's been refuted by PhD Jedi. PhD.
No, I'm not refuting it. I'm not refuting it.
No, you done a good job. No, 1 minute. You done it. But you done a good job though.
Yeah.
So just that man said one thing and you said something else. So yeah, wicked. Like we'll find something else, innit?
No. Go keep like. Let's not. I'm not throwing the whole study out the window. I'm saying I hear evolution.
No, you're right. It's just his opinion. It's just his opinion, innit? All right, let's go with what the NHS suggests, innit? Yeah. Let's go with NHS.
Oh shit. What? Why? What?
NHS is saying. What is vegetarian? Yeah, it's going on with that. What age is it safe to become a vegetarian? So here's a good, interesting point. We're saying don't eat meat, right? And be a vegetarian or be a vegan. This NHS is suggesting that, yeah, as an adult, you can do that. But would you advise a growing child to do that? Would there not be side effects to a growing child cutting out meat out of his diet? Can babies and children have a vegan diet? If you're breastfeeding or on a vegan diet, you will need extra vitamin B12. Yeah, because vitamin B12, guess what? It's essential. Take care of feeding a child. Vegan diet. Young children need a good variety of food to provide. See, a child can't do what Thingy's saying, what Zulu's saying about eat all these wide varieties of things. Well, people have difficulty feeding their children the small amount of things that we're currently eating. You can't ensure that a child is going to be able to say, oh, well, this tastes like shit, but I'm going to eat it because it's good for me. A child won't do that. You'll have difficulty making your child eat that. So, you know.
Depends how you was raised, though.
Well, your parents are going to have to stand over you with a fucking
I'd have to eat a raw salad once a week, innit? And I wouldn't be allowed to leave the table unless I ate it, innit? Like, times I'd fall asleep at the table and shit.
Yeah.
Although meat is the best source of iron.
On that radar. Like, if you instruct your child or train your child to appreciate foods, I think that they can grow up and love stuff that other kids say they don't like. I was that kid. I liked everything. People like, I don't like this. I didn't like Brussels sprouts. Didn't mean I was gonna leave it on my plate. I'd fucking just chew it, flow it, and throw it in my mouth, take 2 chews and swallow. Like do you know what I mean? Like it ain't.
All right.
It's not that deep. A lot of kids know how to If you don't give them too much options, then a lot of kids just fuck with what. Yeah. A lot of kids just fuck with whatever you give them.
Yeah. So like we've been focusing a lot on meat, meat consumption, but you got to remember to be a vegan, you got to cut out dairy as well. When you're cutting out dairy, like you're cutting out your calcium. So you know you got to eat a lot.
No. Oh, come on, can't. There's more calcium in spirulina. Do you know what I mean? Come on, bro. Than in a pint of milk. Like no, not calcium. When it comes to calcium, I think personally, again, my opinion. I don't know if you are disagreeing or not in the chats, but I think with calcium, they told us that the best source of calcium was milk, and actually milk is giving everyone osteoporosis. It's making everyone's bones turn brittle.
Yeah, that's cow's
So
milk specifically.
Right. So, like, cow's milk is definitely not the best source of calcium. It's not. I think a few people have proven that. Even kale has more calcium in it than milk. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you're eating red meat and you're eating dairy, you don't really need to worry about calcium. But when you're cutting it out and you're becoming a vegan, then you got to start eating extra things on top of the extra things you're already eating, and it becomes like a long list of things that you're eating just to cover a cheeseburger, which has got a slice of cheese and a bit of meat.
As a nutritionist, let me ask you something. Is there a chemical difference or a difference in the way your body absorbs calcium from a plant-based source and calcium from a flesh-based source?
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
No. Calcium's calcium, isn't it?
Sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Are you saying, I don't know. I mean, obviously you said,
Look, according to the NHS, good sources of calcium for vegans are fortified unsweetened soya, rice and oat milk, leafy green vegetables but not spinach, almonds, sesame seeds, tahini, dried fruit, pulses, brown wholemeal and white bread both provide calcium. Adults need 700 milligrams of calcium a day. Yeah? All you need is vitamin D to help you absorb the calcium. You can get that from sunlight or egg yolks. So, you know, calcium is like not as important as some things.
Another thing is,
but when you become a vegan,
when they tell us about how much we need in a day, what is that based on? Like, how reliable is that science? Because at one point they told man you need 8 glasses of water a day. Now they're telling man that you need up to 15 and 20. At one point they told man you need this amount of blah blah blah. Next they tell you this. At one point they tell you take these supplements, red. Then they say there's no scientific proof that your body is absorbing any of the fucking nutrients from vitamins. Like, so
now the thing what you said about the water is based on the fact of
the people doing the study. The people that did the calcium study. Wait. Let me just say one last thing. The people that did the calcium study were dairy. Were from the dairy industry. The same people that said you need a certain amount of protein, after a workout, they were from the protein powder in companies, Maximus and Well Done, all these things, and that shit got found out. So everyone that was running home or sucking down their protein shakes and that, thinking it's the only way they got muscle on, they've basically been hustled by an industry, and I think that's been going on for a while. So this calcium thing, is it genuine?
No, to answer your question, you can get the calcium that you need from non-dairy sources, but it's just making it harder. It's just one less thing to worry about. If you're eating a cheeseburger, tiny bit of cheese and one bit of meat is covering you. So it's like cost effective if you're eating it in the right amount, and also like to do with.
I'm talking about the amount of meat. Calcium they say you need per day. That figure, whether it's from plant or whether it's from animal, like what is the who owns the research that gets to tell us how much?
So the research done on calcium consumption is based on more importantly children that are growing. How much calcium do they need for their bones to grow? Women who are having babies, that the baby's whole carcass is literally cleaved from their own bone structure, that they're losing calcium from having children, so they get osteoporosis and all these things. So to prevent the osteoporosis, obviously they need to know like how much calcium to give women that are having babies, isn't it? So like it's more to do with calcium, like is more to do with that. Like a fully grown man who's like already got his bones already like in place, you know, like that's one thing. But children that are growing, that's another, isn't it? So like calcium is just one aspect, isn't it? We also got vitamin B12, we got omega fatty free acids, like we got so much things that we're getting from just a cheeseburger. Like for you to replace it with a list of things as long as your arm, yeah, is that really sensible? Because if you miss out one of them things, you're going to be suffering. You're going to need the green fucking nutrition to not eat meat. You might as well just eat the meat, innit? As long as you're not overeating it. Look, what are good sources of protein for vegans and vegetarians? Whole season beans, cereals, soya products. Like the whole NHS thing here, the website, is offering you alternatives. It's not really being political about it. It's offering you the alternatives. But that is just advice for the general public in general. It's not talking about children. It's not talking about ill people. Like it's not talking about fucking athletes. It's just talking about in general. So when we're talking about public health, we need to not be advising everyone to do the same thing. That's all I'm saying. Like children is one thing, isn't it? No, like what are we going to start eating as vegans and then making our children eat as vegans? It's not going to be optimal for them. Yeah, children who don't get omega-3 fatty acids, their brains don't grow. So what are you going to do then? You're going to start making sure that all children eat, what's it called? Flaxseed oil, soya products, and walnuts. Like, is walnuts available on a global scale to replace meat? We already talked about flaxseed oil and rapeseed oil, that you need modern techniques to extract the oil and remove the anti-nutrients. We already talked about that. You know what I mean? So what are you relying on? Walnuts. Now they're making mushrooms that have got omega-3 added to it. Why are they doing that? They're doing that because it's needed, isn't it? They need that because you can't rely on walnuts. You're going to supply the whole world with walnuts. No, but if Zulu's sitting at home saying, oh, I'm going to pop up to Holland and Barrett and grab a bag of walnuts, yeah, you can do that. But you can't advise people globally to do the same thing because them walnuts ain't available. And there ain't enough walnuts to feed the whole world.
Well, if the average diet provided enough nutrients, then bodybuilders and athletes wouldn't be seeking for alternatives to get greater nutrition to optimize their body to the greatest level.
Well, bodybuilders are on steroids, bruv. They can maintain their muscle mass even if they're starving themselves to death, which they do. As a bodybuilder, you do need to starve yourself at a certain point, and you need to have a strategy of holding on to your muscle. So they take steroids.
All bodybuilders take steroids.
Majority of them do.
It's not true.
Bruv, Jedi's just telling you, they sucked you in with the whole protein fucking powder scam. You get me? Bodybuilding's a myth. It's a lie. It's all based on lies, bodybuilding.
No, it's not.
Why ain't it?
Because you have to do is train hard, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you want quick results, take steroids, in there. But you can actually get those results.
No.
If you know what I'm saying? People just want that instant body in a year. You know what I'm saying? If you want to spend a couple of years putting the work in, you'll get that.
No, that's not true. It's not how it goes.
It is true.
It's not how it goes. You're talking about like amateur trainers that benefit from a little bit of weightlifting. Yeah, everyone's going to increase their muscle mass by training. Yeah, we're not saying they're not. But you're saying that you can achieve the level of Mr. Olympia without steroids. It's bullshit.
I didn't say that.
I'm saying
to increase your body beyond
what you
the
call
normal function. So beyond the normal body with no muscle, no chest, no big arms, not to increase beyond that.
Yeah,
bodybuilders choose to go beyond the normal diet, which is not providing enough nutrition to get the body to the next level. That's fact.
All right. So what's your point, though?
My point is that clearly a normal regular diet of eating hamburgers is not providing enough nutrition for bodybuilders and professional athletes to take their body to a next level for competitive competition, or to take it beyond what the normal level of conditioning the body has. For example, if you go to the gym, you may need to increase your amount of food you're eating, or you'll lose too much weight. Or if you want to put on weight, you know, you may eat more food than the activity that you're doing. Like it's science.
All right. What's that got to do with what we're talking about, though?
No, but you know what? You see what Khan's saying there, yeah? He's right in regard to. I don't know one bodybuilder that could genuinely say that he could benefit more when it comes to gains and looking good and performing well than if he did being a vegetarian. I think the meat aspect is because it's such a quick fix. I think the amount of muscle burning he would be doing just to enable him to access this alternative food, because it's not a primary source of protein right now, wouldn't be beneficial. So it's only because of the accessibility now that Khan's actually right to a degree, because even people I know, my dad was a bodybuilder, and he'd tell me now to this day, even after me explaining about Dr. Sebi, that you need meat. So I'm even at war's loggerheads with my dad with this. We don't see eye to eye. And he talks about chain of meat.
You can't get enough protein from meat.
Yeah, and that's the thing I've said to him. But what he said is, and he's a wise guy, so he can't explain it in its entirety, but he's done his due diligence and research. What he's said is that the branched chain aminos found in animals seems to be the most effective way for us to sort of intake it for some reason. Because I think once you start to get to a level where the body's recognizing muscle and fat as a source of food, if you're eating protein, I feel like it's a bit easier for them.
Radar, Google branched chain aminos, yeah, and read out why it's important so everyone can understand what
they burn less by eating by.
But Nick, what you're saying is very specialized knowledge that you've got from your dad. Yeah, I respect that.
Nicky,
majority of people might not understand what you're saying, so it's best to tell them that there is a key that switches on muscle growth, and that key is L-leucine, which is one of the 3 branched chain aminos. That although it's a protein, it's amino acid. It's not found in abundance in anything other than red meat or dairy.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. So you'd have to be eating so much more, but with that, you'll be burning more muscle off, and you'll probably be adding more water to your muscles. So that's what they don't want, especially before a show.
Yeah,
and they will see the proper gains up into the run up of the show, so they won't want a lot of water in their diet anyway. So you will introduce a lot of water through the protein and the plant protein.
Yeah,
and you'll be burning as well muscle and fat to be able to metabolize the amount of food you've got going in your body. So I don't know. It's a very balanced thing to do, but you just got to have it all at like if someone was making your meals for you and they were all vegan, that'd be better. But you've got to now go and source it out, put it together. That's just too much.
That's what I'm saying. It's long, bro.
Yeah,
it's long.
But in terms of being a normal person, and I honestly, I would recommend the at least try and be vegan for a year. Honestly, because unless you're doing anything too super strenuous, you won't really have to worry about that. You can be in like a little bit lethargic and have to chomp your lips a couple more times than usual for the first couple of months, but you will adapt to it sooner or later because your body just adapts to how much you put in your body and your belly anyway. So. Yeah, you can't you'll hit a brick wall if you try and stop instantly, but that happens with everything. But it's just, if you can get your meals made for you, vegan, listen, that is the best lifestyle. It's like a king's way of living because you're saving years. I'd say arguably about 20 to 30% of your life, but that's my opinion of how
What's
much.
happened to the sun, man? The sun's just gone now.
Yeah, bro. I'm meant to be meeting up with as well, man. I was hoping the sun would stay out, but they're probably less inclined to come out now.
I doubt it, man. Looking outside, I don't think it's coming back.
Yeah, so I think you're right, but I mean, ultimately, it's only for certain instances. If I had a whole population and I was genuine about their health, I wouldn't encourage I would encourage more of these alternative proteins as a primary source of protein sold in my. Yeah, I would try to wean them off meat. And that's purely down to because I've got empathy for animals and the way they're being treated these days in order to give you your nice little burger and whatever, as well as being wanting to have my population at optimal health. But I mean, if you want them at optimal processing where they're working and they're energized thoroughly, then yeah, give them meat. But they're going to suffer from that, man. I don't think that's right. You've been doing too much of that. I think this is where Dr. Sebi came in and tried to rein it back a bit. But
all right, cool. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna jump off for a bit. Yeah, I might
too,
try and come back later.
Yeah.
In a bit, innit?
I'm just saying, just a disclaimer, fella. My pops are saying the same thing as you, so don't worry about it. Oh, let's go. I hope I wasn't too hard on him. I was only joking with you, Khan, if you can still hear me. There's nothing wrong with being bit too sizey, getting a disease from it. I'm underweight. I'm underweight, man, so don't worry about that, bro. Yeah, I probably need to. I could do with eating some burgers. That's why I've gone back to meat, man. I'd rather be. It was impossible for someone with a quick metabolism to put on weight when you on this vegetarian thing. You need to eat meat.
Man, the best way to put on weight is carbs, fam.
Carbs, and I think meat's got a lot to do with it because when I don't eat meat and I'm training, I feel more pain. You eat.
What? I got a quick metabolism, innit? And I struggle. I got a really quick. Well, I used to have a really quick metabolism, and I struggled to put on weight. And what brought me past my weight barrier was high amounts of carbs, like a carb bulker. Those high amounts of carb, like hundreds of grams of carbs in the drink, like two of those a day. That brought me past my weight barrier, innit? And I was able to get up to like 110 kilograms from like 80, 90 kilograms.
Yeah. I think you. That's the thing, man. I mean, it's going to be hard. I'd have been packing down the protein, man. I've been eating so much food.
If you're struggling with weight, I would highly recommend buying a bulk gainer, innit?
Good quality. That helped out. What protein shake in that? Whey protein?
No, not protein shake, a bulk gainer, something that's high in carbs. If you want a recommendation, one that I use, let me just look it up real quick. Was it Optimum Nutrition?
Right, and I used to have that with milk, man. Full fat milk. Oh no, not full fat. Pasteurized milk. Just down one of them. It's a fat weight gain or something it's called. Yeah. I used to do all of that, mate. All of that. Only thing I didn't do was steroids.
See this?
Go on.
You can get it on like Amazon. It's cheap. It's cheaper to buy on Amazon. You can buy it.
I've got that. I bought that. It's plant-based.
No. Well, I don't know if it's plant-based. I'm not sure. It's
vegan. It's vegan. Go on. What's it called?
Optimum Nutrition.
I think I've got that, yeah. Actually, I actually want to bring it. Yeah. I think that's all right, I think that's not bad.
It's got a picture of the back of it.
It's expensive, though.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you go on Amazon, you can get it. You can get like a month's supply for like £20, £30, which is less than £1 a day. Isn't it?
I went to the shop on the road, but I think if that's the vegan-based one, that's the best way to go, I'd say.
It's not clear what's in there, but that's all the nutrients that's in there. A, C, D, E, protein, low in fat.
Yeah.
But this will get you this high in potassium, all the things you need, magnesium, copper. This will get you to put on the weight you need, isn't it?
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, I just find now, family, is that everybody's fine the way they are. If you want to go to the gym, let's be honest now. I'm going to telling you now that a lot of people that go to gym and you end up suffering back problems anyway. If you're not right with your posture, make sure you do it properly. If not, you're in problems. You don't need all that excess stuff. We don't know what they're putting in it. I would say body weight. You don't even need a gym. Forget fixed weights. At worst, use free weights, and I would say don't even do that. Calisthenics, I say the best thing, your own body weight. Aerobic, anaerobic. You can do like 21s. You can do all these compound movements that encourage good stability and better health when it comes to your connective tissues. You'll get less back problems when you do compound movements. So that'd be like jerk and a flush. Is it fly, or when you pick it up and it's a compound movement? So you're the jerk and what's it called? Anyway, don't do isolated movements. The less isolated movements you do, the better. The only time you ever really need to do isolated movements is on your bicep peak, and that's it. Don't play about, or even I would say, don't play about with your neck area. Forget about shrugs. A lot of these big bodybuilders don't even do shrugs because it's a problem area.
I've always been told to isolate the muscle and feel the muscle when you're working. So say if you're training,
that's all.
You focus your mind to the, because all bodybuilders say that you need to have a mind-body connection. And you need to feel the muscle. You can't just like swing the weights around. You need to like feel the muscle contracting and
that's ultimately, brother. And I swear people need to do that. They don't do it enough. They think 1 hour induction's enough. They just want you in there. Like a better times rolling around in cash. Do you think they're gonna want to say, "Oh wait, we can't let you come in"? At least you can, knowing that you've got a good amount of knowledge. They give you 1 hour induction. They say, "Yeah, go." Next minute, people are doing all sorts of weird movements that you see sometimes filmed in World Star Hip Hop. Someone jumping up and down on the feet. They don't even know what they're doing. Yeah, like that's the main thing. And people are damaging themselves and they're killing themselves. I'm telling you what. And the thing is it's the same thing as concussion with Will Smith. He was saying, yeah, with this thing, when they're hitting the head, this will happen, blah, 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 blah. Now what if man's killed his girlfriend in America? Now they're starting to talk about concussion. It's the same thing with the gyms. You want to fuck with me, bro? I swear out, you look out, bro. Like, fuck, Duncan Valentine's a thief, bro. He knows what he's killing people. He's anyway, just watch out your training and health, fitness. Don't even go into the gym, bro. You're good the way you are. Free weights, your own weight, you're up, bruv. Trust me, bruv. Women will still look at you in the same way. Women don't even like muscles now. It's like the same thing with this bottom. Everybody wants a fucking who really likes a fake bottom? I'd rather see you with an average bottom.
Well, I think the reason that each gender likes the opposing parts of the body is because it tells a story about them, innit, Erica? So I reckon I don't know if this is true, I'm not a woman, innit, but I reckon like when a woman sees a man that's like bigger built, like she probably like feels like he's more active and does more stuff, isn't it? Rather, if you see someone that's fat, you're probably just going to assume that inactive. Like if you look at a fat girl, you're probably going to think this girl's lazy. She just eats cakes all day and doesn't do nothing.
But don't forget, if you're a promoter and you've got muscles, you're probably he like looking after himself. But if you're a promoter and you're making loads of money and you ain't got muscles, you're still going to get the same girl. Because I'm sorry, but women are a little bit fickle these days. Actually, they look at the money before they look at the muscles. And if they're really smart, they look at what the guy's made out of inside in his brain, first of all, before all of that. But like I said, money talks. So I think, being a big guy can give you credibility socially and breaking your back to have massive arms. But ultimately, I'll tell you what, if you're lucky and you escape 60 without having any type of arthritis, you're very lucky. You're going to have them strong ass motherfucking 9 ether strained bloody bones, dense bones from Congo for you to be able to survive 60 doing even moderate training with free weights and not get arthritis. You're going to get arthritis by the time you're 60 with a strong body if you're doing free weights, regardless if you've got good posture. I'm going to say that.
No,
I'd say that the only people I've genuinely seen are not these things where they get someone and somehow he's got all these and he's old. It's the people who do aerobic with anaerobic, but no free weights. Aerobic, anaerobic, you'll live to 80, 90 and you won't look a day younger. Once you start getting to, say, 70, then you'll start going real downhill and losing size. But when do you ever see a bodybuilder that's over the age of 70? You will never, ever, ever, ever see one.
Gold, are you talking about like when people are lifting like ridiculous weights? So not just like a regular squat, like
No,
100,
just with what
150
you need to
kilograms.
do.
You talk when people are squatting like 300 kilograms and they're leg pressing like hundreds of kilograms. Like I can understand that fucking at the joints. But if you're lifting a moderate weight, like
Yeah, you can, but what's the point of going into a weights gym then when you've got all that? Because so now you're going to again sit down on fixed machines which are not made for your body anyway. You may as well just go onto the bar, get a bar, put it on your thing, and start doing pull-ups. Because actually, that's probably the safest way. So what you're going to do is you're going to go into a gym, put all the weights up, pull it. But all you're doing is getting strength, and you're damaging yourself. What you could do with pulling yourself up on a bar in your room is you're going to be way more effective. It's going to be better on your internals. Unless you're going for the strongest man's event, then you don't need to do any of that shit. And even then, how many builds are good at that strongman thing? Not many. So it's all about doing it as natural as possible. They're lying to you. All them machines, so they can make as many good ones as they want. Them fixed machines are fucking people up. They're heavyweight, messing people up. And we've got the only thing that's saving them is our intricate and beautifully built nervous system. Because you see animals before they die, they go into shock and you think they're dead, and all of a sudden they jump up. Animals are that smart. It's just that they've got something in their system that shuts things off. So what that's doing is shutting you off. You've got temporary bulk, you look nice, but you got temporary gains. But after 20 years, you sit down and don't do a little something, you might fall out a little bit, get a little hungry belly for a little bit, and all of a sudden you'll feel that injury come and tweak, and then you're in trouble. Then after that, then you've got to go back to the training. You might have to take steroids then. So it's like once you open that door, it's hard to get out of it. And that's just from experience. Two generations of bodybuilding. I can tell you that. And both of the generations have got bad back. Amazing technique. Did all the right required things. Good nutrition. Right? But what happened? The scientists haven't told us the real extent to what these weights are doing and how natural it is actually to be that big. It's not, bro. You're not meant to be like that. You're not meant to box as well. I would say perform the best at walking around weight. You're walking around weight, that's your healthiest weight, bro. You know what I mean? God made your spine for you to hold that amount of mass in your body. So women and men are killing each other right now just to look good, to look like something that's you'll only see. I think we're attributing to some woman in Ghana. Them Ghana, when they got some fit, it's near enough impossible unless you've got the genetics.
Well, I reckon the athletic kind of look is starting to come back in, rather than that big bulky look. That's what I started to see.
I think so. I think so as